Longevity, starting by creating my own liquor goo. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination. So don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like. And if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 76: The Little Medicine Boy's Creative Ideas. At this point, he was indeed ready to graduate. His 5 clones had pushed his cultivation to the peak of the spirit-gathering stage during his seclusion. Longjuan didn't even know when he broke through. It happened without him even noticing. He woke up one day to find himself inexplicably a peak spirit-gathering goo cultivator, which truly startled him. The feeling of having a cheat code was incredibly exhilarating, a continuous cheat code that was endlessly enjoyable. Even in the late spirit-gathering stage, he could easily fight opponents of higher levels. Now, at the peak, he was even more invincible among those of the same level. Longjuan's courage grew considerably. He felt he had the strength to venture out and seek opportunities. He thought he could go out and have some fun someday, and also dig up the Empress's tomb that wasn't finished. At this moment, he was completely overconfident. Today, with double happiness on his mind, Longjuan was in high spirits and decided to make honey-glazed roasted meat to celebrate. So he walked to the beehive, patted it, and softly called out, "Tax collection." Tax collection? Longjuan smiled. This feeling of being a rent collector was truly wonderful. As he predicted, royal jelly had unimaginable benefits for the spirit bees. Unsurprisingly, all the spirit bees that consumed it evolved into a stronger species, the powerful bee species that Longjuan named the ice bees. The ice bees had now grown to over 100, their size increased significantly, and they were entirely ice blue. Their stingers had been replaced with infinitely firing ice needles, greatly boosting their combat power. The original hive could no longer contain their size, so a new, much larger hive was being built on another cherry blossom tree, large enough to accommodate Bing Bing. Meanwhile, the honey produced by this bee species tasted even better, with higher spiritual energy quality and greater nourishment. However, these ice bees were still smaller than Bing Bing. Although they belonged to the same species, they had evolved by drinking Bing Bing's royal jelly, so even after evolving into the same species, a bloodline difference remained. Now, Bing Bing was undoubtedly the queen of the bee colony, second only to Longjuan and above all other bees. It's worth mentioning that Bing Bing is still a virgin. He finally figured out that this bee species can reproduce without a queen, through free mating. After all, it's a bee species from another world, so it's normal for it to be different from his previous life. Common sense from his previous life isn't equivalent to this world. The variety of insects in this world is far greater than in his previous life, with all sorts of strange and wonderful creatures, capable of shattering your understanding and conventional wisdom. Many insects here didn't exist in his previous life, such as the invisible ethereal insects, the energy-form dark insects, and the formless hidden insects. For an entomologist, this is a treasure trove, his paradise, filled with so many things that interest him and shatter his worldview. A bee species that reproduces through male-female mating wouldn't surprise him. But wouldn't Bing Bing's future be bleak? Would she become an old maid? After all, she's much, much larger than her kind. Who would want to marry a giant? But Bing Bing only knows how to eat, so she might not be interested in such things. After collecting the taxes, Longjuan enjoyed a delicious honey-glazed roasted meat feast. He still had plenty of Beast King meat left, and with the Frostfire Divine Flame keeping it cool, he wasn't worried about it spoiling. Just as Longjuan was about to consider his next plan, old Taoist Li arrived, interrupting his thoughts. His Frostfire array wasn't as powerful as Dizen's herb garden, which could be completely invisible, even in the middle of the grasslands. His large herb garden was not far from the market, many people could spot it, so it was impossible to hide. Longjuan hadn't even considered hiding it. It was perfectly normal for a peak spirit-gathering goo cultivator like himself to have his own herb garden. What was there to hide? Even Elder Long knew he had his own herb garden but hadn't said anything. So it wasn't surprising that old Taoist Li could find him. After putting away the communication talisman, Longjuan stepped out of the Frostfire array and immediately saw old Taoist Li stroking his beard, standing there calmly. "You survived such a huge beast tide, you're incredibly lucky," Longjuan said after glancing at him. With your powerful goo poison by my side, young friend, how could I die so easily? You saved my life twice last time, and I haven't had a chance to thank you. This time, I've stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity, so I've come to repay your life-saving grace." Just thinking about this made Old Lee excited, and his face was always beaming with excitement. Judging from his expression alone, one would really think that he had encountered something truly wonderful. Long Zhuan, also intrigued, tentatively asked, "What kind of fortuitous encounter could make you smile like that? Did you stumble upon another ancient tomb?" "How could I?" Old Lee quickly shook his head, saying, "Ancient tombs aren't something you can just stumble upon any time. This time, I accidentally discovered the final resting place of a senior. As you know, this world is very protective of its possessions, and few people are willing to take on disciples. When their time comes, they die in their caves without anyone to collect their bodies, and all their treasures will naturally remain intact in the caves. The old senior in that cave must have been nearing the end of his lifespan, forced to enter a life or death cultivation retreat, and ultimately failed and passed away in his cave. Compared to underground ancient tombs, the caves of rogue cultivators are much, much safer. The dangers mainly come from various formations. This time, I asked Dizin for help. She's a renowned formation master. What kind of formation could possibly be difficult for her? So you can rest assured on this trip, we are 100% safe and absolutely reliable." Old Lee patted his chest and assured them. 100% safe, reliable? Long Zhuan raised an eyebrow. Why did this phrase sound so familiar, as if he'd heard it before? How many times had this old Taoist Li said this to him? Long Zhuan's expression was strange as he looked at him with a meaningful gaze, and said quietly, "If I remember correctly, you said this to me last time, and the time before that." Old Taoist Li blushed, looking embarrassed, and hurriedly explained, "Last time was an accident. The time before that was also an accident. Don't worry. There will absolutely be no accident this time. If there is, I'll offer my head to you," Old Taoist Li said confidently. Only he knew just how terrifying Dizin's array formation skills were. It was safe to say that there was no array in this region that she couldn't break. No matter how dangerous the protective array of that cave was, it wouldn't pose any danger to her. He had 100% confidence in Dizin's array breaking ability. With her there was absolutely no danger in the cave. Danger could only come from within, but he had only chosen trusted friends for this treasure hunt. He believed in his judgment of character and was certain there would be no internal strife. Therefore, he was extremely confident in the trip, certain there would be no danger, and it was 100% safe. Is that formation monster Dizin involved? That makes things much more reliable. Long Zhuan frowned and pondered for a moment. Not only did he trust Li Laodao's formation skills, but he also greatly admired Dizin's expertise in formations. If she were to break the formation, he wouldn't dare say it would be safe in an ancient tomb, but it would certainly be no problem for a rogue cultivator's cave. What he was worried about now was Li Laodao's luck. After the previous two incidents, he felt that Li Laodao was plagued by misfortune, and every time he went out, nothing good came of it. What was theoretically 100% safe would become 100% unsafe if he was there, and there was a high possibility of some unforeseen accident. What he was considering now was whether to send an avatar or to lead the expedition himself, since Li Laodao was plagued by misfortune. The advantage of sending a clone is that the main body is 100% safe, but there are also disadvantages. The clone is far weaker than the main body, and it doesn't even have a single external gruesome dangers the main body can withstand, but the clone will die, so he might lose one clone. Now that he has reached the peak of the spirit-gathering realm, he absolutely cannot afford to lose a clone easily. Most importantly, the clone doesn't have any cheat abilities. If the clone can't see the progress, it might miss some treasures, possibly even seemingly ordinary but actually valuable ones. After much thought, Long Zhuan finally decided on a compromise. The clone and the main body would go together. When they reached the cave entrance, he would use a quick escape to let the clone go in his place. After everyone else came out of the cave, the main body would go in and use its cheat abilities to sweep through the area again. If anything happened to the clone inside, he could bring the other 4 clones in time to rescue it, thus greatly increasing the clone's safety. This plan was perfect, achieving multiple benefits at once. Long Zhuan's eyes brightened, and he finally made up his mind, saying, "All right. I'll trust you one more time. I hope nothing unexpected happens again." "Don't worry, This time it's absolutely 100% safe. I was just unlucky the last few times, but can I always be unlucky? It's time for my luck to change. Meet at the usual place tomorrow. See you there. Old Li patted Long Zhuan's shoulder heavily and finally turned to leave. After Old Li left, Long Zhuan immediately went back to pack his things, preparing for the trip. He brought what he needed and left the rest at home. It was best to prepare several storage bags, so he wouldn't have too many treasures and know where to put them. His family had abundant supplies, and a day of preparation was more than enough for him. Finally, he also packed several bags of honey-glazed roasted meat into his storage bags, intending to heat them up on the road. He would be eating and sleeping poorly in the wild, so he needed to bring plenty of food. He didn't want to eat steamed buns for a month on the road. A day later, Long Zhuan arrived at the same inn as before, in the same private room on the second floor. He pushed open the door and went inside. Upon entering, Long Zhuan indeed saw many familiar faces. Old Taoist Li, Dizin, and the young medicine boy were all there. Only one burly man with a kind face was unfamiliar to him. It was the first time he'd seen him. Long Zhuan instinctively became wary of him. He knew everyone else in the room, understood their backgrounds, and trusted them. But this man was completely unknown to him. He didn't know his character, his fighting style. There were too many variables. If anyone among them were to encounter trouble, it was highly likely to be this man. Long Zhuan couldn't help but be cautious around him. Seemingly noticing Long Zhuan's gaze, Old Li chuckled and introduced, "Don't worry, this person's character is completely trustworthy. His name is Li Dashan, just call him Dashan. He's a well-known philanthropist in our Li family village, always helping his neighbors. Good deeds bring good rewards." It was because of his frequent acts of kindness that he accidentally saw the corpse of a Gu cultivator, thus embarking on the path of cultivation. He's currently at the peak of the spirit gathering stage, and the inheritance he received is quite strong. He definitely won't hold us back. Hearing this, although Long Zhuan relaxed his guard on the surface, his wariness towards this person remained. It wasn't that he suspected anything about this person, it's just that he liked to be suspicious of everything, always on guard against strangers. Caution is never a bad thing. Since there was an acquaintance in the house, he should at least greet him. Ignoring the young medicine boy, Long Zhuan waved to the beautiful woman in the house. "I didn't expect Sister Xin to be here too. With Sister Xin's talent, she must already be at the marrow cleansing stage," Long Zhuan said with a smile. Xin pursed her lips and chuckled, "Don't tease me. I have the worst aptitude here. How could I possibly break through to the marrow cleansing stage so quickly? But you, as a member of the 10 absolute physique, your cultivation speed is so fast. You're so young and you've already reached the peak of the spirit gathering stage. In my opinion, you should be the first to break through to the marrow cleansing stage." Long Zhuan's expression froze. He hadn't expected this woman to be able to see through his cultivation level so easily. He had intended to hide his strength and play dumb, but now that she had exposed his true abilities, he couldn't hide it anymore. Upon hearing that he had broken through to the peak of the spirit gathering stage, everyone in the room showed slight changes in expression. Hearing that he was a member of the 10 absolute physique with a very fast cultivation speed, Li Dashan's expression changed inexplicably, his eyes deep, as if he were thinking about something. Old Taoist Li reacted the most, his expression bitter, his heart filled with bitterness. He was so old and only reached the peak of the spirit gathering stage, and now a junior had easily caught up with him, and the one who caught up with him was the 10 absolute physique, who was recognized in the Gu realm as having the slowest cultivation speed. This was a significant blow to him, leaving him extremely depressed. He felt like he'd wasted his life. Having been outmaneuvered by Xin, Long Zhuan's mind raced. He considered whether he should reveal her hidden cultivation level. His earlier words weren't casual. Xin's progress was highly unusual, far beyond what a mortal should achieve in 100 years. If nothing unexpected happened, she had likely broken through to the marrow cleansing stage. What was worse, she had used a clever trick, concealing her cultivation level and only revealing the aura of the peak of the spirit gathering stage, playing the fool and acting cute. In other words, she was the only marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivator among them, the strongest in the group, already disrupting the balance. If she harbored ill intentions, it would be extremely troublesome. Presumably, if old Taoist Li knew she was already a marrow cleansing stage expert, he would never have invited her. When the difference in strength between the two sides is too great, it's no longer a fair and equal transaction. Cooperation becomes too unpredictable and fraught with danger. This woman was also a variable, and Long Zhuan had to be wary of her and take precautions. Despite their familiarity, caution was still necessary. What if she took advantage of her superior cultivation level to do whatever she wanted? No one could be completely trusted when it came to personal gain. However, after much deliberation, Long Zhuan hesitated, deciding it was best not to expose her secrets. What if he angered her and she raided his herb garden? What if she ransacked his garden? He wouldn't be able to survive. Don't doubt it, she was perfectly capable of doing so. She was a master of breaking formations, a renowned formation expert. He, on the other hand, only had a superficial understanding of formations. While the frost array was powerful, he wasn't confident he could withstand this hacker's intrusion. He was also fortunate that Dezin had a rule against stealing from rogue cultivators, otherwise, his conspicuous herb garden might have already been raided by this formation expert. Most importantly, Long Zhuan strongly suspected that Dezin was a chosen one, and anyone who provoked her would be doomed. Using the 10 absolute body techniques to defy the heavens is nothing compared to defying the heavens with a mortal body. Dezin is precisely this kind of ruthless person. She is a mere mortal, lacking the aptitude for gu cultivation, and even her attributes are non-attribute. The difficulty of cultivating with a mortal body is self-evident, everyone can imagine how difficult it is. Her becoming a gu cultivator is an absolute miracle. Cultivating with mortal potential is practically defying the heavens, no one knows how she did it. Her becoming a gu cultivator already surprised Long Zhuan, but he never expected her cultivation speed to be so fast. Reaching the marrow cleansing stage at such a young age is beyond comprehension and incomprehensible. Although Dezin is mortal, she is a genius, rare throughout history. Long Zhuan often wonders if she is the protagonist of this world, and if he has transmigrated into a female-oriented world. In short, this woman is ruthless and should never be provoked. It should be just us, right? Long Zhuan turned to ask Old Li. He hoped that was all there was to it. The more people who came, the more he had to be wary of, which was exhausting. With just a few of us, it's better to be early than late. Let's set off now. We can talk about anything else on the way. Old Li was the first to push open the door and walk out. The other acquaintances nodded to each other and followed. After leaving the market, the group focused their spiritual energy on their legs and hurried on their way, even starting to compete with each other in speed. The imaginative little medicine boy, who frequently used the self-healing ability of the little strong gu to temper his body through self-harm, had a physical strength far exceeding that of ordinary people and was in the lead. Li Dashan was second, and Old Li was third. As for Long Zhuan, he stayed at the very back, showing no desire to compete. If he used his full power of star-stepping fire, who could catch up with him? They wouldn't even be able to smell Long Zhuan's fart. But for now, he didn't want to show off. Keep a low profile. There was no point in bullying a few rogue cultivators, and if he went full speed ahead, it would be really bullying. To Long Zhuan's utter surprise, Dezin, a powerful gu cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage, didn't rush to the front. Instead, she hid her strength and lagged behind, even trailing him by half a body length, pretending to be slower. Everyone else was competing to see who was faster, but these two were actually competing to see who was the slowest, even vying for last place. Long Zhuan's face darkened. How dare this powerful gu cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage stay at the back, pretending to be weak while actually being strong? Did she have no shame? Did it her conscience hurt? Helpless, he knew he would lose the three ahead if he slowed down any longer, so he had no choice but to speed up and give her the last place. He had never seen such a shameless person. Finally, after running for half a day, the oldest, old Taoist Li, couldn't hold on any longer. He stopped, leaned against a tree trunk, and vomited violently, throwing up everything he had eaten that day. Everyone else had no choice but to stop as well, ending the marathon race. Are you alright? Li Dashan walked up behind him, patted his back, and asked. Old Li shook his head, his expression forlorn, and said, It's nothing. I'm getting old. My lungs and stomach are having problems. I can't keep up with you young people anymore. Old Li gave a bitter smile. This was the aging of his bodily functions, something even the little strong gu couldn't save him from. His lifespan was one of the few forces capable of killing the little strong gu. If you had a spirit gathering pill to break through and extend your lifespan, would things improve? Long Zhuan asked as he approached. He currently possessed a spirit gathering pill, and considering their friendship, As long as what he offered was reasonable, he wouldn't mind helping him out. At worst, he'd take an extra portion of the treasures from the cave. He wouldn't lose out. Old Lee shook his head and sighed. If I were younger, I could try to break through with a spirit-gathering pill, but I'm too old now. All my bodily functions have declined drastically, and even my cultivation level isn't at its peak. Even with a spirit-gathering pill, the hope of breaking through would be very slim. If I really had a spirit-gathering pill, I would give it to my grandson. There's no need to waste these old bones of mine that are almost in the grave. The young medicine boy looked at him with unreadable eyes, his brows furrowed, hesitant to speak, his expression full of struggle. He really wanted to say, "Your imagination isn't quite there yet, the little strong goo isn't fully developed, so what if his lungs are unusable? He could get someone else's. Others can't transplant organs, but someone with a little strong goo might not necessarily die from an organ transplant. He could easily remove his aging organs and replace them with those of younger people, thus resolving his aging condition and making breakthroughs much easier with a younger body. Not only could he replace organs, but he could also acquire the spiritual sea of others, the rare 7-aperture exquisite heart, and the legendary devil pupils. Utilizing the powerful immortality of the little strong goo, he could completely piece himself together into a monster. While fusing other people's organs was 100% feasible, he wasn't sure about fusing powerful organs. If it were truly possible, replacing every part of his body with rare and unique organs would create an extremely terrifying monster, with combat power few could rival. But he couldn't reveal this idea. It meant killing people, and not just one, but many, many people. He was even considering whether to do it himself. He certainly couldn't bring himself to harm innocent people. However, the hearts of spirit beasts were far superior to those of humans, and some alien body parts were hundreds of times stronger than human parts. Piecing together organs from these species would be effortless for him. He was even considering what combination would be the strongest, ideally one that complemented and combined with the other to achieve an effect far exceeding the original user. His only worry was whether he would still be human if he did this. Would he still be considered human? This filled him with fear, and he was constantly torn about whether or not to develop this forbidden technique. A path to power lay before him, filled with endless temptation, but he dared not take it, his heart filled with unease, unable to step out. He had even developed a fear of this terrifying forbidden technique, dreaming of becoming a demon. Ultimately, he didn't decide to tell old Taoist Lee about this idea, because he didn't want to create a demon. Old Taoist Lee was merely old and wouldn't suffer any major problems for the time being, but their journey would definitely be slower because of him. Seeing that he was unharmed, everyone sat down to rest and took out some dry rations to replenish their energy. Long Zhuan took out the honey-glazed roasted meat he had prepared beforehand, heated it with his fiery palm technique, and then began to feast, the rich aroma of the meat immediately spreading. The others glanced at their own rations, then at the honey-glazed roasted meat in his hand, and suddenly their rations lost their appeal. Others traveling long distances would simply bring some dry rations to tide them over, but he, on the other hand, brought whatever was delicious, even beast king meat. He certainly knew how to enjoy life. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was on a picnic. How could they possibly eat like that? Looking at their unpalatable rations, the others gave Long Zhuan resentful glances. Roasted meat made with the finest honey? This is the first time I've seen it prepared this way. Is it good? Dizin asked softly, glancing at him. It's simply divine. Indescribably delicious. Let me tell you, roasted meat with honey is the best way to eat it. It's a perfect match. Want some? Long Zhuan smiled and offered the roasted meat to her. Unexpectedly, Dizin didn't hesitate, snatching it away and taking a large bite. Long Zhuan was taken aback. He was just being polite, he hadn't expected her to actually eat it. Weren't women in this world supposed to be conservative and never accept food from strange men? How could she be so shameless? Where was her modesty? Chapter 77 The Bet with a Little Medicine Boy. Long Zhuan, the young medicine boy, approached with a serious expression. Just as Long Zhuan thought he was also after his roasted meat, the boy leaned closer and whispered, "Do you have any discarded spirit-gathering pills?" The young medicine boy looked at him earnestly. Through frantically consuming discarded pills, he had already reached the peak of the spirit-gathering stage, only one step away from the marrow-cleansing stage. However, with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth now scarce, all goo cultivators could only break through using the power of pills. He also had to prepare for the spirit-gathering pill issue. Hearing this, Long Zhuan glanced at him in surprise. He wasn't stupid. He had already guessed that the young medicine boy planned to use the little strong goo's immunity to poison to break through using the medicinal power of discarded pills for free. It had to be said, he really had an amazing imagination and unique ideas. This was indeed a good idea, almost as imaginative as his own. Using the little strong goo to consume discarded pills was definitely a good idea, but the medicinal power of discarded pills was far inferior to that of formed pills. Even if the young medicine boy wanted to use the medicinal power of discarded spirit-gathering pills for free, the possibility of successfully breaking through was extremely slim. So Long Zhuan leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "I'm telling you, my success rate in alchemy is always 100%. Where am I supposed to get you any defective pills? Aren't you just making things difficult for me?" The little medicine boy's lips twitched, looking at him speechlessly. Someone with a 100% success rate in alchemy? Does he have to brag to survive? He'd seen people who could boast before, but this was the first time he'd seen someone boast like this. In their village, was boasting tax-free? It was like a cow flying in the sky, while he was bragging on the ground. This was a bit too much. Of course, the little medicine boy couldn't believe such a thing. He just thought Long Zhuan was bragging. All right. Never mind. I already guessed you were an alchemist when you bought my alchemy furnace, and you just mentioned spirit-gathering pills to old Taoist Li, so I have reason to suspect you have them. Here's a bet. You give me 3 spirit-gathering pills, and I'll give you my share from this treasure hunt. We don't know what's in that cave right now. If my share is worth more than 3 spirit-gathering pills, then you win. If my share is worth less than 3 spirit-gathering pills, then I win. Neither of us can hold it against each other afterwards. Are you willing to bet? The little medicine boy whispered to Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan stroked his chin and looked at him again in surprise. He was truly impressed by this little medicine boy. This little medicine boy was incredibly clever. Not only could he observe the details to discover he had spirit-gathering pills, but he had also learned how to get something for nothing. However, he was genuinely interested in this bet. What lay within that cave was entirely unknown to them. It might be incredibly rich, or it might be incredibly poor. Dividing it into 5, no one knew how much they would receive. Moreover, since the cave was discovered by old Li, according to the rules, he was to take half of the treasures, including the most valuable one. This would leave even less for the others, making it difficult to predict who would ultimately profit. However, 3 spirit-gathering pills were nothing to Long Zhuan, whose alchemy success rate was 100%. He wouldn't even care if he lost them, so he readily accepted the bet. All right. I'll bet with you. And it's agreed. No repercussions later. Long Zhuan secretly took out 3 spirit-gathering pills and readily handed them to the young apprentice. The young apprentice was delighted. He glanced around, and finding no one paying attention, quietly collected the pills into his storage bag. At the same time, he gave Long Zhuan a deep look, his expression unreadable. Through several observations, he could tell that Long Zhuan was a very suspicious person, extremely cautious in his actions, meticulous in everything he did, and leaving no room for error. Yet, he had actually handed over the spirit-gathering pill to him first, showing no fear that he might renege on his promise. Such a person would never easily trust anyone. His actions could only mean one thing: he was absolutely confident of defeating him, hence his lack of fear of being cheated. The young medicine boy's pupils contracted, and he immediately felt apprehensive. He was certain this person possessed powerful trump cards, and more than one. This person was absolutely not to be trifled with. After the 5 had rested, they resumed their journey. However, to accommodate old Taoist Li, they deliberately slowed their pace. The location old Taoist Li had indicated was quite far. Guided by him, it took them more than 20 days to reach it, a round trip that would take 2 months. Long Zhuan could only hope that there were good things inside, otherwise, spending so much time was simply not worth it. Wouldn't it be better to stay home and sleep? The cave mentioned by Li Liudao was located in an underground world, a magma-rich area. Magma was everywhere, and sparks flew out from it from time to time, radiating a scorching heat. Even the rocks here were black. Old Li chuckled. It was all a coincidence. During the last beast tide, I was being chased by spirit beasts, and that's how I stumbled upon this place. I doubt any of you know where the cave is. The young medicine boy nodded, guessing. This cave is near the market town, yet it's remained undiscovered for so many years. It must be incredibly well hidden. Lava is a place humans dare not venture into, so the cave must be hidden within it, right? I can't think of a more concealed location. Oh, old Lee glanced at him in surprise, smiling slightly. You're quite clever, though. While you're right, it's not entirely accurate. To be precise, the cave is on a rock face on the opposite bank of the lava sea, paved with stone pillars that wind their way to the shore, but all the pillars are hidden by an illusion array. They're completely invisible. If I hadn't fallen into the lava while being chased by spirit beasts and miraculously survived, I would never have discovered this cave. The stone gate to the cave is also hidden by an illusion array. Last time, I found all the stone pillars and the stone gate by throwing stones. However, considering that the cave owner could set up such an exquisite illusion array, the killing array inside must be quite powerful, so I didn't dare to go deeper and retreated, planning to find some teammates to go in later. Although we'll get some treasures, it will be much safer. However, the stone pillars aren't connected in a straight line, and there are no reference points on the lava surface. I've forgotten where they are. We'll probably have to search again, Lee Dashin said. Isn't it just throwing stones to test the waters? It won't take much time. I'll find the way. Dizin glanced at him and said, don't be impulsive. It's not as simple as you think. This looks a bit like an ancient formation. Haven't you thought about why the cave owner made the stone path curved instead of a straight line? The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. For convenience, he should have made the way home a straight line. Why go through all this trouble? Isn't he just making things difficult for himself? Upon hearing this, old Lee was stunned. Indeed, why would the cave owner make the path home so winding and circuitous instead of a straight line? It would only inconvenience him and waste his time. He hadn't thought about this carefully at first, only subconsciously assuming it would be more concealed. But now, thinking about it carefully, it was completely unnecessary and pointless. He had accidentally fallen onto the first stone pillar, and by doing so, he had discovered all the stone paths. How was that concealment? It didn't deter anyone at all, it only made things difficult for him, and he might accidentally fall down if he misremembered the path. It would have been much better to make it a straight line. Dizin said very seriously, this is an ancient formation. You were wrong earlier. There isn't a single, curved stone pillar in the magma, but rather a cluster of stone pillars, the number of which is probably countless, and of all these pillars, only a very few are correct. These pillars connect to form a root, the rest are incorrect. Throwing stones at them won't cause any harm, but if a person steps on them, it will trigger a mechanism, causing the pillar to sink, or other dangers. You're incredibly lucky. You managed to perfectly avoid all the incorrect options and find the correct route with your life. How did you do that? Dizin looked at him with a strange gaze. Hearing this, old Lee's mouth dropped open, breaking out in a cold sweat. He was completely terrified, his heart still pounding with fear. How did he do it? He didn't know how he did it either, only that he was incredibly lucky to be alive. It was so dangerous, even he was surprised he survived. Long Zhuan looked at him with shock, also completely astonished. What kind of luck is this? There's only one correct route across a cluster of stone pillars, the probability of passing through is unimaginably low. How did he survive? Is this old Taoist Li also a chosen one? Is this some kind of immortal cultivation story? Long Zhuan was shocked, and his gaze towards him changed completely. Can I fly over? Long Zhuan thought of flying across by stepping on his right foot with his left, but he didn't know if it was feasible. Dizin gave him another strange look. Fly over? Did he think he was a flying man? Fly over? Why didn't he just fly to the heavens? If you don't want to be sucked into the lava, then go ahead and fly. Once you're here, you must follow the rules set by the cave master. Climbing ropes, jumping, riding spirit beasts, none of that works. The cave master has already thought of everything you can think of. How could he leave such an obvious loophole? Dizin rolled his eyes at Long Zhuan. Okay. Then forget I said anything. Long Zhuan smiled awkwardly. He was just saying it casually, of course. He wouldn't be so reckless. Even if he flew there, he would definitely have his flame clone tested first to make sure he wasn't dead before flying himself. So, old Taoist Li found the stone door to the cave last time entirely because of incredible luck. Now he's forgotten the route, which means we have no other way. Li Dashin frowned and said. Yes, we do. We'll have a line of people behind us, and they'll try the route one by one. If one dies, the next person takes their place. We'll find the correct route soon, Dizin said calmly. Long Zhuan was shocked. Wasn't this the Squid Game from his previous life? But there were only 5 of them in his group. These lives weren't enough to fill the gaps. Even if he went last, it would definitely be his turn. Old Taoist Li, you're lucky. You go first, Long Zhuan said to the chosen one. No. Old Taoist Li shook his head like a rattled drum, so frightened that he couldn't even speak properly. You go first. I used up all my good luck last time, and even ended up with a negative balance. I'm sure I'll make a mistake this time. No, you're the chosen one. You go first. Elders come first. I've always respected the elderly and cared for the young. No. You go first. At a time like this, you still have the leisure to joke around. Dizin rolled his eyes at them and said, actually, there's another way. I can just break this formation directly, but I don't know if it will work. I can only try it for now. If it doesn't work, you two can go ahead and explore. Long Zhuan nodded and said, then I'll trouble you. I'll go relieve myself first and be right back. You go ahead and do your work. Dizin scoffed. It's true that important people have a lot of trouble when they go out. Hurry up and come back. Don't fall into the lava. Once I open the cave, no one will be waiting for you. No need to wait for me. Just hold on to the treasures for me when we distribute them. Long Zhuan immediately ran off. Turning left and right, Long Zhuan ran to a very secluded corner. Looking back, he found no one following him, and his heavenly eye hadn't spotted any tracking insects. So he released his flame clone. He wasn't out to relieve himself, of course. According to his plan, he was to switch places with his clone at the cave entrance. No one could guarantee the cave was completely safe. Anything could happen. Besides, he didn't trust Li Dashan, and Dizin was no pushover. He felt it was too risky to enter the cave himself, so he decided to let his flame clone go in while he stayed outside. If anything happened, it would be the flame clone who died, not him. So Long Zhuan took this opportunity to retreat, preparing to switch places with his clone and deceive everyone. He hung his storage bag and insect breeding bag on the flame clone's waist. The clone could only replicate the abilities of inner goo, not outer goo. This was also a precaution in case of internal strife. The flame clone would still have a fighting chance. Finally, Long Zhuan patted Yan's shoulder and instructed, I'm giving you a difficult task. You'll now enter the cave to search for treasure in my place. Keep an eye on Li Dashan. Your chance to prove yourself has arrived. Don't let me down. Yan's clone was always hardworking and dutiful. He was used to this kind of tiring and dangerous work and didn't object. Walking away into the distance. Good deeds were always done by the main body, and bad deeds were always done by the clones. What could he do with such an unscrupulous master? After Yan's clone left, Long Zhuan released Shui's clone and Gui's clone. Lin's clone tended the spiritual herbs in Long Lao's herb garden, while Gui's clone looked after his own herb garden at home. After Yan's clone left, he only had 2 usable clones left. Long Zhuan hadn't expected there to be a lava field near the market. This was the terrain he had been searching for so long. Over the years, he had been sending clones to various treacherous environments to collect top-quality tardigrades of all species. He had almost finished collecting them, only lacking the top-quality tardigrades that lived in extremely hot regions and were adept at heat resistance. Now that he had finally found a magma environment, he took this opportunity to collect this last type of tardigrade. After that, the refining of the tardigrade goo could be put on the agenda. Long Zhuan had long awaited a tardigrade goo and was now impatient, waiting only to return immediately after this trip to refine it. Chapter 78 Divide the Treasure. Dizin's mastery of formations was indeed high. Everyone had underestimated this formation master's ability to break formations. When the fake Long Zhuan arrived, he found that Dizin had already broken the formation. Visibly, numerous stone pillars appeared on the surface of the lava, densely packed, connecting to a stone gate on the distant rock wall. Unsurprisingly, this stone gate was the cave dwelling mentioned by Old Li. At this moment, the group, led by Dizin, were already halfway towards this stone gate. Hearing the commotion behind them, they turned around and, upon seeing him return, all showed expressions of disappointment. He had actually caught up. He returned just in time. How could he be so quick? Was he too straightforward? Sorry to keep you all waiting. I'm not late, am I? Long Zhuan greeted them, uttered a few unnecessary words, and then followed. Since the formation had been broken, there was no need to worry about triggering any mechanisms. He simply walked straight ahead. You broke the ancient formation so quickly? How did you do that? Long Zhuan asked impatiently as he caught up with the group. He hadn't even gone to the restroom, so he returned extremely fast. The fact that Dizin had broken the formation in such a short time was truly astonishing. Judging from its appearance alone, this ancient formation was far from easy to break. Dizin held up a token and waved it in front of Long Zhuan, a smug look on his face. Of course, this ancient formation isn't easy to break. I merely forged a formation trigger. This cave master painstakingly set up this dangerous formation, considering every possible scenario, but he overlooked one crucial detail. Some people in this world can forge formation triggers. Hearing this, Long Zhuan suddenly understood. A formation trigger is like a remote control for a formation. With a trigger, one could completely control the formation, making it unnecessary to break it. He truly hadn't expected passing through this dangerous formation to be so simple. He had thought this challenge would stump them for a long time. Old Li also looked surprised and asked, "Since you already have the array, does that mean the dangers inside the cave will pose no threat to us at all?" "That's right." Dizin nodded and said, "You were lucky you didn't push open that stone door back then. Your caution was correct. If you hadn't resisted the temptation and rashly opened that stone door, you would have been greeted by a waterfall of lava, drenching you like a drowned rat." Hearing this, Old Li immediately shuddered involuntarily. Just thinking about being scalded by lava filled him with dread. Heaven knows that he had relied on the immortality of the little strong goo as a backup, but there was a 50% chance he would have opened the stone door. In the end, he decided not to open it entirely by drawing lots, and that extraordinary luck had saved his life. Now, thinking about it, it was like walking through the gates of hell. No matter how strong a little strong goo is, it can't bathe in lava. He would have been burned to ashes by the lava, and even 8 little strong goo wouldn't have been able to save him. He was thankful he had found Dizin, otherwise, he would have been doomed no matter who he teamed up with. While everyone chatted, they reached the stone gate. Dizin, without a doubt about her skill in creating the fake array, pushed the gate open without hesitation and went in first. Long Zhuan followed closely behind her, as if she provided a sense of security. The journey was surprisingly smooth, without any unexpected incidents. They made their way to the end without encountering any danger and arrived directly at the cave master's residence, a success that left everyone in disbelief. Shouldn't there have been at least one battle to obtain the treasure? Yet, there wasn't. They went straight to the treasure distribution. What was the point of having so many people? One Dizin would have been enough. At the deepest part of the passage was a secret chamber, behind which was a stone door with a combination lock, like the cave master's treasure vault. In the center of the secret chamber sat a skeleton dressed in black, in a meditative posture, sitting on a straw mat, with a storage bag hanging from its waist. Seeing the storage bag, everyone's eyes lit up. It seems the senior failed in his life or death cultivation and passed away, the young medicine boy remarked after a glance. He forcibly averted his gaze, understanding that whatever was inside the storage bag was out of his reach. Old Li was the first to look at the stone door with the combination lock. He was the initiator of this treasure hunt, and he was also the one who discovered the cave. According to the rules, the most valuable item in the cave should rightfully belong to him. But now everyone could see that the cave owner's most valuable possession was definitely in that treasure vault with a combination lock. This was a no-brainer. If it were just a pile of junk, why would they need a combination lock? It would be pointless. Therefore, there must be an extraordinary treasure behind that door, everyone could see that. Following his gaze, the others also turned their attention to the stone door. Li Dashan looked at Dizin and spoke first. "The treasure of the town must be inside that stone door. How about we open this stone door first? According to the rules, the treasure of the town belongs to Li Liodeo, but I am very curious about what is inside. How about we open it and let us all see it?" The others also looked at Dizin, all showing anticipation for what was behind the door. Dizin rolled her eyes at them, saying helplessly, "Didn't you realize? The password is a mechanism, not an array. My array can't break the door at all, unless someone knows the password. I'm powerless against this door. Don't even think about breaking it open by force. If this stone door could be broken by force, there would be no need for a password. If you move around recklessly, you'll trigger an unknown mechanism, not an array. Mechanical engineering is beyond my scope of expertise. It's a blind spot for me, and I'm helpless against it. I don't know what will happen if you mess with that door, but it certainly won't be anything good. Maybe lava will suddenly flood the entire cave and kill us all." Her words were like a bucket of cold water poured over everyone's heads. instantly sobering them up. If that's the case, then the door is unopenable, and what's inside is destined to be out of their reach. Now, old Lee was finally getting anxious. He was a beneficiary of the treasure of the manor, and if that door didn't open, he would be the one to suffer the loss. The treasure was right in front of him, yet he couldn't take it away. How could he be willing to accept this? How could he not be anxious? However, the cave master had been dead for countless years. Where were they supposed to find the secret? Unless the cave master was stupid, he wouldn't have foolishly left the password in the secret room. In other words, they had no chance of getting the password unless the cave master came back to life. Isn't there any other way? How about we try a few more times? I was lucky. Last time I almost got in with my life on my hands. Maybe this time I'll have a stroke of luck and accidentally guess the password. Dezin looked at him like he was an idiot. He thought he could just guess the password? Was he out of his mind? If you were the cave master of this manor, would you give others unlimited opportunities to enter the password? Dezin countered. Upon hearing this, old Lee was stunned for a moment, but finally calmed down. Without a second thought, he knew it was impossible. No normal person could do it. This password definitely had a limited number of attempts, maybe 3, maybe just 1. Consecutive incorrect attempts could trigger a mechanism, leading to unknown dangers. He grew increasingly agitated. A treasure trove lay before him, yet he couldn't touch it, a truly frustrating situation. Long Zhuan had already reached the password area and examined it closely. Good heavens, there were a full 20 gears, each with numbers from 1 to 10. Anyone who had studied mathematics knew the sheer number of possible arrangements. It was astronomical. How could he possibly guess? He dared to guess 1. He thought he could just stumble upon it by chance. He must have been taught math by a gym teacher. Even if he were chosen 1, he couldn't guess it correctly. Long Zhuan had already decided that if old Li dared to try, he would immediately turn and run. He didn't want to be buried with him. Forget it. Forget it. Since this treasure is not meant for us, let's not force it. Safety is paramount, Li Dashan said, stepping forward to console them. Even if the treasure behind the stone gate was incredibly valuable, it belonged to Li Liudao and was definitely out of his reach. Naturally, he wasn't willing to risk his life, so he suggested not opening the stone gate. He wasn't a beneficiary. He assumed everyone shared the same view. It was only human nature. Even Long Zhuan wanted to run, didn't he? Li Liudao glanced at everyone's faces and finally sighed. He knew risking everyone's lives was too selfish. If he did, the others would definitely stop him, and he would likely incur public wrath. But how could he willingly give up like this? Li Dashan was speaking from a position of privilege. If the treasure belonged to him, would he simply abandon it? Fine, if he didn't want it, he didn't want it. He could just sell the treasure vault for a fortune. Remembering how someone sold a treasure map at an auction a few years ago, his heart suddenly burned with excitement, and his previous dejection vanished. If someone could make a fortune selling treasure locations, he could certainly follow suit. What if he auctioned off this treasure location? The price would definitely be high, enough to make him a fortune, better than nothing. Long Zhuan's actions had completely inspired him, freeing him from his dilemma. His resentment vanished instantly, and his mood brightened considerably. Sigh. Originally, I was determined to open this stone door, but how could I not consider the safety of my teammates? Would that make me selfish? So, I can only sacrifice myself for everyone and decide not to open the door. What can I do? I'm too kind-hearted. Sigh. Old Li sighed, adopting a saintly demeanor that left everyone stunned. His change of heart was too fast. He decided not to open it so quickly? What could have made him make such a decision so quickly? Everyone was utterly bewildered, looking at him with suspicion. Could he really be so agreeable? Was there some kind of trap? This was the thought on everyone's mind. Hey! What's with those looks? Are you doubting me? Everyone in the entire market knows that I, old Taoist Li, always keep my word. If I say I won't open it, I won't open it. If I do, I'm a dog. I was just thinking that the cave master left behind a storage bag outside, right? It must be full of treasures. That way, my trip won't be a complete waste. Since I've already gained something, I'll call it a day. I won't open this door, old Taoist Li said with an air of great magnanimity. Anyone who didn't know better would have thought he was incredibly generous, treating treasures like dirt. His words slightly lessened the suspicion on everyone's faces, and their gazes shifted to the storage bag at the skeleton's waist, their eyes burning with anticipation once more. Everyone subconsciously forgot what had just happened, focusing all their attention on this storage bag, their eyes filled with expectation. This storage bag was crucial to everyone's interests. Whatever they gained on this trip depended entirely on it. The tense and exciting treasure-sharing session was about to begin. How could they not be excited? This person must be an expert in formations, and there must be books on formations in his storage bag. How about I take all the books on formations? Dizin was the first to speak. However, Long Zhuan also wanted books on formations. He hadn't even started researching the formations of his microscopic school yet, and he desperately needed to supplement his knowledge of formations. This cave master's mastery of formations was clearly not low, and he didn't want to let go of such a legacy. So Long Zhuan said, there might be cultivation techniques, spiritual arts, physical techniques, and goo formulas in the storage bag. I suggest that all the inheritors of this knowledge make a copy by hand. This way, everyone's benefit can be maximized. Although he didn't mention books on formations, his words directly included them. A truly clever plan. Dizin glared at him. As soon as he finished speaking, the little medicine boy immediately raised his hand and shouted, I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Of course, he would agree immediately, because according to the agreement, his share of the treasure should all go to Long Zhuan. However, if everyone copies all the knowledge, then it's useless for Long Zhuan to have two identical copies. There's no need to snatch his manuscript, and this way, he won't leave empty-handed. After the little medicine boy responded first, the others also agreed. After all, this was a good thing for everyone, maximizing everyone's gains, so they had no reason to disagree. Seeing that everyone agreed, Dizin finally didn't object. Speaking of which, since she could sell the array book she had taken from someone else, there was no reason for her to monopolize the array inheritance here. Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Long Zhuan immediately said to Old Li, since everyone has agreed, let's start dividing the treasures. Old Li, will you or me do it? Of course I will. I'm the one who initiated the mission. He immediately ran to Bai Gu, rubbing his hands together and chuckling excitedly. Finally, he pulled off the storage bag hanging on Bai Gu's waist and took it in his hand. Then, without checking what was inside the storage bag, he directly emptied all the treasures from the storage bag in front of everyone. Instantly, a dazzling array of treasures piled up on the ground, a mountain of all kinds, many gleaming and dazzling everyone. There were pills, books, spirit swords, clothing, and all sorts of materials. Among them, spirit stones were the most numerous, making up half of the treasures, and most of them were even mid-grade spirit stones, with some even being high-grade. After seeing the contents of the storage bag, the little medicine boy's heart sank. It was over. It was a Goo King's storage bag. He was going to lose a fortune. How could a rogue cultivator in this region possibly cultivate to become a Goo King? Rogue cultivators had no lineage, and even the cultivation techniques to reach the Goo King level were difficult to obtain. He was completely baffled and utterly dumbfounded. This storage bag was incredibly rich, filled with countless treasures of all kinds, dazzling everyone's eyes. However, if one were to ask what the most valuable item among all the treasures was, it would undoubtedly be the various kinds of books. The most valuable thing in this world is knowledge. All knowledge is closely guarded and never shared. In this world, knowledge is priceless. Everyone's breathing quickened, their eyes gleaming with greed. This senior is actually a Goo King. The cultivation technique he uses is enough to reach the Goo King level. We're rich now. None of us will have to worry about future cultivation techniques anymore. Seeing the cultivation technique on the ground, Old Li's eyes reddened, almost weeping with joy. This was a Goo King's cultivation technique, enough to support him to the nascent soul stage. What's the hardest thing for a rogue cultivator? Naturally, it's the lack of a lineage. In this world, all knowledge is kept secret, and the concept of self-preservation is rampant. Being a rogue cultivator in this world is incredibly difficult. You can't learn anything. You have to figure everything out on your own, making it extremely difficult for a rogue cultivator to grow. Reaching the Spirit Sea stage is already quite difficult. Reaching the Goo King level is enough to shock everyone. It wasn't just a matter of resource scarcity, it was entirely due to the lack of a lineage. Without even a cultivation method to reach the Spirit Sea stage, how could one even attempt to break through? The secretive nature of each sect's techniques was the biggest obstacle to the growth of independent cultivators. But now, a Goo King's technique was before him, solving the biggest problem hindering independent cultivators. How could he not be excited? How could he not be thrilled? He was practically going crazy with excitement. Not only him, but everyone was overjoyed, almost frenzied, feeling as if a grand path to becoming a Goo King was laid out before them. Their future Goo cultivation path would be smooth sailing. Just thinking about it made them breathless, unable to control their emotions. Only the little medicine boy wore a mournful face, filled with deep regret. However, remembering the agreement everyone had just made to copy a knowledge inheritance document, signifying his opportunity to learn the Goo King's technique and no longer worry about finding a technique, he was still filled with awe. Having a complete Goo King's lineage meant he had the possibility of cultivating to become a Goo King, a tremendous opportunity. His gains from this trip were considerable, and thinking about it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking eagerly at the mountain of treasures before him, Old Lee exclaimed excitedly, "All right. According to the rules, I, as the discoverer of this cave, will take half of the treasures, and I will have priority in choosing the most valuable ones. The remaining treasures will be divided equally among the others. If no one has any objections, then I will distribute the treasures." Old Lee scanned the faces of the group, and seeing no one objection, he began distributing the treasures. He wasn't stupid. Wealth could corrupt hearts, and there were far too many examples of teammates turning against each other in the face of immense profits. In this world, it was common for a team to fight each other over a single valuable treasure, so how could he be indifferent? Therefore, he was extremely cautious about this treasure hunt, selecting only those with impeccable character. He carefully chose everyone for this trip, rejecting anyone with even a slightly questionable reputation. He trusted his judgment, believing that his chosen people would be completely problem-free. And indeed, as he expected, his selections did not disappoint. Not a single one caused any trouble, bringing a satisfied smile to his face. Long Zhuan was unaware that he had already been given the good guy label, and that he was the very good guy carefully selected by old Taoist Li in the market. If he knew what old Taoist Li was thinking, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this world, being labeled a good guy was definitely not a commendable title, and he didn't want to be branded as such. There were simply too many treasures on the ground. How long would it take for old Taoist Li to distribute them all? So Long Zhuan immediately took out his paper and pen and began copying down the various knowledge and traditions on the ground. For someone who is often engrossed in creation, paper and pen were essential items in his storage bag. Seeing his actions, everyone finally reacted, their faces lighting up with excitement, and they all rushed over to copy down the books on the ground. However, they quickly realized a problem. What normal person would carry a bunch of paper and pens when they went out? Were they going out to sketch? Even if someone had a habit of writing a diary, one blank book would be enough. Who would carry a bunch of paper for no reason? Therefore, the other independent cultivators either had no paper, or not enough paper at all, far from enough to copy so many books, and many didn't even have pens. When they saw Long Zhuan pile a thick stack of papers on the ground, everyone was stunned and completely bewildered. "Why did you bring so much paper? Is this all for wiping your butt?" the little medicine boy exclaimed immediately. "Oh, don't you guys bring paper and pens when you go out? You're so unprepared." Long Zhuan finally noticed his teammates' situation, looking at them in astonishment, as if they were the ones who were abnormal. Everyone was speechless. "This weirdo." Dizin poked Long Zhuan's shoulder with her slender fingers, saying without the slightest embarrassment, "Lend me some paper and pens. I'll return them to you when we get back." The only marrow cleansing stage expert in the team had spoken. How could Long Zhuan dare to refuse? What if she took advantage of her high cultivation level to snatch all the books because she didn't have any paper? That would be terrible. So Long Zhuan was eager to lend her the paper. "What are you talking about? Why use the word borrow? Saying borrow makes it too formal. I'll just give it to you. It's all mortal stuff. It's not worth anything. Just take it and use it." Long Zhuan generously distributed a stack of papers to Dizin and handed her a pen. Seeing everyone else staring at him expectantly, Long Zhuan reluctantly decided to treat them all the same, distributing some paper to avoid being accused of favoritism. Paper and pens were mortal items. For a Goo cultivator, one spirit stone was the maximum. Long Zhuan gave them away without a second thought. Exchanging a few insignificant items for a few people's favors was entirely worthwhile. And so, the group sat on the ground and began frantically copying the book, the scene suddenly quieting down. Only Long Zhuan took a table and chair out of his storage bag, settling comfortably in one to copy. For someone who frequently used paper and pens to work on recipes, a table and chair were naturally essential. His taking them out seemed perfectly reasonable, right? However, his reasonableness appeared monstrous to others. Who brings a table and chair out with him? Coming here to study? Longzhuan's actions once again made everyone's eyelids twitch, their faces filled with bewilderment. They couldn't help but wonder if Longzhuan had brought his bed along too? What else wouldn't he dare bring? Where did this big shot come from? Inside were honey-glazed roasted meat and a bunch of other delicacies. Had he come here on vacation? What couldn't he put in that storage bag? Everyone was speechless, completely stunned by Longzhuan. Seeing him take out tea in a fruit platter from the storage bag and place them on the table, their expressions finally cracked. Forcibly turning their heads away, refusing to look at this oddball, they finally began to concentrate on copying the cultivation technique. However, the aroma in the air and the sounds of eating around them couldn't help but make them focus. Chapter 79 The Eccentric Little Medicine Boy. After taking a sip of tea, Longzhuan began copying a cultivation technique called 9 Deaths Divine Art. The 9 Deaths Divine Art was a powerful body refining technique, sufficient to complete the body refining process for the nascent soul stage. The technique's supernatural power was based on breaking through and rebuilding, meaning that every time the cultivator was on the verge of death, their physical body would undergo a qualitative leap, hence the name 9 Deaths Divine Art. The 9 in ancient times was a figurative number, not referring to 9 in the traditional sense, but rather to multiple deaths. The more times one died, the better. This was considered an extremely dangerous technique. The cultivator had to constantly seek death, constantly experience life or death situations, break through and rebuild, challenge limits, and continuously break through their own boundaries. However, while being on the verge of death could continuously strengthen supernatural powers, it could also easily become real death, and who would dare to face death even once? However, the more dangerous the technique, the more powerful it was. The price paid was often directly proportional to the reward. It was precisely because this technique was so dangerous that it was also extremely powerful. Once mastered, it would grant astonishing combat strength. The 9 Deaths Divine Art was clearly no ordinary cultivation technique. Its origins were undoubtedly extraordinary. It might have been a renowned technique from a certain era, perhaps even one of the top body refining techniques in the entire Gu world, and should not be underestimated. He already possessed the 10 absolute scriptures, so he didn't compete with others for it, instead choosing this neglected body refining technique. Longzhuan was always timid and cowardly. Given his fear of death, he naturally had no interest in such suicidal abilities. The reason he copied this technique immediately was because he had already planned to create his own body refining technique after refining the water bear Gu. Since he was going to create his own, he naturally needed to draw upon a large number of powerful techniques. Furthermore, with all the array formation books taken by Dizin, he could only copy the 9 Deaths Divine Art for now. Time passed slowly, and the cave fell silent, save for the soft scratching of the pen on the paper. The group worked tirelessly, forgetting the passage of time and the need for food and water, focusing solely on copying down the Gu King's cultivation techniques as quickly as possible, as if afraid that delay might cause problems. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days passed in this manner. The group of independent cultivators had spent a full 3 days copying in the cave. During these 3 days, they used countless sheets of paper and wore out countless pens, but the results were gratifying. Each person had already bound many new books, a truly fruitful harvest. Smiles radiated from their faces as they lovingly examined the cultivation techniques in their hands. However, despite their Gu cultivation bodies granting them a much faster hand speed than normal people in their previous lives, it was impossible to copy all the books in 3 days. They only copied the inheritances they needed most. Longzhuan had also finished copying the array formation books he desired. Old Taoist Li had already divided the treasures during these 3 days, and everyone accepted their share without objection, storing it in their storage bags. The only treasure belonging to the young medicine boy was brazenly stored away in Longzhuan Tang's storage bag. However, the young medicine boy had already come to terms with it. The inheritance of knowledge was the most valuable thing. He had already obtained the cultivation technique he wanted and possessed 3 spirit-gathering pills, giving him a high probability of breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage upon returning. With such a huge harvest on this trip, what was there to be dissatisfied about? There are just too many books here. I don't know when we'll be able to copy them all. Staying here all the time isn't a good idea. Why don't we go back first, pass them around, and slowly copy them? Old Li suggested at this moment. Long Zhuan finally put down his pen, stretched his aching neck, stood up, and said, "That makes sense. Why don't we leave the original manuscript with old Taoist Li? Whoever has time can go to his house to copy it." Li Dashan chimed in, "That's a good idea. I trust old Taoist Li's character. Everyone knows where Li family village is. Anyone who wants to copy it can go to Li family village to find him. I'm also in Li family village, so feel free to visit me." Old Taoist Li laughed heartily. "Haha. You're all welcome to visit my home anytime. I'll treat you to the best food and drink, and we'll drink until we're drunk." Everyone had already copied what they wanted, and the remaining items were dispensable to them, so there was no need to copy them quickly. Therefore, everyone agreed to the suggestion. They had actually wanted to leave for a while. Sitting on the ground copying the cultivation technique had made their legs numb. They didn't have tables or chairs, and copying the technique in this environment was extremely uncomfortable. Unlike Long Zhuan, who even brought a table and chair with him when he traveled. He could sit on them for a month without feeling uncomfortable. He was comfortable, but others suffered. As the group of independent cultivators packed up their belongings and chatted and laughed as they slowly left the cave, silence returned. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps echoed through the passage again, heavy even though the steps were light. The sudden footsteps shattered the silence of the secret chamber once more. The group had barely left when another uninvited guest arrived. Since the group had traveled together, it was unlikely that one of them would suddenly turn back. So who could this person be? Unsurprisingly, it was Long Zhuan. The fake Long Zhuan had gone with the group, and now the real Long Zhuan had finally arrived. This real Long Zhuan had been lingering nearby for an unknown amount of time, collecting heat-resistant water bears while constantly observing the situation inside the cave. Seeing that the others had left using his heavenly eye, he immediately entered. He hadn't had time to acquire the memories of the flame avatar, so he didn't know what had happened in the cave or what was inside. He had sneaked in to see if there was any chance to scavenge any hidden treasures. What if everyone else had been careless and missed a valuable treasure? Or perhaps everyone is blind, and no one has seen a certain treasure. Theoretically, this scenario is entirely possible. Long Zhuan, envisioning this, immediately decided to go inside. The luminous pearls embedded in the cave walls for illumination had all been taken by the group, leaving the cave completely dark. Using his extremely weak spiritual power, Long Zhuan activated his fiery palm technique, conjuring a large fireball in his palm to illuminate the cave. The fireball was bright, revealing everything inside. Long Zhuan couldn't help but marvel at how greedy those people were. They were ruthless, even taking floor tiles, wall carvings, and even the straw mat the skeleton sat on. Where did these oddballs come from? How could they possibly find anything worthwhile? The cave looked like it had been ransacked. Everything had been taken, treasures and not treasures alike, as if they were afraid of missing out on a valuable treasure. Even the bones left behind by the cave master had been taken as treasures. They were utterly insane. If his flame avatar were here, he would definitely tell him that the little medicine boy had done this. As everyone knows, the young medicine boy loved selling junk and naturally loved collecting it. He treated everything in the cave as a treasure, wanting it all. His already empty storage bag was overflowing with junk. He even took a pile of tattered clothes and shoes left behind by the cave master, practically tearing the ground apart. Everyone kept their distance, claiming they didn't know him, as if being familiar with him would be embarrassing. With this oddball around, how could Long Zhuan possibly find anything good? He was dreaming. He wouldn't get a single thing if he went there. Looking at the scene before him, which resembled a bombed-out mess, Long Zhuan was completely stunned. What on earth had happened here? Had there been an unequal distribution of treasures, leading to a chaotic battle? Was the flame avatar still alive? Although the place had been thoroughly searched and dug up, the possibility of any missed treasures was practically zero. But Long Zhuan wasn't giving up. He was already here. How could he not go in and check? What if some valuable treasure had been missed? So, the persistent Long Zhuan went all the way to the end. The secret chamber was bare, empty except for a large stone door standing conspicuously there. Long Zhuan was surprised. The floor tiles had been removed, but the door hadn't been moved. Had those ruthless people become Buddhists? Curious, he approached the stone door and immediately discovered that the 20 gears on it formed an extremely complex combination lock. The lock currently displayed a progress of 10%. This meant that the lock was 90% open. In other words, only 2 of the 20 gears showed the correct numbers. Longzhuan immediately turned the first gear. When the gear reached number 7, the progress suddenly changed to 15%. Realizing he had guessed correctly, Longzhuan continued turning the second gear. Soon after, when the number reached number 2, the progress became 20%. Longzhuan understood that he had guessed correctly again. His luck was incredible. Repeating this process, Longzhuan guessed all the numbers correctly in less than a minute, and the progress on the lock now reached 100%. After he guessed the correct number on the last gear, a click sounded, as if some mechanism had been triggered. The stone door shook violently, then slowly opened before Longzhuan's wary gaze. Soon after, another secret chamber appeared before him, revealing a gigantic, fiery red ancient tree. This tree bore strangely shaped fruits. Fiery red in color, but each fruit surface seemed to be adorned with a coiled dragon, as if carved there. Its origin was unknown. Longzhuan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of nature. The world was truly full of wonders. Not only were the fruits peculiar, but even the leaves were unusual. The leaves were entirely fiery red, matching the tree's color, yet flames occasionally flickered from them. That wasn't the most bizarre part. The truly bizarre thing was that this tree grew in a lava pool, seemingly consuming lava for sustenance. Good heavens! Other plants drink water, but this one drinks lava directly. What kind of invincible tree is this? What kind of tree isn't afraid of fire? Fire overcomes wood, that's a natural law. This tree defies that law, breaking the norms of this world. It's practically a monster. At this moment, Longzhuan finally understood why the cave master had built his cave in such a desolate place. It was all because of this tree. This tree feeds on magma, so it obviously can't be moved easily. The cave master had no choice but to settle here to care for it, even if it caused inconvenience. And what kind of tree could make the cave master go to such lengths to build a home here? A tree that even drinks magma, could it be simple? Anyone with a brain knows it must be a heaven-defying divine tree, its value beyond question, undoubtedly priceless. Its appearance could potentially trigger a bloodbath among various forces. If it weren't valuable, why would the cave master have spent so much money setting up such a complex array here? Longzhuan's eyes lit up, his gaze burning with excitement. He was utterly thrilled. As expected, his decision to come here with a bit of luck was correct. He had truly struck gold. The value of this tree was probably even higher than that of the 10,000-year-old snow lotus, perhaps 100 times greater. And the cave master had been dead for countless years, so the tree's age was undoubtedly immense. Longzhuan immediately used his cheat ability to look up at the tree. However, upon seeing the large symbol on the ancient tree, he was utterly shocked. The progress displayed above the tree was, and Longzhuan's mouth gaped open. Anyone who had studied mathematics knew what this symbol meant, infinity. This tree could actually live forever. Longzhuan gasped, completely losing his composure. He had struck gold. He had truly struck gold this time. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing how blind they had been to have overlooked such a treasure. Longzhuan thought to himself, bewildered. As usual, to avoid any danger in the secret chamber, Longzhuan released his shui clone to scout ahead. Only after the shui clone had been inside for half a day, even touching the tree with its hand without any problems, did Longzhuan feel safe enough to enter and approach the fiery red ancient tree. At the same time, he frantically searched his mind for information about the tree. He assigned his clones a lot of homework every day. How could young people not study? They had to study diligently. His main body's job was to supervise their studies and check their progress at the end of the month. Therefore, Longzhuan had a lot of information in his mind about what his clones had learned through hard work. Perhaps one of them had actually seen this tree in a book. Before long, Longzhuan finally found relevant information. His Yam clone had seen a record of this tree in a book. This tree was called the fire dragon fruit tree, named for its dragon-shaped fruit. Eating the fire dragon fruit could increase resistance to fire. It was a legendary earth-grade spiritual medicine. It's worth mentioning that due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in this world, spiritual herbs of grades 5 to 10 do not grow. However, earth-grade and heaven-grade spiritual herbs are exceptions. Born from the rules, their medicinal properties are rich in those rules and are not restricted by heaven and earth. Therefore, while all spiritual herbs of grades 5 to 10 became extinct in this world, a small number of earth-grade and heaven-grade herbs could still survive. As for what kind of pills can be refined from earth-grade and heaven-grade herbs, it's common knowledge that researching pill formulas requires a massive amount of spiritual herbs for experimentation. Just look at Elder Long, merely supplementing pill formulas already wasted countless materials, let alone creating his own. Earth-grade and heaven-grade herbs are extremely rare. Who could possibly experiment with such scarce materials to develop a pill formula? Therefore, no one knows the pill formulas for earth-grade and heaven-grade herbs. Of course, this isn't entirely true. Perhaps someone knows, but that person would never tell you. Even though few people know the recipes for earth-grade spiritual herbs, these herbs are rich in the world's rules, and can produce all sorts of incredible effects even when consumed raw. Therefore, even without recipes, earth-grade spiritual herbs are extremely valuable, and once they appear in the world, they are enough to be fiercely sought after by any power. Chapter 80 The Mysterious Goo King. Long Zhuan rubbed his hands excitedly, circling the dragon fruit tree, but felt at a loss. Low-grade spiritual soil can grow 1st to 4th grade spiritual herbs, mid-grade spiritual soil can grow 5th to 8th grade spiritual herbs, and high-grade spiritual soil can grow 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade earth grade, and 12th grade heaven grade spiritual herbs. This is the world standard. However, this is on the premise that the spiritual herbs don't have demanding special requirements. For example, this dragon fruit tree, which lives in magma, must be in a magma environment. Even high-quality spiritual soil is useless without it. Therefore, he couldn't transplant this dragon fruit tree to his own herb garden. Otherwise, why would the cave master have undertaken such a large project here? If it were so easy to transplant, it wouldn't have been left here. Long Zhuan fell into deep thought. Seeing a treasure but not being able to take it away was definitely unacceptable. Leaving it here was definitely not an option. At least 5 people now knew about this place, and it might not be able to remain a secret for long. Keeping the dragon fruit tree here was no longer safe. But how to take it away had become a huge problem. Long Zhuan pondered for a long time. If he insisted on transplanting the dragon fruit tree, his herb garden wasn't a lava field. Could he use the frost fire divine flame instead? This idea was undoubtedly quite risky, because the frost fire divine flame wasn't lava at all, and it was also cold. If he transplanted this dragon fruit tree into a frigid environment, the probability of death would be far greater than the probability of survival. But after thinking for a long time, Long Zhuan finally gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, and decided to do it anyway. He admitted that he was selfish. He would rather risk destroying this dragon fruit tree than leave it to someone else. At worst, no one would want it, which was better than not having it at all. Without hesitation, he took out tools from his storage bag and prepared to transplant the dragon fruit tree. What he didn't know was that while he was transplanting the spiritual herbs, the group of people who had already left some distance away encountered trouble. And it was a serious incident. Old Li's claim of 100% safety had once again become a joke. In the forest, everyone except Li Dashan lay on the ground in agony, their expressions contorted. You actually cast a curse on us. When did you do that? Yan's clone, impersonating the fake Long Zhuan, was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He had remembered his original body's instructions and kept a close watch on Li Dashan. Under the eye of heavenly secrets, he shouldn't have had the opportunity to cast a curse. Li Dashan. How dare you attack us? Why? I've treated you well. For a mere treasure, have you abandoned all conscience? Where is the Li Dashan from Li family village who loved to help others? Old Li roared angrily, his face contorted with rage, completely losing his composure. In his eyes, the one person he absolutely couldn't betray was Li Dashan. Li Dashan was his fellow villager and a renowned philanthropist. Anyone else here might play dirty tricks, but Li Dashan was the only one he couldn't. He trusted his judgment. But the reality that unfolded dealt him a heavy blow, shattering his spirit. Dizin frowned, her face pale. Everyone had been amicable during the distribution of treasures. Without any problems, which had lowered her guard. She hadn't expected that on the return journey, when everyone's vigilance had waned, this venomous snake would deliver a fatal blow. The method of using the goo poison was even more sinister. She herself didn't know when she had been poisoned. This had caused her, a powerful expert in the marrow cleansing stage, to be caught off guard and suffer a complete defeat, her feigned weakness ultimately backfiring. She was furious, her face turning pale. Only the young medicine boy sat quietly, knowing he could hold on a little longer thanks to the strong goo poison. Li Dashan looked at old Li, a look of shame on his face. He didn't want to betray him, but he was powerless to change his situation. It was something he couldn't control. He touched the ring on his finger, and suddenly an aged, phantom-like figure floated out. Seeing this, Long Zhuan was stunned, truly startled. It was the golden finger old man. Good heavens, another chosen one. The aged, illusory figure swept his gaze across the crowd and chuckled. Didn't expect that, did you? Do you think you juniors could detect my goo poison techniques so easily? That brat who keeps peeking at me, no matter how wary you are, it's useless. I've never failed to poison anyone. No matter how careful you are, it's pointless. The aged, illusory figure then looked at Long Zhuan, a playful smile on his face. Long Zhuan's face was ashen. He still didn't know how he had been poisoned. It's the ghostly soul goo. You've poisoned us with a ghostly soul goo. Dizin, being knowledgeable and experienced, immediately suspected the ghostly soul goo, recognizing the pain in her soul. However, she wasn't entirely certain. She was only trying to trick him. Only by knowing what kind of goo she had been poisoned with could she know how to cure it. Eh? You're quite clever, little girl, to have seen through the ghostly soul goo. Not bad. The aged, illusory figure looked at her with surprise. That's right. What I have given you is the infamous ghostly goo. Soul forms are divided into visible and invisible, and the ghostly goo is an invisible form of goo worm that can parasitize a person's soul, feeding on it. My ghostly goo is completely invisible to the naked eye. No matter how careful you are, you can't guard against its sneak attack. Hearing this, Dizin breathed a sigh of relief. He'd actually been tricked. As long as he knew it was the ghostly goo, things would be much easier. Long Zhuan finally realized why he had been tricked despite using his heavenly eye to keep an eye on it. His clone could only copy the heavenly eye's abilities, not its cheat codes, so it was understandable that he had been poisoned. If he could also see the progress, even if he couldn't see the ghostly goo, he could still see its progress, preventing it from sneaking up on him. Master, you promised me you'd spare old Taoist Li's life, Li Dashan said, looking at the phantom above the ring. Don't worry. What I want is a perfect body. He's old and ugly, he doesn't meet my standards. The aged phantom glanced at Li Liodao with disdain before looking away. Hearing this, Long Zhuan finally understood what was going on. It seemed that Li Liodao hadn't misjudged Li Dashan. He truly had no intention of betraying everyone. However, there was a hidden variable in his ring, and the ghostly goo was affected by this variable. Even if Li Dashan disagreed, it might be useless. Because this mysterious old man with a golden finger urgently needed to find a body. A mysterious powerhouse who needed to be reborn through possession must undoubtedly be a goo cultivator in the nascent soul stage. In his previous life, he must have been a very troublesome existence, but for some unknown reason, he perished and possessed a ring. As a result, by chance, Li Dashan found it, thus leading him onto the path of goo cultivation. This was probably the opportunity that Li Liodao mentioned Li Dashan had encountered. However, he probably didn't know that Li Dashan also had an old man with a golden finger, otherwise he would never have considered this variable. Even the most meticulous plans can have flaws. His luck remained as bad as ever. Following him had brought no good. However, since this mysterious powerhouse had suddenly launched an attack, surely one of these people was his target. Who was this target? Old Taoist Li was old, ugly, and riddled with illness, so he was definitely out of the running. Dizin was a woman and immortal without cultivation aptitude, so she was certainly not considered. Li Dashan was the least likely. If he met the requirements, he would have been possessed long ago. How could he have waited until now? That left only one person, the young medicine boy. Long Zhuan looked at the young medicine boy with pity. This young medicine boy was already close to breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage. At such a young age, his aptitude must be quite good, and his appearance wasn't bad either. It was understandable that he was being targeted. It was truly a pity. However, just as Long Zhuan was thinking this, he noticed the aged phantom looking at him. His heart skipped a beat, and his expression froze. Could it be? A bad feeling arose in his mind, and he completely lost his composure. Hey! Don't look at me. I'm the 10 absolute physique, the slowest cultivator in the world. If you try to possess me, I'll be completely ruined, Long Zhuan shouted hurriedly. How? It's precisely because you're the 10 absolute physique that I came out. A 10 absolute physique could never possess your current cultivation speed, already at the peak of the spirit gathering stage at such a young age. I observe that your spiritual energy flow is very stable. You must have found a cultivation method suitable for the 10 absolute physique. Since your 10 absolute physique is already cultivable, then of course the number 1 extraordinary physique in the world is the best choice, and I happen to share the same 5 elements attribute as you. You don't need to hand over the cultivation method. Even if you did, I wouldn't believe it. I'll personally retrieve it from your memories. The aged phantom sneered and flew towards Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan was startled and turned to run, but because of the ghostly goo in his soul, his movement was restricted, and the aged phantom easily caught up and entered his body. Thus, a battle for possession began within Long Zhuan's body. The others all wore expressions of worry, wondering if the mysterious powerhouse would spare them after successfully possessing their bodies. Only Dizin revealed a cold smile, a playful glint in his eyes. What a death wish. Why go to all that trouble to possess a clone? It's a miracle he even succeeded. Each Gu King only has one chance to possess a body, and their lifespan doesn't increase with it. If they fail, their soul will be devoured as nourishment. Under the rules, even a Gu King's soul will die, a truly unjust death. Dizin gloated, looking forward to a good show. The aged phantom had no idea he'd mistaken someone. The one who set out was real, but the one who returned was a fake. He'd possessed the wrong person, and his fate was sealed. Under Dizin's mocking gaze, an aged roar quickly echoed from within Long Zhuan's body. Ah, what is this thing? What did I possess? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it all, I clearly devoured his soul, but why is my soul dissipating? Why? Why is this happening? What? This is actually a damned clone. You tricked me. I never thought that I, the mighty Black Heaven ancestor, would end up with my soul scattered. I hate it. I hate it so much. Now, desperate roars continued to emanate from Long Zhuan's body, gradually fading until they disappeared completely before everyone's bewildered eyes, leaving them all blank. Long Zhuan, mixed in with their group, was actually a clone? This was a bit too much, wasn't it? And he even miraculously managed to kill a Gu King. This was too dramatic, even a script wouldn't dare to go this far. A spirit-gathering stage cultivator killing a Gu King across levels, this feat was enough for Long Zhuan to boast about for a lifetime. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions twitching. They sighed inwardly, lamenting how pathetic the Gu King's death was, utterly laughable. Tisk tisk. What a tragic death. A Gu King, dying like this? What a strange tale. This wicked thing really killed people without any remorse. Dizin smirked sarcastically. Li Dashan. Quickly bring the antidote, old Li roared at Li Dashan. Oh, he snapped out of his daze, hurriedly rummaging through his storage bag for the antidote, and ran over to remove the goo from everyone. Long Zhuan shook his head. Although he might have been coerced into this situation, since it had already happened, he should have gone all the way and eliminated everyone while they were all infected. Or he could have simply run away. Why go and remove the goo from everyone? If it were him, he would definitely choose one of the two. Since he had already offended them, he wasn't sure if they would hold a grudge, and he wasn't willing to risk his life. Long Zhuan took a black pill and tossed it into his mouth, beginning to refine its medicinal power. He wasn't worried that Li Dashan had tampered with the pill. Everyone was completely powerless to resist, like lambs to the slaughter, so there was no need for him to do anything further. Long Zhuan sat cross-legged on the ground, rapidly refining the medicinal power within the pill. The pill seemed to contain a toxin, harmless to humans but deadly to the ghostly goo. The ghostly goo, parasitic in souls, didn't withstand the toxin for long and died instantly. In a way, this battle with the flame clone scripture was a blessing in disguise. The Gu King's soul completely disintegrated after failing to possess him, and he absorbed all the disintegrated soul, making his own soul many times stronger. Old Li, didn't you say this trip was 100% safe? Give me an explanation. Is this what you call reliable? After removing the goo, Long Zhuan immediately launched a soul-searching interrogation of Old Li. Old Li's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. He remembered saying that if there was any further danger, he would offer his head in retribution. What was he to do? Old Li chuckled awkwardly. An accident. An accident. It's all an accident. Accidents happen everywhere. Besides, you survived this time, didn't you? Surviving doesn't mean it was dangerous, it's just a minor incident. I guarantee this minor incident will only happen once. We won't encounter any more accidents on the second half of the journey. I guarantee it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, He saw 4 red-clad figures rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed, their faces filled with undisguised killing intent and sinister smiles. Old Lee's smile froze on his face. He felt like he had been slapped hard. He truly hadn't expected to be slapped in the face so quickly. He was incredibly unlucky. Damn it. It's Fengxi seeking revenge. Run. Those 4 are all at the early stage of marrow cleansing. We can't fight them. With that, Old Lee turned and ran. The young apprentice was startled upon seeing the 4. He had no idea how deep the enmity between his group and Fengxi was. His own brothers had all died at their hands. This hatred was irreconcilable. Once in their hands, even seeking death was difficult. Long Zhuan cursed inwardly. What kind of jinx is this Li Leodeo? Is his mouth blessed? No need to think further, he was definitely the chosen one, no doubt about it. So Long Zhuan also turned and ran. 4 early-stage marrow-cleansing cultivators, what was the point of fighting? He'd run as many as he could. This main body was truly cunning, he cleverly hid. How could he have foreseen that this group was in danger? Luckily, he hadn't come, he had impersonated him to join the group. Otherwise, he would have been dead in that wave. Before the soul of the Gu King, no matter how many trump cards one had, it was useless. He couldn't help but sigh that being paranoid had its advantages. Dezin and Li Dashin hadn't yet reacted to what was happening, they were a beat too slow. However, they had already discerned that the 4 Gu cultivators in the marrow cleansing stage seemed to have a mortal feud with the 3 of them, and were clearly there for revenge. This meant the 2 of them were very likely to be implicated. Therefore, their expressions changed drastically, and they quickly fled in different directions. They were clever, each ran in a different direction to avoid being wiped out together. Li Dashin, as expected of a child of destiny with the old man's golden finger, carrying the wealth of a Gu King, casually took out a small white boat from his storage bag and sat on it. His speed was almost comparable to that of a marrow cleansing stage expert, giving him a good chance of escaping this calamity. Chapter 81 Self-Created Body Refining Technique. Split up and chase them. Don't let a single one escape, Fengxi sneered as he watched the group split up and flee, then gave chase to Long Zhuan. The others also chose a target and quickly gave chase. However, there were only 4 of them, while Long Zhuan's group had 5, so one person was bound to be missed. The last person glanced at Dezin and Li Leodeo, ultimately deciding to kill the fastest one first. The slowest wouldn't get far, and they could finish him off later. So he chased after Dezin. Long Zhuan looked back and saw this scene, and couldn't help but sigh. This Li Leodeo was really lucky. If that person had chosen to chase him first, he would have been doomed. But he chose to chase Dezin first, and Dezin was a marrow cleansing stage expert who was pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Chasing her first meant he couldn't expect to finish the battle quickly, and he might even be caught off guard. In either case, he wouldn't be able to spare any hands to deal with Li Leodeo. But for now, he should worry about himself first. Looking at the murderous face behind him, Long Zhuan felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of grudge could this be? It was just the death of one older brother and one younger brother. Was it really worth it? He quickly accelerated, using the star-stepping technique for the first time in this world. His feet moved like shooting stars, his speed incredible. Even Fengxi, a marrow cleansing stage expert, couldn't keep up with him. How is this possible? How can he run so fast? Fengxi was shocked. A marrow cleansing stage Gu cultivator couldn't even catch a spirit gathering stage Gu cultivator. This seemed utterly unbelievable to him. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He preferred to be cautious, fearing they might escape, and had already laid numerous traps along their return path. While the traps might not be particularly strong, they were enough to restrict their speed. If they hadn't remained stationary for so long, they would have stayed in ambush ahead instead of actively pursuing him. However, when he saw Long Zhuan running ahead, stepping on the tips of the grass as if flying, his speed astonishing, and not a single trap being triggered, he stared wide-eyed, rubbing his eyes hard, unable to believe what he was seeing. Running on the tips of grass? Are you kidding me? How did he do that? He was completely dumbfounded. The scene before him was terrifying and shattered his understanding of movement techniques. Long Zhuan sneered inwardly. Under the eye of heavenly secrets, how could the trap ahead hide from his eyes? It was too childish. However, when he turned around and saw Fengxi take out something familiar, his expression immediately changed. Fengxi revealed a mocking smile. If he really thought he could escape so easily, he would be sorely mistaken. Fortunately, he had anticipated his enemy's moves and prepared a backup plan. He took out a decaying goo from his insect breeding bag, a goo that struck fear into the hearts of people in the far west. It should be known that the decaying goo could not only restrict the strength of goo cultivators, but also the strength of goo worms. He knew that Long Zhuan had a goo worm that could slow down enemies, so how could he not be prepared? Therefore, after returning to his family, he devoted all his resources to refining a decaying goo, the purpose of which was to restrict the kind of goo worm that could slow down enemies. Under the power of the decaying goo, the abilities of all goo worms would be greatly weakened, and their domains would be compressed to an extremely small area. Unfortunately, refining the decay goo was extremely resource-intensive. He had exhausted his resources for revenge and had no left to allow the decay goo to transform. However, as long as it wasn't against someone of the same level, it was more than enough to deal with a mere spirit-gathering stage goo cultivator. Originally, both the traps and the decay goo he had prepared were intended to limit the slowing domain. But now he had no choice but to use all his preparations. As expected, after Feng Xi took out the decay goo, Long Zhuan's speed began to decrease significantly, and the distance between them rapidly closed. The ferocious smile on Feng Xi's face grew wider and wider. Seeing that Long Zhuan was also rummaging through his insect nurturing bag, he smirked. Was he going to take out the goo worms that slowed down enemies? Useless, he sneered inwardly. However, he noticed that although Long Zhuan's insect nurturing bag was clearly open, the goo worms inside hadn't come out for a long time. Were they sleeping again? He smirked. Suddenly, his gaze shifted downward and he discovered that a small green dragon had somehow appeared on the back of his decay goo. Caught off guard, the dragon bit off its neck. His eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it! What is that thing? When did it appear? Feng Xi cried out instinctively, hurriedly thickening his spiritual armor to protect himself, even at the cost of doubling his spiritual power. This thing was too elusive. He still didn't know when the goo worm had arrived. Its speed was simply unbelievable, forcing him to strengthen his defenses to deal with its sneak attack. He had spent a fortune on his newly created top-grade goo worm, only to have it die in its first battle. Enraged and nearly driven mad, he completely lost his mind. In his fury, he struck at the damn goo worm with his palm. Logically, a goo cultivator at the marrow cleansing stage should be able to kill a mortal goo comparable to a spirit gathering stage goo cultivator with a single blow. But just as his palm was about to land, the goo worm suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving him with nothing but air. He was stunned. He searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of the goo worm. It was as if it had evaporated into thin air. Little did he know, the dragon goo had already teleported into Long Zhuan's breeding pouch. He hadn't seen it when it came out, nor when it went in. Where was he supposed to look? Long Zhuan closed the breeding pouch, glancing disdainfully behind him. Daring to take out that fragile creature? What was he thinking? Didn't he know the dragon goo was known as the fragile killer? Why did it have to chase him? And now another top-grade goo worm had died. What a waste. Without the restriction of the decaying goo, Long Zhuan's speed increased dramatically, quickly leaving Feng Xi far behind. It was utterly unbelievable that a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator couldn't keep up with the speed of a spirit gathering stage goo cultivator. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Feng Xi went completely mad, attacking the weeds on the ground like a madman, his fists pounding a tree trunk, leaving it covered in fist marks and leaves scattered everywhere. He was like a madman. It took him a long time to stop his outburst, panting heavily. Glancing once more in the direction Long Zhuan had gone before reluctantly turning back and running after him. Since Long Zhuan hadn't stayed behind, the rest of them couldn't escape either. The culprit had fled, but none of his teammates would get away. A fierce-killing intent flashed in his eyes. Not long after, he reunited with one of the men in red. How did it go? Did you kill that person in the most cruel way? Feng Xi asked in a deep voice. However, the man opposite him looked embarrassed and said unnaturally, there was a small accident. That person clearly obtained an extraordinary inheritance and acquired a magical small boat. I couldn't keep up with the speed of that small boat at all, so I lost him. Feng Xi's eyes widened, and he said angrily, what did you say? You, a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage, actually let a goo cultivator in the spirit gathering stage escape. What are you doing? On the other side, the little medicine boy kept looking back at the red-clothed man who was always hanging behind him, his expression full of tension. They encountered traps that they had set in advance from time to time, but he relied on the immortality of the little strong goo to forcibly withstand them. Since obtaining the little strong goo, he had been frantically refining his body, completely ignoring the hidden injuries that excessive refining would leave on his body. His body refinement progressed rapidly, and in terms of physical strength, he had far surpassed ordinary people. However, it was unrealistic to think that he could outrun a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage solely based on superior physical strength. After all, a goo cultivator's speed came not only from physical refinement but also from spiritual power. The little medicine boy was a whole realm lower than his opponent, and it was already a miracle that he hadn't been caught yet. At this moment, the red-clad man behind him was going crazy. How could this little bald boy be so fast? He, a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage, hadn't even been able to catch him, which made his face grow increasingly grim. Although he still couldn't catch up, he still didn't choose to give up. It was too embarrassing for a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage to be unable to catch a goo cultivator in the spirit gathering stage. Wouldn't he be ridiculed by his companions when he returned? He couldn't bear the shame. So he gritted his teeth, determined to go all out today. Even if he ran until his legs broke, he would definitely kill that damned little bald boy. So even though he couldn't catch up with the young medicine boy, he refused to give up, stubbornly sticking behind him. The young medicine boy was exasperated. Such a persistent opponent was truly a headache. No, I can't waste any more time with him. His spiritual power is greater than mine, and he has teammates. His teammates could easily switch targets with me. I can't drag this out any longer. If I do, the situation will turn against me. I must shake him off as quickly as possible, or I'll be in grave danger today. The young medicine boy's expression hardened, as if he had made a firm decision, about to unleash one of his trump cards. He prided himself on his amazing imagination, and since obtaining the little strong goo, he had been frantically exploring its abilities, developing many practical techniques, including a life-saving ability. In this world, there was a magical escape technique called blood escape, which consumed blood to instantly teleport a considerable distance, a truly top-tier escape skill. However, this technique was forbidden, and its use was extremely dangerous. Because a person's blood loss of 20% can be dangerous, and the blood escape technique causes a loss of over 20% of blood with a single use. Once this forbidden technique is used, the person might escape, but their survival is uncertain. However, with a little strong goo, it's different. Using the blood escape technique once poses no danger whatsoever. While others might die after one use of the blood escape technique, he can use it 4 or 5 times consecutively, instantly creating a significant distance from the enemy, with minimal backlash from the forbidden technique. The little strong goo combined with the blood escape technique is a perfect match. He had just been hesitating about how many times to use the blood escape technique consecutively. One use was definitely not enough, as the person behind him was a whole realm higher than him. One use would clearly not be enough to escape his pursuit. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, taking a lenient approach, and decided to use the blood escape technique 3 times consecutively, completely disappearing from his sight and escaping his pursuit. The next moment, his face drained of all color, turning deathly pale. Then, he vanished into thin air, as if he had evaporated into thin air, leaving no trace. The man in red was stunned and finally stopped. What had just happened? How could someone just disappear into thin air? Was it a magic trick? He was completely bewildered. Not long after, Feng Si and his companion arrived, eagerly asking, "Where is he? Could you kill him?" The man in red looked embarrassed. He didn't know where the man had gone either. Seeing his expression, Feng Si's eyes widened again, staring at him in disbelief, and she roared in despair, "Don't tell me you lost him too. You're at the marrow cleansing stage. And your opponent is only at the spirit gathering stage. How could you lose him like that? What are you doing? Are you just sitting around doing nothing?" The man in red was also angered by the scolding and roared, "What can I do?" He used blood escape technique 7 or 8 times and disappeared without a trace. How am I supposed to chase him? Go and chase him for me. 7 or 8 times, the other man in red twitched his lips. Thinking that the man had the little strong goo, he actually believed this nonsense. Calm down, there's still one left, isn't there? The information shows that she's most afraid of cockroaches, so she could never have the little strong goo without blood escape technique. She could never have escaped my brother's pursuit. Maybe my brother has already captured her and is enjoying her beautiful body. If we go now, we might still catch her while she's still alive. The man in red revealed a sinister smile. So the three of them searched in another direction, and soon they saw a headless corpse lying on the ground, dressed in the exact same clothes as them. All three were stunned. What the hell? This meant that not only had they failed to catch the last person, but they had also lost their lives. The three were incredulous. It was already unbelievable that a marrow cleansing stage cultivator couldn't catch a spirit gathering stage cultivator, but now they'd been killed instead? Was this a joke? Fengxi was completely devastated. In other words, despite his careful planning and bringing 4 marrow cleansing stage helpers, he hadn't killed a single one, and had even lost a man and a top-grade goo worm. He couldn't understand. PFFT, Fengxi spat out a mouthful of blood. It was his own incomprehension. This team was a bunch of chosen ones. Who could they possibly catch? Going against a bunch of protagonists, wasn't that just courting death? HMPH. Trying to fight me? You're really asking for trouble. You really think I'm just playing dumb? In the far distance, Dizin, running away, waved the storage bag she had seized, a smug look on her face, as if she was very satisfied with her successful feigned weakness. She had finally figured out how to play the fool. What Long Zhuan and his group didn't know was that she was heading in the very direction they had just left the cave. What was she doing turning back? Dizin's eyes gleamed with excitement, her expression as smug as could be. Many people probably don't know that mechanisms and formations are inseparable. Ancient tombs always combine mechanisms and formations. How could she not understand mechanisms? Her claim of not understanding mechanisms in the cave was pure fabrication. A woman's words are deceitful, and she was truly a master of deception. She deliberately claimed to be ignorant of mechanisms in front of everyone, then, after everyone left, she would turn back to enjoy the treasure all to herself. She was incredibly cunning. However, no matter how cunning she was, she couldn't outsmart Long Zhuan. Her little scheme was destined to fail. When she finally returned to her cave, she found the stone door with the combination lock wide open, the inside empty. She couldn't help but rub her eyes, her smile completely frozen on her face, utterly dumbfounded. Who did this? Which bastard did this? How dare they mess with me? Stealing from me? What audacity! Who's so quick? This shameless thief! Don't let me catch him! A woman's deafening scream echoed through the cave, the sound reverberating for a long time. Meanwhile, Long Zhuan himself had returned safely to his residence, encountering no danger whatsoever. Who among these people could be more cunning than him? After returning home, he immediately transplanted the dragon fruit tree to the center of the herb garden, where there was plenty of high-grade spiritual soil. After harvesting all the dragon fruits, he spread cold fire over the area where the dragon fruit tree had stood. After that, he left it to fate, letting things take their course. Whether it lives or dies is entirely up to fate. If it lives, it lives. If it doesn't, it's just bad luck. He's already satisfied with all the fruit on the tree. The medicinal effects of dragon fruit are definitely limited. He can't keep eating it indefinitely to stack buffs. So, now that he has the fruit, whether the tree lives or dies is truly irrelevant to him. Even if it dies, he won't be heartbroken. Its survival would only be a bonus. He wouldn't dare sell it, so the fruit would just be wasted on him eating as fruit. After transplanting the dragon fruit tree, he immediately began preparing to refine the tardigrade. That's right, he had completely collected all the materials needed to refine the tardigrade goo during this adventure. The materials for refining the tardigrade goo are all different kinds of tardigrades, very simple. So simple that he didn't spend much time working on the tardigrade goo recipe. Since it only uses one material, it doesn't require any brain power. But don't be fooled by the fact that a goo formula created in such a short time is weak. Although the water bear goo isn't good at fighting, its practical combat value is absolutely no less than any of his top-grade goo worms. Look at how the little strong goo has been developed by the little medicine boy. The water bear goo is far more terrifying than the little strong goo, and its potential is much higher. In this world, the water bear goo is definitely one of the top-grade goo worms, and Long Zhuan is confident of that. How could he not be confident? You must know that his water bear goo formula uses over 4,000 ingredients, all of which are top-grade spirit insects, a goo formula full of top-grade spirit insects. It's simply terrifying. Besides him, who else would dare to refine goo using only top-grade spirit insects? No one else, only him, would dare to be so crazy, so audacious. If the water bear goo refined with so many top-grade spirit insects could still be simple, then there would truly be something fishy going on. Long Zhuan took out a bunch of bottles and jars from the storeroom, each labeled with various terms. The labels clearly stated the contents, yet all the bottles were empty. Without a doubt, they contained various types of tardigrades. Longzhuan's expression was excited, a thrilling smile spreading across his face. He began opening each bottle one by one, pouring the tardigrades into the largest one, which from a distance looked like he was emptying air. After he had dumped over 4,000 top-quality tardigrades into the large bottle, he added half a bottle of red liquid. To refine the tardigrade goo, the common method of starvation to make them devour each other was definitely not going to work. Tardigrades can survive for 30 years without food or water. Dare you starve one and see what happens? Starving such immortal creatures is useless. Only special methods could be used. There are many ways to incite spirit insects to fight each other: drawing talismans on the ground for rituals, releasing smoke, feeding them poison, and what Longzhuan used was a liquid called berserk liquid. Spirit insects inside this liquid would enter a berserk state, frantically attacking their own kind. Of course, this method is only suitable for spirit insects that are not afraid of water, to avoid the possibility of drowning. Water bears, being immortal creatures, are precisely the kind that are difficult to drown, making them perfect for this method of goo cultivation. After pouring the berserk liquid into the large bottle, Longzhuan closed the cap, lifted the bottle, shook it wildly, and then placed it on the table. He only stopped repeating this action after the progress bar showed 0%, finally leaving with a satisfied expression. He didn't know how long it would take for the goo to be formed, so he just waited. During the waiting period, he naturally couldn't just sit idly. As usual, he started the next project while waiting, working on something to kill time. And what the next project would be, Longzhuan had already decided: to create his own body refining technique. He had been planning this for a long time. Goo cultivators could choose not to learn body refining techniques, but without body refining, they would definitely be weaker than other goo cultivators. Leaving aside the issue of stamina in battle, if the enemy sent out extremely fast goo insects to attack you, how could you dodge if your physical explosive power was insufficient? This weakness was far too fatal and could not be ignored. Therefore, for Longzhuan, learning body refining techniques was a must, even if it slowed down his progress due to distraction. It was a compulsory course. Anyone who neglected it would perish. Now that the water bear goo, which could grant immortality, was about to be born, he no longer needed to worry about the various dangers that body refining would bring. Therefore, creating his own body refining technique could be put on the agenda, and it would be perfect to pursue it simultaneously with the water bear goo. He was excited, took a deep breath, sat back down in the pavilion, took out the technique he had copied in his cave, called 9 Deaths Divine Art, and sat there reading it with great interest. In fact, he had already secretly learned quite a few body refining techniques from the Jin family's treasure pavilion, understood the basics of creating his own, and had many techniques he could refer to. But compared to this body refining technique, those techniques were simply inferior, dozens of streets behind, 100,000 miles behind. Since he was going to borrow from something, he should definitely borrow the strongest body refining technique. This technique, called the 9 Deaths Divine Art, arrived at a perfect time. It contained many profound and difficult-to-learn principles, making it extremely valuable for reference. Its arrival was enough to elevate Longzhuan's self-created technique by at least one level. The 9 Deaths Divine Art was a technique that taught you how to court death. Without destruction, there is no construction, and the more reckless you are, the stronger you become. Longzhuan quickly grasped the essence of this technique and gained some inspiration. 3 days later, he put away the 9 Deaths Divine Art, placed a piece of paper on the stone table, and prepared to begin writing the outline of his new technique. In any world, the more dangerous a technique is, the more powerful it is. This is a law, an eternal and unchanging natural law. Since the degree of danger and power of a technique are directly proportional, he didn't consider how strong the technique was, only how dangerous it was. The more dangerous, the better, ideally. Extremely dangerous, so dangerous that anyone who cultivated it would surely die, but he himself can withstand it because of the water bear goo, and only he could cultivate it. This line of thinking was the most suitable path for him, practically tailor-made for him. He was certain that an extremely dangerous cultivation technique could never be weak. So how could a cultivation technique reach its most dangerous state? How could a technique be so dangerous that anyone who cultivated it would surely die? That was easy too. So Longzhuan directly wrote in the outline: first layer, lava body tempering; second layer, frost tempering; Third layer, heavenly fire body forging. Fourth layer, heavenly tribulation body strengthening. If anyone saw what he wrote, they would be terrified. Are you crazy? Is this a cultivation technique? This is a fancy way to commit suicide, jumping into lava to temper his body? How could he even think of that? Is that something a normal person could do? Only a superhuman could do that. He even dared to try to use heavenly fire to temper his body. He was really courting death in a fancy way. He probably didn't even know what heavenly fire was. Leaving aside whether he could find that legendary thing, even if he could, he would be burned to ashes before he even got close. Even the alchemists with the strongest fire resistance couldn't survive 100 years of consuming heavenly fire. You dare to use it to temper your body? What were you thinking? This is no way to court death. Using a heavenly tribulation to refine one's body is even more outrageous. That's a tribulation only high-level cultivators encounter when breaking through to a higher realm. Heavenly tribulations are for filtering people. Over 90% of high-level cultivators perish under them. Others would rather avoid them than use that thing to refine their body. You're simply insane. What do you consider a heavenly tribulation? How did you even develop that brain? However, the brilliant Long Zhuan thought this method was feasible. Although the body refining method was indeed a bit exaggerated, surely a top-grade water bear goo could withstand it? Long Zhuan thought somewhat uncertainly. Even with a top-grade water bear goo, he was now a little unsure about the danger level of this technique. What if a heavenly tribulation turned it to ashes? He didn't know if the water bear goo could survive after turning to ashes, but he was afraid it would be burned to ashes by heavenly fire, which would be a disaster. But it didn't matter. No matter how dangerous the technique was, it would be refined by his clone. Once it was successfully refined, he would get the clone's cultivation results for free. If he fails to complete the technique and is struck dead by the heavenly tribulation, it has nothing to do with his main body. What does it matter to him if he hasn't even completed the technique? Flame clone, thank you, huh? Long Zhuan, with his brilliant mind, has transferred all the risk to his clone, while he himself reaps the benefits of the clone's cultivation. He's playing a very clever game. He's truly cunning. Alright. The technique is designed like this. Come on, let's see who dares to practice it. Whoever does will die. After completing the outline, Long Zhuan slammed his pen heavily on the table, exuding arrogance. He truly didn't believe that anyone other than a top-grade water bear goo could survive such a dangerous technique. How powerful could a technique so dangerous that only he could practice be? On this day, the first draft of the technique that would shock the world in the future was completed. This heaven-defying technique, which would dominate the world and shock the entire goo realm in the future, would gradually reveal its power from this day forward. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82 Water Bear Goo Formation. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. With the 9 deaths divine art as a precedent for his self-destructive methods, he was adept at courting death, so he experienced no writer's block in the early stages of the technique, riding with lightning speed. In just 2 months, he had already progressed the technique to 1%, a remarkably rapid pace. It's worth noting that when he created his own 10 deadly scriptures, it took him half a year to even reach 1%. Compared to the 10 deadly scriptures, the progress of his new technique was astonishing. However, on this day, he finally stopped writing, finally experiencing writer's block. And similar to his experience with the 10 deadly scriptures, he was stuck on the technique's supernatural abilities. Of the 3 essential elements of a technique, designing supernatural abilities is the most difficult, and this time he was stumped by them again, unsure how to design them for his new technique, almost driving him crazy with worry. Although the 9 deaths divine art had a ready-made breaking through and rebuilding supernatural ability, it didn't fit his new technique well. With a top-grade water bear goo, it was difficult to experience near-death situations, so what use was this breaking through and rebuilding supernatural ability? Furthermore, he didn't particularly like this kind of reckless divine ability, as it didn't suit his personality. Breaking through and rebuilding was a passive growth type divine ability, strong in its extremely high growth potential, but it didn't instantly increase combat power during battle. He didn't like this type of divine ability. He still preferred powerful divine abilities that could greatly amplify combat power during battle, and breaking through and rebuilding severely didn't meet his requirements. But breaking through and rebuilding was already the most powerful divine ability he had learned. If he didn't use this one, what other divine ability should he use? He looked down even more on the divine abilities of those trashy techniques in the Jin clan's treasure pavilion. For a moment, he was caught in endless turmoil, racking his brains, his pen held in midair, hesitant to write. At this moment, still in that cave, after Dizin left, a group of uninvited guests entered. Led by old Taoist Li, he led a group of Gu cultivators from the Jin clan Chamber of Commerce, smiling as they entered. However, when he saw the wide-open stone door and the empty interior, he was dumbfounded. Old Li, I think you're just here to make fun of us. Where are the treasures here? Where is this precious treasure you mentioned? You need to give us an explanation, Jin Duaruo's angry voice echoed from the cave. Judging from his aura, he had somehow entered the marrow cleansing stage. Jin Jinjin, standing beside him, frowned deeply, her mood equally unpleasant. The place seemed to have been horribly looted, even the decorations, wall carvings, and floor tiles had been dug up. Now, all that remained was mud and stone. Even the topsoil had been dug away, they dug 3 feet into the ground. Were you sure there were still treasures here? She would be truly impressed if anyone could find any treasure here. Even the usually demure Jin Jinjin's mouth gaped open in disbelief at this sight. This was truly a case of utter desperation, she had never seen anything like it before. Jin Jinjin stared at Li Liodao with utter shock, her expression strange. You did all this? You even took the bones left behind by the cave master as treasures. The next moment, all the Jin clan Gu cultivators turned their gazes to Li Liodao, their expressions odd and their eyes meaningful. No, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. I just took some decorations and lighting to renovate the house. That little medicine boy did it all. I would never do something so despicable. I'd rather die poor or starve than take someone's remains. Li Liodao hurriedly waved his hands, feeling utterly humiliated. He was incredibly embarrassed. What kind of person had he hired? He would never bring him along again. Never mind who did it, we were tricked into coming all this way by you. Jin Duato grabbed his collar and roared angrily. We mobilized so many people, it would take us 1 to 2 months to make the round trip. Even Miss Li had to cancel many things to come, and now you're telling me there's nothing here? Are you deliberately playing us for fools? Li Liodao was also stunned, completely clueless about what was going on. He remembered the stone door was tightly closed when he left. How could it be closed after only 2 months? It was her. It must be her. It must have been Dizin. No one else could have done it. Well, she pretended not to understand the mechanism, and as soon as everyone left, she secretly came back to unlock it and pocketed the treasure. She's so cunning. So scheming. We've all been completely fooled by this scheming woman. Li Liodao's face turned ashen, he was so angry he was practically blowing his beard. He felt he was pretty much right, who else but this master thief could pick locks like that? He'd really been tricked by this little girl, he'd settle the score with her when they got back. Jin Jinjin could tell from his expression that the treasure was out of the question, and her face darkened. She'd made a wasted trip, at least a month's time, which was very precious to her. Jin Jinjin waved her hand weakly and sighed, fine. I guess I'm just unlucky. Judging from his expression, the treasure is gone. Let's take him away, he can pay for our travel expenses. Long Zhuan was completely unaware of the changes in the cave, or the trouble his unintentional actions had caused Li Liodao. At that moment, he was holding a book and laughing heartily. How could Elder Long be so careless? He just casually released such a powerful technique. What was he doing taking it out for no reason? And I saw it all. He's so careless, Long Zhuan couldn't help but exclaim excitedly. The reverse dragon technique was the Long clan's most treasured body refining technique, and the #1 body refining technique in the far west, complementing the Long clan's Zuinitun dragon technique. The Zuinitun dragon technique possessed the power to increase the strength of a dragon and elephant, but you must understand that force is reciprocal. If your bones and muscles aren't strong enough, even if you can unleash the power of a dragon, your bones and muscles will shatter first. Therefore, to master the power of the Zuinitun dragon technique, you must learn the reverse dragon technique to strengthen your body. The first level of the reverse dragon technique refines tendons, the second bone, the third skin, the fourth blood, the fifth internal organs, the sixth lungs. In short, this thick book refines everything. The second level is bone refinement. Reaching the second level of the reverse dragon technique allows one to perfectly unleash the divine powers of the Zuinitun dragon technique. The reverse dragon technique is no less profound than the Nine Deaths divine art, offering significant insights for Longzhuan, especially its divine powers section, which enlightened him and finally freed him from writer's block. The divine power of the reverse dragon technique is the external Dharma form. What exactly a Dharma form is obscure and difficult to explain in a few words, but an analogy can be used. In ancient times, there were various powerful beings such as divine beasts, dragons, and alien races, many possessing world-destroying power far exceeding that of humans. When a technique with a Dharma form releases it, the phantom of a powerful being appears in the sky, releasing terrifying power. Once a Gu cultivator uses their Dharma avatar, they can temporarily acquire a portion of the creature's power, instantly boosting their combat strength. This is precisely the powerful divine ability that Longzhuan is looking for to enhance combat power. He is extremely satisfied with this divine ability. Regardless of its actual power, it is intimidating. When a massive phantom of a divine dragon suddenly appears behind him during battle, its overwhelming power and terrifying dragon might be enough to frighten anyone. It can immediately weaken the opponent's aura and greatly increase one's own. However, despite his satisfaction with this Dharma avatar divine ability, plagiarism is out of the question. Plagiarism is shameful, and he will never plagiarize in his lifetime. He wants to improve it. Just like when he borrowed the divine ability from the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, he wants to improve upon it, surpassing the original and exceeding its original form. For example, the reverse dragon technique can condense an external Dharma avatar, but why would he only condense one? He insists on condensing one Dharma avatar per layer. That's how greedy he is. For example, in the reverse dragon technique, which requires refining tendons, bones, and skin, why would he refine only one part per layer? He deliberately refines everything, every single part of each layer, strengthening each layer in turn. He's that greedy. After all, the outline was already complete, he couldn't possibly change it to focus on strengthening only one part per layer. Now, Longzhuan is overflowing with inspiration for this new technique, his creativity flowing freely. He's nothing like the writer who was frantically scratching his head earlier. It can only be said that the reverse dragon technique came at the perfect time, relieving Longzhuan's immediate crisis. This Elder Long is truly a great person. Inspired by the technique's supernatural powers, Longzhuan's pen, which had paused for a long time, began to work again. The rustling sound quickly filled the pavilion, and then ceased. The time spent working on a technique is always long, especially since Longzhuan is challenging the world's top technique, with novel and unbelievable ideas, making the creation process undoubtedly more difficult. He envisioned a path never before trodden, a path entirely unknown, one he had to explore himself, with no experience to draw upon. Lava body tempering, heavenly tribulation body tempering, it was truly remarkable how he conceived of such a method. Not only would it be difficult to find a precedent, but others would likely need to learn from him in the future. However, if he truly succeeded, the sheer terror of such a technique was unimaginable. It would be utterly terrifying, striking fear into the hearts of all. Imagine, someone who couldn't be killed by heavenly fire or heavenly tribulation. What method in the world could possibly kill him? His basic abilities alone were already so formidable, not to mention the numerous Dharma forms Longzhuan would create. It was a true test of nerves. Anyone facing such a terrifying opponent in the future would likely have nightmares. During his years of honing his cultivation technique, the pavilion was sometimes shrouded in torrential rain, sometimes in raging winds, sometimes in blizzards, and sometimes under the scorching sun. But with the pavilion providing shelter from the sun and rain, Longzhuan remained unmoved. The sometimes drastic changes in the outside environment not only failed to disturb him, but actually inspired him, allowing him to relax. For example, he loved the sound of rain. The pattering rain outside always swept away his fatigue, making him want to fall asleep to the sound of rain. But he was sometimes disturbed by unexpected intruders. Birds would fly into the pavilion to take shelter from the rain and cool off, chirping incessantly. What was even worse was that they built a nest in their own pavilion and then took over his place, refusing to leave. He lost track of time while practicing his cultivation techniques, and when he looked up, he found that there were even baby birds chirping for food in the nest. It wasn't just birds that liked to fly in, Chicken Brother would also occasionally run in. It was afraid of the sun and needed shelter from the rain, so of course it would come in. As time went by, more and more spirit bees evolved into ice bees, and one would occasionally fly in, interrupting his thoughts. In this way, 2 years passed quietly as time went by. Over the past 2 years, the water bear Gu has matured, becoming adorable, chubby, and plump. Longzhuan has parasitized it within his body and named it Baby Water Bear. Thus, Longzhuan's 4th top-grade Gu worm is complete. With 2 inner Gu and 2 outer Gu, the balance is good. Having 4 top-grade Gu worms in hand, he fears no one now. Anyone who dares to provoke him will face consequences. He dares to say that even the geniuses of the great clans in the far west cannot compare to him in terms of the number of top-grade Gu worms. They might have 1 or 2 top-grade Gu worms, but the possibility of them having 4 is extremely slim. In other words, even if he encounters those great clan geniuses now, he is basically fearless. Meanwhile, the Earth-grade fire dragon fruit tree he transplanted has also mutated. It might be due to the effects of his superior-grade spiritual soil, or it might be due to the icy divine flames, or perhaps a combination of both. In any case, it has mutated. One half remains a fire tree, bearing fire fruit, while the other half has become an ice tree, bearing ice fruit. Longzhuan had transformed a perfectly good tree into a world of both ice and fire. This was a tremendous surprise for him, even though he had already prepared for the transplant to fail and no longer cared whether the dragon fruit tree could survive. But if it unexpectedly did survive, how could Longzhuan not be overjoyed? This was a great earth spiritual herb, more than enough to become the treasure of his herb garden. His previous claim of indifference was just in putting on airs. Who could remain calm in the face of a great earth spiritual herb? Moreover, the dragon fruit produced by the mutated dragon fruit tree would be useful to him, and extremely so. If the previous dragon fruit, eaten raw, would increase resistance to fire, then the ice fruit that had now grown would, without fail, increase resistance to cold. This was truly a coincidence. His newly created cultivation technique required tempering his body with magma and cold, even with a risk of death from the water bear Gu. But now, with the fire dragon fruit that increases fire resistance and the ice dragon fruit that increases cold resistance, his flame clone's survival rate during the first 2 levels of cultivation would be greatly improved. He couldn't speak for the later levels, but with the help of these 2 magical fruits, the clone had a very high chance of successfully cultivating the first 2 levels. These 2 fruits had come at just the right time. Longzhuan couldn't help but marvel at his incredible luck. It was like a script had been written. Everything he lacked came to him. Now, his confidence in cultivating this extraordinary technique was even greater. He officially named this extraordinary technique Purgatory True Demon Art, a very imposing name. If cultivation techniques involved circulating spiritual energy, then body refining techniques involved circulating blood and ki, and flexibly utilizing physical strength. The blood and ki in this world weren't blood, but a kind of physical energy obtained through cultivation. The blood and ki cultivated by each technique were different, some strong, some weak. The blood and ki cultivated by the reverse dragon technique was called True Dragon Blood and Ki. So Longzhuan changed one character, naming the blood and ki cultivated by the Purgatory True Demon Art True Demon Blood and Ki. The first of the 3 essential elements of a cultivation technique is how to circulate ki and blood. The latter 2 elements are the same as those for general cultivation. Currently, Longzhuan has completed the first and second elements of his body refining technique, and he has also successfully researched the external Dharma form. Since he has the readily available reverse dragon technique, he can directly borrow it without having to rack his brains, so his research into supernatural abilities progressed rapidly, completing it within 2 years. Currently, the progress of the Purgatory True Demon technique is 12.5%. He has completely completed the first layer of the technique, the lava swimming chapter, and immediately handed it over to his flame avatar to refine. The lava is in that cave. He can go there himself. He had already eaten most of the dragon fruit with dragons crawling on its skin, as he was very hungry. The taste was alright, but it was a bit hot, like eating fire, making him slightly uncomfortable. However, as he ate more and more dragon fruit, this discomfort gradually disappeared. Because the more dragon fruit he ate, the stronger his resistance to fire became. He had already consumed countless dragon fruits. Now, dragon fruit was completely useless to him. He had developed a resistance. As for his clone, there was no need for it to eat dragon fruit. It was enough for it to watch from the sidelines. All the attributes and abilities of the main body would be copied to the clone anyway, so eating it would be a waste. With the fire buff from the dragon fruit, combined with the immortality of the water bear goo, Long Zhuan believed he had no problem cultivating the first level of the Purgatory true demon art, at most experiencing some pain. Therefore, after teaching the newly created Purgatory true demon art to his Yan clone, he sent him to swim in the lava near the cave. The other clones didn't accompany him. The Yan clone cultivated fire spiritual power, which belonged to the fire element, and he had the highest chance of survival swimming in the lava, so there was no need to waste the other clone's time. Just to be on the safe side, he gave him a bunch of healing pills before he left, to ensure everything went smoothly. As for his main body, he could stay comfortably at home, he didn't want to suffer. How painful could swimming in lava be? Need you even imagine? It would be excruciating, worse than death. So, let the clone do it for him. His main body had important matters to attend to and didn't have time for errands. The first two elements of the body refining technique were complete, but what about the third? The third element was designing matching physical techniques. Otherwise, no matter how strong his body refining technique was, he'd just be a brute with no fighting skills or how to utilize his strength. Having power but not knowing how to use it, what's the difference between that and a street thug fighting? In a fight, even with immense strength, he'd only be a sitting duck. Therefore, a body refining technique absolutely needed matching physical techniques, and Long Zhuan planned to create them all at once. After sending the flame clone away, Long Zhuan returned to the pavilion and began to ponder deeply, working on the matching physical techniques. He had a burst of inspiration, with many amazing ideas flooding his mind, leaving him hesitant and unsure which to choose. He had to admit that having too many wild ideas wasn't good either. His imagination ran wild, causing him to suffer from decision paralysis, a truly painful condition. Finally, he used the process of elimination. Since it was a complementary physical technique, the key was complementary. It had to perfectly match the cultivation method and fully utilize its strengths. So what were the strengths of the Purgatory true demon art? It wasn't the suicidal cultivation process, nor its abnormally terrifying supernatural powers. In fact, the true characteristic of the Purgatory true demon art was immortality. The Purgatory true demon art and the water bear goo were completely integrated. To cultivate this art, one must first cultivate the water bear goo. Without the water bear goo, the Purgatory true demon art couldn't be cultivated at all. Whoever tried would die. Moreover, when he created the Purgatory true demon art, he borrowed heavily from the Nine Deaths divine art, so the characteristic of this art was immortality, coupled with constant suicidal tendencies. Having survived the baptism of magma, freezing air, heavenly fire, and heavenly tribulation, his ability to live through these environments essentially makes him an immortal being. Therefore, cultivating the Purgatory true demon art is equivalent to cultivating immortality. Immortality is the greatest characteristic of this technique. The best physical techniques he could design to complement this technique would fully utilize this immortality. Narrowing down the possibilities, eliminating many ideas, Long Zhuan had few options left, and he no longer needed to suffer from decision paralysis. What ability could best unleash the immortality characteristic and complement it? It would be various forbidden techniques that would cause death upon use. These forbidden techniques possess immense power, but the price is one's own life. These forbidden techniques gain powerful attack force at the cost of life. They are desperate moves, used to perish together with an invincible enemy. However, if an immortal uses these forbidden techniques, they can completely withstand their side effects, not only avoiding death but also enjoying the immense power of the forbidden techniques for free. Such a person is truly terrifying, utterly terrifying. It's already frightening enough that someone can continuously amplify the power, but he can continuously unleash forbidden techniques. Who could withstand that? Who could be more terrifying than him? This kind of person is simply beyond the limit, seriously beyond the limit. So Long Zhuan started courting death again. His inspiration flowed freely, and he scribbled and drew on paper. Before long, a terrifying outline of forbidden techniques was completed, and even a name was chosen in a short time. He wrote the 3 large characters Gate of Life and Death on the outline. Gate of Life and Death, close the gate and live, open the gate and die. Life and death are only a thought away. The Gate of Life and Death consists of 8 forms, 8 gates. His outline read, Gate of Life and Death, Form 1, Profound Gate, gains immense power in a short time by burning blood. Gate of Life and Death, Form 2, Martial Gate, gains immense power in a short time by burning ki and blood. Gate of Life and Death, Form 3, Spiritual Gate, gains immense power in a short time by burning spiritual energy. Gate of Life and Death, Form 4, Divine Gate, gains immense power in a short time by burning spiritual energy. The fifth form of the Gate of Life and Death, Stargate, grants immense power in a short time by burning life force. The sixth form of the Gate of Life and Death, Heaven Gate, grants immense power in a short time by burning lifespan. The seventh form of the Gate of Life and Death, Dragon Gate, grants immense power in a short time by burning potential. The eighth form of the Gate of Life and Death, Ghost Gate, grants immense power in a short time by burning soul power. Opening all 8 gates simultaneously is devastating. This is the terrifying forbidden technique he researched, an extremely dangerous forbidden technique, a forbidden technique that terrifies anyone. Opening even one gate is enough to cause widespread destruction. The power gained from opening all 8 is unimaginable. One must gasp in horror. It is terrifying beyond measure. Because the body needs to withstand power far beyond this level, each gate opened inflicts severe damage. The more gates opened, the more severe the injuries. Opening all 8 gates is certain death. Only cultivating the Purgatory true demon art and the blood-packed water bear goo offers a sliver of hope. Of course, to survive, it's impossible to open all the gates, such as the Heaven Gate, which grants power at the cost of burning lifespan. The Heavenly Gate can only be opened halfway, or even a small part. Otherwise, no matter how strong the water bear goo is, it cannot survive without its lifespan. Therefore, even if Long Zhuan wanted to unleash the full power of the Gate of Life and Death, he would die. At most, he could only use half its power. Furthermore, the price would be enormous, such as burning soul power, life force, and potential aptitude. These things cannot be easily recovered from. Even with the water bear goo's immortality, repairing the soul and aptitude would be extremely difficult. This is no longer a simple physical technique, it's a forbidden technique, a terrifyingly powerful one. Long Zhuan suddenly realized that he seemed to have strayed from the topic while creating it. This thing was no longer related to physical techniques, was it? Only the first 2 could be considered physical techniques. But he didn't care. The arrow was already on the string and had to be released. There was no reason to turn back. Anyway, there was no limit to the number of accompanying physical techniques. He could just create another pure physical technique next time. Long Zhuan was in a state of extreme excitement, his eyes bloodshot, brimming with energy. The sound of pens scratching across the desk quickly filled the air. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. During this year, under the arduous training of his flame avatar, Long Zhuan's physical strength increased rapidly. He improved his physical strength simply by sitting still. Now he was strong enough to kill a bull with a single punch. For someone who was always lazy and never cultivated to progress so rapidly, he could be considered the first person in history to achieve this. Meanwhile, with the encouragement of his other avatars, Long Zhuan unknowingly approached the marrow cleansing stage and needed to prepare for his breakthrough. He was slow to realize it, only discovering much later that he was about to break through to the marrow cleansing stage. It had to be said that these avatars were incredibly powerful. He could improve his cultivation simply by drinking water and eating. Cultivation was incredibly easy for him. During this year, Long Zhuan worked tirelessly, day and night, and his efforts finally paid off. He finally completed the Gate of Life and Death. The Gate of Life and Death and Spirit Bomb achieved the same goal through different paths, both based on the same principle. The Gate of Life and Death can even condense energy from the 8 gates to create an explosive energy ball to attack enemies, and its power is considerable. When the 8 energies are combined into one, they undergo a qualitative change, a qualitative leap, and their power is far more than just the sum of the 8. He named this qualitatively changing energy power of ghosts and gods. If the energy level of spiritual power is 1, and the energy level of lifespan is 2, then the energy level of power of ghosts and gods is 3. The power of lifespan is 10 times stronger than spiritual power, while the power of ghosts and gods is 100 times stronger than spiritual power, or even far more than 100 times stronger. Furthermore, according to the plan on paper, the power of ghosts and gods can also be incorporated into Dharma body. In battle, he can infuse the power of ghosts and gods into Divine Dragon Dharma body, controlling the Divine Dragon Dharma body to attack the opponent, unleashing the Night Strike. Even if the opponent is a whole realm higher than the caster, being hit by this move will be fatal. With all 8 gates open, it was simply unstoppable, slaying gods and Buddhas alike, killing ghosts and demons alike. Whoever came was doomed, utterly terrifying. Long Zhuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, an excitement that reached its peak. To have researched such a forbidden technique made his life worthwhile. Because the spirit bomb and the gate of life and death shared some similarities, they could corroborate each other. Therefore, Longzhuan's research on the gate of life and death progressed incredibly quickly, without a single instance of writer's block, completing it in just 1 year. However, Longzhuan constantly wondered who would eventually force him to use the gate of life and death, or even release Night Kai. He feared it would be a very, very long time before he could use this technique, perhaps even his entire life. Given his extremely cautious nature, how could he possibly encounter danger so easily? Chapter 83 The Lively Dashi Village. However, the only thing that dissatisfied him was that he hadn't yet mastered the cultivation technique and its supernatural abilities. He didn't know why, what had happened, but he simply couldn't condense an external avatar. He had tried every method, and even with himself and his 5 avatars cultivating simultaneously, there was no progress. His progress in cultivating the supernatural abilities remained at 0. This made him so anxious he was practically tearing his hair out. A cultivation technique without supernatural abilities was incomplete, and how could this perfectionist give up? There must be something wrong, there must be details he didn't know. Longzhuan frowned again, deep in thought. It couldn't be a problem with the technique itself. If the technique was flawed, the progress wouldn't have reached the limit of the first level. Since the technique itself wasn't the problem, then the problem must lie with him. Longzhuan's brows furrowed even deeper. So where exactly had he gone wrong? The technique clearly stated to use essence blood in this way and that way, and then that way and that way again, and then it would be done. He had followed the cultivation method exactly, and every step was perfect, without the slightest mistake. How could it fail? Where exactly was the problem? He was nearly frantic. Wait, suddenly, a thought struck Longzhuan. The external avatar was a phantom of some powerful being. Did it need something from that being as a medium? Otherwise, how could the form be created out of thin air? Forcibly imitating it with soul power would definitely lack spirit. How could it transfer the power of that being? But that didn't make sense either. Divine beasts and dragons had been extinct in the Gu realm for countless millennia. Where would so many mediums come from? How did the Long clan solve this problem? How exactly did they condense this damned external avatar? Longzhuan was nearly driven mad with worry. Even if mediums related to divine beasts were plentiful in this world, why didn't the Long clan include this limitation in the cultivation method? It didn't make sense. If it was about preventing theft, there was no need to only have this one measure. He was completely baffled. Finally, Longzhuan decided to wander around looking for inspiration. If he didn't solve this problem, he wouldn't feel comfortable doing anything every day. Dashi village was vast, filled with stone houses and the sounds of children chasing and playing. Old people and women smiled, and chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs roamed freely, creating a warm and amiable scene, brimming with rustic charm. Upon arriving, Longzhuan's mood instantly lightened, his previous anxieties dissipating. Although he hailed from Dashi village, he had little interaction with the villagers, and could even be described as distant. As an immortal, he felt it unwise to have too many ties with mortals. Gu cultivators and mortals belonged to different worlds and couldn't connect. Mortals experienced birth, aging, sickness, and death too quickly. Excessive involvement with them would inevitably lead to frequent experiences of life and death, potentially leaving him with inner demons. Therefore, both the original owner of this body and Longzhuan chose to isolate themselves from the mortal world. Consequently, many villagers' faces were unfamiliar to Longzhuan, and he couldn't recall their names. Many mortal villagers also didn't recognize him, observing him with curious eyes. Today seemed to be a very special day for Dashi village, bustling with activity. Many people, their faces beaming with smiles, were gathering in one direction. Driven by curiosity, Longzhuan followed the crowd to a spacious area in the village center. In the center stood a high stone platform, upon which stood 2 Gu cultivators from the Long clan, their faces filled with arrogance. Listening to the surrounding villagers' discussions, Longzhuan quickly understood what was happening. Today was the day the Long clan was recruiting laborers. No wonder the village was so lively, he had arrived at the perfect time. Don't think that working as a laborer for Gu cultivators was a bad thing. For an ordinary mortal, it was a life-changing opportunity to become a Gu cultivator, a chance to change their destiny. How could a mortal not be excited? From the original owner's memories, Long Zhuan learned that the Long clan would come to Dashi village every 3 years to recruit laborers and impart gu cultivation knowledge, giving these laborers the opportunity to become gu cultivators. Don't misunderstand, the Long clan wasn't that generous, nor did they lack combat power. It was simply that the gu cultivator group didn't engage in production. Whatever they did, they needed a large number of mortals as laborers. For example, chopping wood, starting a fire, and cooking. Could gu cultivators do such menial tasks? Would they need to recruit a group of mortals to take care of their food, clothing, and shelter? But there are some jobs that mortals simply can't handle, such as felling spirit trees. Mortals don't have the strength to cut down spirit trees. For example, tending to an elder's insect chamber. The insects and goo worms in the chamber are so ferocious that ordinary mortals would just be food for the enemy, an extra meal. Without some martial arts skills, they also can't do this job. Therefore, the Long clan also needs a group of mortals with gu cultivation aptitude to do various difficult chores. Not only the Long clan, but almost all gu cultivation families do this. Every gu cultivator's cultivation time is precious, and all matters unrelated to cultivation must be entrusted to these mortals with gu cultivation aptitude. Of course, this world is always secretive, unique and core techniques will never be passed on to outsiders. The major gu cultivation families will only teach the most basic and general techniques to these mortals with gu cultivation aptitude. Their most secret skills will never be taught to these outsiders, even if that mortal has heavenly aptitude. This mortal possesses unparalleled, monstrous talent. With proper training, he's destined to become a gu king, yet he won't receive the full accolades from any major clan. Remember, the power structure in this region is based on families, not sects. Each clan only passes on its traditions to members of the same clan and surname. Outsiders without blood ties are excluded, no matter how high their talent. It's precisely because of this strong sense of self-preservation in this world that many mortals have nowhere to go, resulting in over 95% of gu cultivators being independent practitioners. Even without the core teachings, it's enough to make mortals from all the major villages flock to him, vying for any job. The original owner had excitedly participated in such a menial labor selection competition before, only to return dejected. He was the first to be eliminated, coming down almost immediately because he possessed the 10 absolute physique. At this moment, Long Zhuan was quite interested in this Long clan's menial labor selection competition. He was considering whether to send a clone to infiltrate the Long family, secretly copy their library using the origin realm, and steal all their secret techniques. Perhaps the key to condensing an external avatar was hidden in the Long family's library. If he sent a clone, it might actually solve his problem of not being able to condense an avatar. The more Long Zhuan thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. He could give it a try. Perhaps the key to mastering the avatar technique lay here. Long Zhuan's face lit up with joy, his worries of the past few days vanishing. He looked around, found a secluded corner, and released his clone, ordering him to participate in the Long family's selection of servants, essentially infiltrating the family as a double agent. So the clone of Shui went up excitedly, seemingly enjoying the thrill of being a spy. However, he was quick to go and quick to come back, coming down almost immediately and looking at the main body with a miserable expression. Long Zhuan was stunned. How could he be eliminated so quickly? This wasn't the script. He was the protagonist. According to the plot, he should definitely be chosen as a menial servant. Why weren't they playing by the rules? Confused, Long Zhuan hurriedly checked the clone's memories and quickly realized what had happened. When the clone went up, the Long clan gu cultivators, seeing that he had a 10 absolute physique, immediately dismissed him with disdain, not even assigning him the job of cleaning toilets. Long Zhuan was dumbfounded. What had he done to deserve this? Why was he even rejected by dogs, not even fit to clean toilets? It seemed that the original owner had been kicked off the stage for the same reason when he participated in the menial servant selection competition last time. The selection team from the Long clan's gu cultivators happened to be the same group. Long Zhuan's familiar face was immediately exposed, and he was kicked out on the spot, losing face in the process. Long Zhuan sighed bitterly, and helplessly left this place that had caused him so much pain. He couldn't possibly give up this plan. He was determined to have his clone infiltrate the Long clan. It wasn't just to find the secret of condensing a Dharma body, he was genuinely interested in the Long clan's various inheritances. Whether it was the Zuanun dragon technique, the reverse dragon technique, the lifting force technique, the ascending dragon Gu and earth Gu in Long Killen's hands, or Elder Long's evil dragon Emperor I, he found this clan's inheritance incredibly powerful, providing him with countless lessons. The profound mystery of this Gu cultivator family's unique inheritances was far beyond what one would expect from a small place. They definitely possessed great secrets and a significant background. Therefore, he was extremely interested in this clan and planned to send a spy in to collect all their unique secret techniques. Then, he would sneak away. He couldn't help but praise himself for being so clever. How could he be so clever? However, the selection process through the menial tasks was unsuccessful, so he had to find another way. Long Zhuan quickly came up with an idea and headed straight for Elder Long. That's right. He planned to seek help from Elder Long. After so many years, he had finally managed to successfully repair the 100-flower pill formula that had nearly driven Elder Long to his death, a truly remarkable achievement that had made him smile for 3 days straight. However, although Elder Long's 100-flower pill formula was finally repaired, the materials used were clearly different from Long Zhuan's, and his 100-flower pill was several times weaker. Perhaps it was because his mood had brightened, and the pent-up frustration in his heart vanished, but he quickly broke through to the next level, becoming a Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivator, a rare expert in this region. Coupled with his special identity as an alchemist, after advancing to the Spirit Sea stage, he had the potential to become a third-grade alchemist, and there wasn't a single third-grade alchemist in the entire Far West. At that time, his value would skyrocket, and his future would be bright. Therefore, Long Zhuan had a premonition that his departure from Dashi village was not far off. As a Spirit Sea stage alchemist, it was impossible for him to remain in a small mortal village. That would be a waste of his talent. The Long clan head would definitely have another Long clan Gu cultivator take his place. So Long Zhuan wanted to cling to this promising future Gu, having his clone leave Dashi village with him, follow him to the Long family, continue tending the herb garden, and then, after secretly learning everything, find an opportunity to leave. But he didn't know if Elder Long would remember their past relationship, or if he would still need menial tasks. Chapter 84 Long Zhuan's background. Long Zhuan went to the herb garden and ordered his clone to harvest all the mature spiritual herbs. He then hung the storage bag full of herbs on his clone, Lin, and casually drained his spiritual energy, lowering his cultivation level to the early stage of the spirit gathering realm. He had always used this method to conceal his cultivation level. In his view, no matter what method was used to hide it, it was never truly safe. Only by genuinely reaching this level could he be truly foolproof. Long Zhuan was very confident in his disguise, believing that even the Gu King wouldn't be able to see through his concealment. He then sent his clone to Elder Long's dilapidated thatched hut. The clone knocked on the door, and when a voice inside called out "Come in," the clone nervously pushed the door open. "Elder Long, I've come to bring you medicine." Elder Long, still half reclined in his chair, glanced at him sideways and laughed. "All right, stop hiding your cultivation level. Your disguise might fool others, but it won't fool me." Long Zhuan's expression froze instantly. He was completely dumbfounded. What happened to the promise that even the Gu King couldn't see through it? How could he be proven wrong so quickly? How did he see through it? Was he cheating? Holy crap! He's got a cheat code. Old Long looked him up and down with great interest, exclaiming, "The extraterrestrial clone created by the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is truly flawless. Most people really can't see any flaws. Ever since the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra was brought out of the ancient tomb, it's spread everywhere. Many people have tried to learn it, but most have encountered problems. Many people, as soon as they condense their extraterrestrial clones, are killed on the spot by their own clones, and then replaced, without outsiders noticing any flaws. I have absolutely no interest in such a suicidal technique, but your clone is very stable. I wonder how you maintain it." Old Long scrutinized him carefully for a few moments, but wasn't overly curious. In his view, even if it was stable, it was only temporary. Little did he know, Long Zhuan had never actually cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Although his 10 absolute techniques borrowed heavily from it, he added numerous innovations, even altering the number and attributes of his clones. The original text had been completely distorted. With the aid of his cheat-like abilities, his creation was flawless, eliminating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's shortcomings to the greatest extent possible. As long as the clones weren't left to their own devices, no problems could arise. It was precisely because of this that Long Zhuan dared to use it with complete confidence. Otherwise, given his cautious nature, He would have already confined all his clones in cages, forcing them to cultivate there indefinitely, something he was perfectly capable of doing. After examining him for a few moments, Elder Long said, "I truly didn't expect that the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra could be compatible with the 10 absolute bodies. That the 10 absolute bodies could cultivate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is truly beyond my expectations." Long Zhuan knew he had misunderstood. Seeing that this was a clone, and that its resemblance to clones created by the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra was very high, he naturally assumed that he had cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and mistakenly believed that the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra was a suitable cultivation method for the 10 absolute bodies. However, he certainly wouldn't expose this misunderstanding. For a minor rogue cultivator to create a top-tier cultivation method compatible with the 10 absolute bodies was truly too heaven-defying, and no one would believe it. Elder Long's misunderstanding was understandable. Looking into Long Zhuan's eyes, Elder Long continued, "If you were the old you, I definitely wouldn't bother with you, but your 10 absolutes now have a suitable cultivation technique, meaning you've become a peerless genius, worthy of being nurtured by the Long clan. I cherish talent. From now on, you'll follow me. I will impart all my knowledge to you and cultivate you into a powerful figure. You have good talent in alchemy, so start by learning alchemy from me. I'm currently preparing to attempt refining a 3rd-grade spirit pill. You'll be my apprentice, assisting me, and you'll be allowed to observe. This is the Long clan's famous purple demon flame formula. Gather the materials and refine it as quickly as possible." Elder Long tossed a formula to Long Zhuan, forcibly taking him as an apprentice regardless of his agreement. Long Zhuan was stunned again. He had come here specifically to discuss this matter, but he hadn't expected Elder Long to have the same idea. What a coincidence. The plan to plant a seed in the Long clan had gone unexpectedly smoothly, completed effortlessly, so simply that Long Zhuan found it somewhat unbelievable. He took the purple demon flame formula in a daze, speechless for a moment. He already had this, what did he need it for? But he was quickly shocked. This was a closely guarded secret of the Long clan, a family treasure. Was it really being passed down to him so openly? How could this be? Long Zhuan's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly said, "Elder Long, you haven't made a mistake, have you? This is a unique secret technique of the Long clan. I am not qualified to learn it." Elder Long looked at him and chuckled meaningfully, saying, "Do you know that before the Long family settled here, there were no people with the surname Long in this village?" Hearing this, Long Zhuan's spirits lifted, and he showed disbelief. Could it be that he really had the blood of the Long clan? Was he the illegitimate son of a powerful Long clan Gu cultivator, lost to the outside world? Did he actually have a very strong backer? Could it be such a coincidence? No wonder Elder Long didn't ask anyone else to take care of his herb garden, but specifically chose him. No wonder he gave him such a high salary. He hadn't thought about it before, but now that he thought about it, how could Elder Long possibly share the profits with him? The salary Elder Long paid him was based on delivering a set amount of spiritual herbs. Any excess produced would be his. It seemed like an incentive, but in years of great harvest, his salary was ridiculously high. Mortals were the cheapest labor force. A spirit stone was the maximum they'd be paid. Why would Elder Long share the profits? Did he really have a powerful background? But that didn't make sense either. If he truly possessed the bloodline of the Long clan, why would they ignore him? This was perplexing. Could it be that this junior has a very strong background? Long Zhuan immediately asked in surprise. "No doubt about it," Elder Long said with a smile. "You do indeed have a powerful background, but this is no coincidence. To be precise, all the mortals with the surname Long in the vicinity have powerful backgrounds." Knowing that he was filled with doubt, Elder Long didn't keep him in suspense and continued to explain. When the Long clan's Gu cultivators were stationed in various villages, it was common for them to have relationships with immortal village girls, and the outflow of blood was inevitable. Don't be fooled by the small number of offspring born. As these offspring continued to multiply and develop over countless generations, the Long clan bloodline became ubiquitous. The Long clan's resources were limited and couldn't support so many people, so the Long clan had a clan rule long ago, that is, any offspring who have mixed blood with immortals are not allowed to be brought back to the Long clan, nor are they allowed to be supported. Even the patriarch of the Long clan cannot violate this clan rule, unless the child has good cultivation aptitude and can be brought back to the clan for training. No one can open this door. If this rule weren't in place, the Long clan would be in chaos. Heaven knows how many offspring those guys have outside. If they were all brought back, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan was completely stunned. Were all the Gu cultivators surnamed Long like animals? They sowed seeds everywhere and then didn't care afterward. It was incredibly irresponsible. So, this junior has met the criteria to be brought back to the Long family and can see my relatives, Long Zhuan asked impatiently. Elder Long smiled and looked at him, saying, "What relatives do you have left? The only one related to you by blood is that Long Lai. He's your grandfather's younger brother, you should call him uncle. That branch that loves to court death is now down to just the two of you. I only gave you the lucrative position of garden janitor because of him, don't blame him for not caring about you. It's the Long clan's rule, immortals and mortals are forever separated. Clan members mixed with mortal blood are not allowed to be cared for unless you can demonstrate sufficient value to be recruited into the family for intensive training." Hearing this, Long Zhuan was immediately shocked. It was him? That drunkard? Could this be an extremely awful relative? Recalling his first meeting with Long Lai and his behavior, Long Zhuan frowned slightly. Was this person truly reliable? He had deep doubts. He felt he probably couldn't get any help from this peculiar relative and might even get tricked. In other words, besides Elder Long's protection, he had no real backing in the Long family? Long Zhuan felt exhausted. All that anticipation had been for nothing. However, the upgraded Elder Long was a potential Gu, with a potential to become a third-grade alchemist. Now that he had been promoted from a servant to his medicine boy, he could find a way to shorten the time it took for Elder Long to become a third-grade alchemist. Once Elder Long became the only third-grade alchemist in the far west, he, as his disciple, could truly walk sideways and fear no one. This could be considered paying back the tuition for all the things he had secretly learned from Elder Long, and also repaying the favor of Elder Long's special treatment. Advancing from a second-grade alchemist to a third-grade alchemist was simple in some ways, but difficult in others. Without the inheritance of a third-grade alchemist, a second-grade alchemist could never become a third-grade alchemist, no matter how hard they tried. Obtaining a third-grade alchemist's inheritance was no easy feat. With such an inheritance, one only needed to invest resources and experiment repeatedly to eventually become a third-grade alchemist. And he was particularly adept at experimentation, while the Long clan, a powerful family, had no shortage of third-grade alchemist inheritances. Shortening the time it took for Elder Long to become a third-grade alchemist wasn't too difficult for him. The faster Elder Long became a third-grade alchemist, the better. Having a third-grade alchemist as a backer would make his life much more comfortable in the Long family, making it much easier to learn things without fear of being bullied. It would save him the trouble of having to show off and get humiliated. However, plans don't always go as expected. His original plan was to infiltrate the Long family as a menial servant to learn. But now, he was told he had Long clan blood, making him a legitimate Long clan Gu cultivator. He could learn anything openly and honestly without taking any risks. After mastering all the Long clan's inheritances, he would secretly leave. After all, he had too many secrets, and the top-grade Gu worms on his body couldn't be exposed. Joining a powerful faction would be fraught with risks. He still preferred to be a carefree, independent cultivator. After a brief period of deep thought, Long Zhuan made his decision. For the next 6 months, Long Zhuan gloriously became Elder Long's apprentice, assisting Elder Long in alchemy. After refining the purple demon flame, he pretended to be a complete novice, acting as if he knew nothing, and learned alchemy from Elder Long. He had already secretly learned all of Elder Long's alchemy techniques, why would he need to learn them again? Long Zhuan was tired of pretending every day, so he simply pretended to be a fast-learning alchemy prodigy, wanting to escape this life as soon as possible. However, Long Zhuan's actions greatly excited Elder Long. He never expected that his unintentional actions would actually bring him an alchemy prodigy, a once-in-a-millennium talent, truly a blessing from heaven. Elder Long was overjoyed. Heaven knows, the reason he wanted to take Long Zhuan as a medicine boy wasn't because of his alchemy talent or his potential as a disciple of the 10 absolute physics, but entirely because he cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra grants the ability to create multiple clones. By taking someone who cultivates it as a medicine boy, he could have multiple clones simultaneously. Paying only the salary of one person while gaining a whole bunch of medicine boys, where else could you find such a good deal? It was incredibly cost-effective. That was his clever plan. Therefore, he was determined to take Long Zhuan as a medicine boy, even if Long Zhuan disagreed. Such a good medicine boy was hard to find even with a lantern. This opportunity wouldn't come again. If Long Zhuan knew his true intentions, he would be furious. His sincerity had been misplaced. This old man Long was utterly inhuman. Thus, Long Zhuan, disguised as an alchemy prodigy, was promoted again by old man Long, gloriously advancing from medicine boy to his disciple, a rapid advancement. Half a year later, old man Long's maniacal laughter echoed from the dilapidated thatched hut. Ha ha ha. It's done. It's done. Finally done. I never thought I, Long Yao, was such a genius. I actually advanced to a third-grade alchemist in just half a year. I'm now the only third-grade alchemist in the far west. Let's see who dares to come chasing me for debts now. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Long Zhuan was speechless. What did refining a third-grade spirit pill have to do with him? Look how excited he is. Doesn't he have any self-awareness? The first thing he thought about after becoming a third-grade alchemist was that he wouldn't be chased for debts anymore. That's all he's got. Long Zhuan, what temperature did you control the flame at just now? Tell your master quickly. After his excitement subsided, Elder Long looked at Long Zhuan expectantly and asked. Hearing this, Long Zhuan looked troubled. How was he supposed to answer? In this world, the temperature of a flame is described as high temperature, medium temperature, low temperature, or high fire, medium fire, low fire. The amount of spirit medicine used is described as trace amount, medium amount, large amount, or appropriate amount. What exactly is a medium amount? What exactly is a medium fire? There's no fixed standard, everyone has their own. Even time, power, and speed are vague concepts in this world, lacking precise units of measurement. Heaven knows, Long Zhuan's pill formulas specify exact amounts in grams and exact degrees Celsius for each ingredient. He's meticulously precise in every step, not a fraction more or less. It's this rigor, coupled with his cheat-like abilities, that allows Long Zhuan to achieve a 100% success rate in pill production. This world, however, clearly lacks units of measurement like grams, degrees Celsius, a second, or a Newton. Alchemists in this world can't achieve 100% precision in any numerical value, which is one reason for their high failure rate. But now the problem arises, if Long Zhuan tells him the exact temperature he used, he won't understand, and Long Zhuan himself doesn't know how to explain it. He can't possibly spend another month teaching him modern math and physics, can he? So, who's the master and who's the apprentice? Elder Long seemed to see his predicament, so he put away his smile and looked at him seriously, saying, let's try again. I'll control the fire, and you control the temperature. This time, I'll use my soul power to sense your temperature. Long Zhuan nodded. That was all he could do. Half an hour later, another batch of grade 3 spirit pills was successfully produced. Elder Long laughed excitedly again. Ha ha ha. I'm truly a genius. I've actually successfully refined another batch of grade 3 spirit pills. Who else can match this success rate? Long Zhuan. I'll remember this merit for you. From now on, you're my personal disciple. Good heavens, Long Zhuan had leveled up again. From a nominal disciple to personal disciple, his leveling speed was astounding. Now he only needed to take the final step of becoming his closed-door disciple. Chapter 85 Long Zhuan. A month later, the day of Elder Long's departure finally arrived. He was succeeded by a beautiful Gu cultivator from the Long clan, and Long Zhuan accompanied Elder Long to the Long family. Originally, he planned to send a clone, but things didn't go as planned. Elder Long's evil dragon emperor could see through his clone. Therefore, he had to change his plans and go in person for the time being. He could wait until his clone was perfected to the point where the evil dragon emperor couldn't detect it before having it take over. However, with a third-grade alchemist as his backer, he figured he wouldn't encounter any danger going in person. Don't underestimate the status of a third-grade alchemist in a family. Elder Long's current status in the Long family was only below the Long clan patriarch, practically on par with the family head. Even if the family head couldn't break through to the Gu King realm, he would still need the help of this third-grade alchemist. As this third-grade alchemist's personal disciple, he could practically walk sideways in the Long family. Almost no one dared to offend him. It would take him some time to return from this trip, so he entrusted the herb garden to his clone, Lin. He left Elder Long's herb garden to the newly arrived female Gu cultivator from the Long clan, freeing up his clone. As the personal disciple of a third-grade alchemist, he figured the new Gu cultivator wouldn't covet his garden. Long Zhuan no longer needed to worry about his home being raided and could go with peace of mind. The reason Dashi village was under the Long family's jurisdiction was simply because it was so close. Traveling at full speed, it only took 2 days. 2 days later, Long Zhuan stared at the barren mountainside, a look of surprise on his face, his mouth slightly agape. Along the way, he had seen other mountains covered in herb gardens, herds of cattle and sheep, and even fish ponds teeming with various spirit fish. In short, every place was breathtakingly beautiful, filled with Long clan property. It seemed the Long clan had managed the entire family well. But why was Elder Long's place so different? The mountainside was smooth and bare, as if stripped naked, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding mountains, standing out like a crane among chickens, incredibly eye-catching. Could this be the legendary Little Poor Peak? Long Zhuan was utterly astonished. Weren't all alchemists supposed to be rolling in money? How come it was the other way around for Elder Long? Master, you wouldn't happen to be a poverty alleviation recipient from your village, would you? Long Zhuan stared blankly at the vast, barren mountain before him. Elder Long looked slightly embarrassed, his old face flushing slightly. I've been away for too long, and no one has taken care of the mountain, so I packed up everything and sold it. Plus, there were so many debt collectors, so I told them to take whatever they had. I just didn't expect them to go this far. They even pulled up the weeds and drained the fish pond. Is this something a human would do? Elder Long looked helpless. Long Zhuan felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly wondered if becoming his disciple had been a mistake, a hasty decision. If those hordes of creditors knew that Elder Long actually had a personal disciple, wouldn't they all rush over to collect their debts? Thinking this, Long Zhuan felt a chill run down his spine and completely lost his composure. This place was a complete trap. He had jumped into a fire pit. He absolutely couldn't say he was Elder Long's disciple in the future. But it was probably too late now. As soon as Elder Long arrived, he went on a rampage, boasting about becoming a third-grade alchemist and taking on a once-in-a-millennium alchemy prodigy. He showed off everywhere, his voice booming as loudly as could be, wanting the whole world to know. Now, probably everyone here with the surname Long knew that Elder Long had a disciple named Long Zhuan. He was famous now. Long Zhuan was utterly dumbfounded. As one of the few alchemists in the Long family, I was allocated a relatively large territory. Now, I'm entrusting all of this territory to you. Don't you have many clones? Send them to plant spiritual herbs here as quickly as possible, and fill the fish pond with water and some fish fry. As a third-grade alchemy master, how can your house be bare? Would that make you laughingstock? Hearing this, Long Zhuan was stunned. Sending his clones to do the work? Something felt off. Long Zhuan reached out to Elder Long, and seeing him in a daze, he reminded him, you don't expect your disciple to pay for the fish fry and the herbs out of his own pocket, do you? Elder Long's expression turned bitter. Asking him for money? His pockets were emptier than his face. How dare he ask him for money? He had no money. After refining a few third-grade spiritual pills, he was truly broke. He couldn't even squeeze out half a spirit stone, and he had recently been eating at his disciple's expense. However, even if he asked his disciple to lend him money, or to cover the cost up front, Elder Long, despite his thick skin, couldn't bring himself to say it. So he could only chuckle dryly. I'm a little short on cash lately. How about this? The elder said, you plant whatever you can in this empty space. Try not to leave it empty, it doesn't look good. Even if you only plant first-grade spiritual herbs, it doesn't matter. When the herbs mature, they're all yours. I can easily make a few third-grade spiritual pills. I don't care about this little bit of money anymore. At this moment, inside the Long clan's council hall, the current patriarch, Long Wanli, sat at the head of the conference table. 10 elders, each exuding the aura of the spirit sea stage, sat symmetrically on either side of the oval-shaped table. Each wore a black robe embroidered with dragons, the traditional attire of the Long clan. The dragon was the symbol and totem of the Long clan, and the dragon embroidery on their clothing corresponded to their status within the family. Deacons embroider 3-claw dragons, hall masters embroider 4-claw dragons, patriarchs and respected elders who attend meetings embroider 5-claw dragons, and patriarchs who rarely participate in council meetings embroider 2 dragons. Ordinary disciples do not embroider dragons, or can only embroider a fragmented dragon. No one can overstep this rule, otherwise they will be severely punished according to clan rules. Those who make outstanding contributions to the clan will also be tattooed with dragon tattoos. In short, The dragon clan has numerous rules and rituals. After all the clan elders had gathered, the patriarch, Long Wanli, looked around and finally spoke. Since our clan obtained the mining rights to 1/7 of the fossil vein, our income has increased daily. And the clan's total income has reached new highs year after year. However, we still face the problem of uneven distribution. No one can be sure whether each location is a poor or rich mine, and the underground passages are complex and numerous, like a huge maze. Two mining families can easily collide, leading to conflicts. Recently, our clan has frequently clashed with the Fen clan, resulting in the deaths of many miners in the vein. If we allow the conflict to continue, with each clan constantly depleting its manpower, then continuing to mine will be unprofitable. The purpose of this meeting today is to discuss this matter. What good suggestions do you all have? The patriarch's words caused all the clan elders to show solemn expressions, and the atmosphere of the meeting became heavy. The eldest elder, whose status was second only to the patriarch, stroked his beard and spoke first. You should understand that there's no good solution to this kind of thing. With Feng Qingyang's personality, he'll find trouble even if there's nothing wrong. What good is a perfect solution? Even if we compromise, it won't prevent conflict from happening. Hearing this, all the elders nodded in deep agreement, clearly understanding Feng Qingyang's character very well. The second elder then chimed in, although there's no perfect solution, leaving it unresolved is unacceptable. Previously, almost all disputes were resolved through arena battles, with a loser compromising. I think we should use the same method this time. Long Wanli immediately replied, I've considered this method before, but in battle, no one can guarantee a 100% win rate. Arena battles are risky, and fists and feet have no eyes. If a genius is lost because of this, it would be a net loss. The third elder chuckled, I heard Long Ao took in a genius with a 10 absolute physics. The 10 absolute physics are invincible among their peers, and even against opponents of higher ranks, they have a high probability of victory. Sending him in will guarantee a win. The 10th elder, seemingly out of the loop, looked surprised upon hearing this and exclaimed in astonishment, the 10 absolute physics, is it because I can't cultivate? Has the world changed since I came out of seclusion? The fourth elder, a female Gu cultivator, explained with a smile, you don't know, but after the Yao Guang ancient tomb appeared, her cultivation method spread everywhere. Coincidentally, her Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is perfectly compatible with the 10 absolute physique. You know, the clones cultivated by the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra can cultivate in place of the original body, which can perfectly solve the drawbacks of the 10 absolute physique. So this 10 absolute physique has now become a peerless genius who can cultivate, and has already qualified to enter the Long family to cultivate. Otherwise, why would we have agreed to Long Ao bringing him into the family? Hearing this, the first elder was even more shocked. Thinking that the clones could cultivate in place of the original body, his eyes burned with desire, but he was quickly doused with cold water by the fourth elder. The fourth elder seemed to have seen through his thoughts and hurriedly warned, I advise you not to covet that kind of technique. It's become commonplace, you can learn it anywhere, but everyone who's tried it has run into trouble. They were either killed by the clones or replaced by them. Blending into the crowd. It's now a forbidden technique by all clans, prohibiting anyone from learning it. That tomb owner is a mad woman. She seems intent on spreading her technique far and wide, making it known throughout the world. Techniques shouldn't be lightly passed on. She's making the world's most powerful technique available to everyone. It's utter nonsense. Hearing this, the 10th elder finally calmed down, but still unwilling to give up, he asked, then why was that boy with the 10 absolute physics unharmed after cultivating it? The 5th elder then interjected, from what Long Ao said, it seems that the boy altered the text, completely changing the technique, and coincidentally solved part of its problems. Remember, only part of it. It might be stable in the early stages, but the later stages are uncertain. Long Ao doesn't believe he can solve a problem that even Empress Yao Guang couldn't solve. I think you wouldn't dare learn a technique that a boy haphazardly modified, would you? The 5th elder glanced at him and continued, he's special in our clan, we can give. His qualification to learn forbidden techniques is not affected even if his clone eventually replaces him, because the clone's memories, personality, and habits are exactly the same as the original. It makes no difference whether the person is replaced or not, and we don't need to monitor him. Letting him fight in a tournament is a sure thing for him to win. Clan head Long Wanli nodded and said, his match is indeed a sure thing, but his current level is still too low. To maximize our benefits, let him grow for a while first. Let Long Qilin and Long Ziyan handle the first few conflicts. They are the most talented geniuses in our clan, and they have a high chance of winning at least the first 2 matches." The elders nodded in unison. The 6th elder laughed. "I have complete confidence in Long Ziyan. She's a 9th grade bloodline genius, a once-in-a-millennium talent in our clan. Once she unleashes her divine dragon Dharma form, she'll surely utterly defeat those little phoenix cubs. If they knew our clan possessed even a 9th grade bloodline and a 10 absolute physique, they'd definitely regret accepting the challenge." "Ha ha ha!" A chorus of laughter erupted from the elders in the meeting room. "By the way, I heard Long Ao has become a 3rd grade alchemist. Is that true? If it is, it's truly a blessing for our clan. Our clan's fortune will rise to another level because of this," the 6th elder said excitedly. Long Wanli nodded with a smile, also somewhat excited, and said, "This is true. Our clan has indeed produced a 3rd grade alchemist, and he is the only 3rd grade alchemist in the far west. Congratulations, our clan possesses the clan's treasure, the formula for the 3rd grade Zuanlong pill. Once he refines the Zuanlong pill, everyone present will have the opportunity to break through to the Gu King realm." Upon hearing this, all the clan elders' eyes turned red, their composure vanished, and they all breathed rapidly. The 10th clan elder, who had just learned of this, was particularly excited because he was unprepared. He slammed his fist on the table 3 times and roared, "That's wonderful. Heaven truly favors our clan. He is now our clan's treasure. We must protect him well." Who knows what crazy things that red-eyed Fen Qingyang will do after hearing this news. I suggest we seal off the news now and order the entire clan not to spread this matter. Anyone who violates this rule will be executed. The 10th clan elder revealed a ruthless expression. Long Wanli looked embarrassed, sighed, and said helplessly, "Too late. Don't you know his personality? That big mouth talks about everything. He just broke through to the 3rd grade alchemist and started showing off everywhere. Now the whole world knows." The conference room suddenly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, outside the council hall. "You mean only those with a Long clan bloodline reaching the 5th grade or above can condense a Dharma body, and your clan's 2nd genius bloodline purity is only the 6th grade, while that Long Ziyan actually reached the 9th grade? You, the 2nd, have been surpassed by the 1st. Long Zhuan stared wide-eyed at Long Qilin, his face showing astonishment. After leaving Elder Long Zioqiang Peak, he began searching for medicinal seeds everywhere. He unexpectedly encountered Long Qilin, so he shamelessly ran over to ingratiate himself. The reverse dragon technique was the Long clan's top secret, and he dared not ask Elder Long for the secret, lest he expose that he had learned the reverse dragon technique ahead of time. But Long Qilin was different. Long Qilin was very simple-minded, and it was easy to extract the Long clan's secrets from him. Long Zhuan feigned curiosity and easily extracted the method for condensing an external Dharma form from him. The dragon Qilin proudly declared himself a descendant of the dragon, possessing dragon blood. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the stronger the combat power. When the bloodline purity reached a certain level, it acquired some dragon characteristics, thus enabling the condensation of a divine dragon Dharma form. If the bloodline purity was low, the body would be completely unrelated to a dragon, lacking any dragon characteristics, making it impossible to condense a divine dragon Dharma form. Furthermore, the more times one interbred with mortals, the lower the purity of the dragon bloodline. Long Zhuan's bloodline had been interbred with mortals countless times, achieving a first-grade dragon bloodline concentration was already a feat. For him to condense a divine dragon Dharma form would be truly miraculous. Long Zhuan suddenly understood. No wonder the cultivation method kept mentioning blood, blood, blood. This blood didn't refer to ordinary blood, but rather the essence blood of a 5th grade or higher bloodline. He had misunderstood. All the dragon clan geniuses who cultivated the reverse dragon technique possessed bloodlines of at least the 5th rank, so there was no need to specifically state that outsiders couldn't cultivate it. No wonder. Long Zhuan's eyes brightened, and his mind cleared. Finding the root cause made the problem much easier to solve. Since the inability to condense an external Dharma form was due to insufficient bloodline purity, he could revise the text, making it so that one could cultivate supernatural powers using the essence blood of others. This would solve the problem. Long Zhuan immediately looked at Long Qilin with a wolfish gaze, but quickly shook his head. No, this person's bloodline purity was far too low. How could he accept such trash blood? He showed disgust. Condensing a Dharma form naturally required higher bloodline purity, that was undeniable. Otherwise, How could Long Killen be suppressed by Long Zion, a female Gu cultivator, unable to even defeat a woman? Since Long Killen's essence blood was too low, he could only set his sights on that genius named Long Zion. Long Zhuan's eyes darted around, and he casually asked again, if this Dharma image could use the essence blood of an outsider, that would be great. You could trade some treasures for some of Long Zion's essence blood, and then your divine dragon Dharma image wouldn't be weaker than hers. While it seemed Long Zhuan was thinking of him, he was actually asking for himself. He wanted to know if essence blood could be traded, and if so, what the price would be, so he could have a clear understanding. To his surprise, Long Killen was startled by his words, hastily waving his hands and exclaiming, "What are you thinking? How can you trade essence blood? If you try to trade it with her, she'll beat you to death. Do you even know what essence blood is? Essence blood isn't ordinary blood, it's the essence of a person's body, extremely rare. Only heart blood and virgin yin blood contain small amounts of essence blood. Losing heart blood severely damages one's vital energy. Losing virgin yin blood isn't a big deal, but it will significantly slow down cultivation in certain techniques, but neither of these two types of blood can be traded. If you dare to ask her for these two types of blood, believe me, you'll die a horrible death." Hearing this, Long Zhuan shrank back in fear, cold sweat pouring down his face, a wave of dread washing over him. Luckily, he had asked that extra question, otherwise, if he had actually tried to trade essence blood with Long Zion, he would have been doomed, the consequences unimaginable. Therefore, this woman was absolutely out of the question. He needed to find another way to deal with her supernatural powers. Suddenly, Long Killen put his arm around Long Zhuan's shoulder, leaned close, and chuckled, "Let's not talk about that anymore. It's your first time at the Long family, so you're probably unfamiliar with many places, right? Come on, I'll be your guide and show you around, so you can experience the customs and traditions of the Long clan." With that, Long Killen put his arm around Long Zhuan's shoulder and started walking forward without further ado, displaying great enthusiasm. Long Zhuan had initially planned to extract the secret and then leave, but he found himself completely trapped. He had underestimated Long Killen's enthusiasm. Not wanting to offend anyone, he had no choice but to follow. Long Killen then led Long Zhuan on a tour of every part of the clan's territory. With him around, Long Zhuan had free rein to enter any place, even the most secret locations. Even thieves would be overjoyed to have him. Under Long Killen's guidance, Long Zhuan arrived at the transmission hall, the place where one could learn cultivation techniques and spiritual arts, where there were specialists to guide them, saving them a lot of trouble. Long Zhuan secretly envied them. Rogue cultivators have no one to guide them. They all fumble around on their own, unaware of where they've gone astray, and once they make a mistake, it could be a mistake for life. After the transmission hall, Long Zhuan saw the library tower. He was overjoyed, his eyes shining. However, Long Killen found it boring and dragged him away after a short while. Next, Long Zhuan saw the martial arts hall, where many people were sparring and watching, creating a noisy atmosphere. Beyond the martial arts hall was the Gu fighting arena, where people were battling with their Gu. Gu fighting meant that Gu cultivators didn't participate. The two sides used external Gu to fight one-on-one. There were one-on-one matches, as well as many-on-many matches. Some even dared to take on a group at once. This was even more lively, with even more shouting and yelling. Long Zhuan then went to the Long clan's family academy, where a group of children, young and old, were learning to read and write under the guidance of a teacher, learning the basics of this world. Long Zhuan was even more envious. Heaven knows that if he didn't have his clone, he wouldn't know anything about this world, not even his location on the world map, let alone the seemingly unimportant but actually very important history. Soon, Long Zhuan arrived at the mission hall, the place where the clan posts missions. Individuals can also set rewards and post missions here. Elder Long's mission to guard Dashi village was received from here. In the Long family, only those who make significant contributions to the clan can receive various resources. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to support so many idle people? No one can eat for free in the Long family. Next, guided by Long Killen, Long Zhuan visited many places, each one opening his eyes to new wonders. After half a day, they finally stopped at the last stop. This last stop was the very center of the Long family compound, where there was a treasure pavilion containing most of the Long family's treasures. Upon arriving at this place, Long Zhuan's eyes lit up even more. He quickly went inside, examining the treasures as fast as possible to see if there were any he needed. To facilitate the Long family members' acquisition, all the treasures were listed and posted on the walls of the pavilion, making them easily visible. At this moment, each treasure list on the wall was surrounded by people. Everyone looked excited, their eyes filled with greed, pointing at the various treasures on the walls and whispering among themselves. As a large clan, the Long family possessed a wealth of valuable items, many of which Long Xuan needed, such as the seeds of rare fourth-grade spiritual herbs, items that were not easy to collect. Upon entering, Long Xuan was completely captivated, his shifty eyes scanning the surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled on a treasure list, and he couldn't look away. It read, Golden Crow Blood, obtained from the Yaoguang ancient tomb, 50 million contribution points. Upon seeing these words, Long Xuan's breathing quickened. It was exactly what he needed. Golden Crow Blood was the perfect material for condensing the Golden Crow Dharma image. Since Long Xian's blood was difficult to obtain, this Golden Crow Blood was definitely a better choice. This blood flowed directly from the body of a divine beast, and its effect on condensing an external Dharma image was certainly no less than that of a human's 9th grade essence blood. It should be noted that the divine abilities of the Purgatory true demon art differed from the reverse dragon technique, which could only condense divine dragon Dharma images of varying strengths based on bloodline purity. His Purgatory true demon art allowed him to condense an external Dharma form with each level he cultivated. He would have several Dharma forms depending on the level he reached. Now that he knew condensing Dharma forms was related to the blood of powerful creatures, the blood of various divine beasts was naturally the more the better for him, and he would obtain it at any cost. Divine beasts had been extinct in this world for countless millennia, and the remaining blood was dwindling with each use, almost non-existent now. This bottle of Golden Crow blood was likely the only one left in the world, and he was determined to obtain it, even at great risk. Long Xuan clenched his fist. Noticing that all the treasures here could only be exchanged using the Long clan's unique family contribution points, he immediately looked at the dragon killer who had followed him and eagerly asked, "How do I obtain contribution points?" Starting from chapter 86, I began creating my own low-grade goo formulas. Long Killen chuckled, "There are many ways to gain contribution points. The task hall you just visited is one such method. You only need to complete one of the tasks to receive the corresponding contribution points. Half of those tasks are issued by clans, and the other half by individuals. Some tasks offer high contribution points and are highly sought after, while others are stingy, offering very few and sitting unclaimed for years. If you want to take on any tasks, it's best to consult me to avoid being taken advantage of and doing tasks where the effort and reward are severely disproportionate. Besides gaining contribution points through tasks, you can also compete in the martial arts hall for the hidden dragon ranking. Clans will distribute contribution points periodically based on the ranking on the hidden dragon ranking. The higher the ranking, the more contribution points a genius receives. You can also compete in the Goo King ranking in the Goo Arena. It's the same as the hidden dragon ranking. The higher the ranking, the more contribution points you get. The other major rankings are also good places to gain contribution points, but the top spot is basically dominated by that Long Xian, Long Killen side, clearly indicating that being a perennial runner-up wasn't a pleasant experience. There are also irregular missions, such as clan competitions, various tournaments, and even wars, all of which are good opportunities to earn a lot of contribution points. Long Killen quickly explained the methods of earning contribution points to Long Xuan. Long Xuan slowly frowned. Going to the mission hall to accept various missions was out of the question, and grinding missions was simply too time-consuming. How long would it take him to earn 50 million contribution points? By the time he earned 50 million contribution points, the Golden Crow blood might have already been taken by someone else. He didn't want to participate in the various rankings either. If he let Xiaobei and Zhao King go to the Goo battle arena to fight Goo, they could definitely get first or second place on the rankings for the spirit gathering stage. But wouldn't that expose all his trump cards? How could he do such a stupid thing? He was afraid that others wouldn't know that he had 2 top-grade Goo worms. Moreover, even if he did get first place on many rankings, he would probably still be far from earning 50 million contribution points. Although he didn't know what 50 million contribution points meant in the Long family, the fact that the Golden Crow blood had been there for so long without anyone taking it was enough to show how huge 50 million contribution points really were. If he followed the usual path, even with his best efforts, it would take him a very long time to accumulate 50 million contribution points. Long Xuan was utterly frustrated. He didn't want to wait, Even waiting one more day meant the golden crow blood might be taken by someone else. So he continued to ask, is there a good way to earn 50 million contribution points instantly? Long Killen opened his mouth, then froze on the spot, thinking, is he crazy? Wanting to earn 50 million contribution points instantly? What kind of pipe dream is that? Just give it to me. What kind of task could be worth 50 million contribution points? He'd do such a good task if it existed, but even if you sacrificed yourself for the family, even if you were willing to be used by the family, it wouldn't be enough to earn 50 million contribution points. A task worth 50 million contribution points? He really dared to dream of that. Wait, there really is a task that can earn 50 million contribution points. Long Killen suddenly froze, as if he had suddenly thought of something. He had just had a flash of inspiration and thought of a task that could instantly earn 50 million contribution points, but that kind of task was impossible for a normal person to complete. He couldn't do it, talking about it was pointless. However, he only mentioned the task casually in the course of a chat. If you're asking what kind of mission can instantly earn you 50 million contribution points, there really is such a mission in the Long family. Moreover, it's a long-term mission, a permanent one, permanently incorporated into the clan rules. Long Killen revealed a mysterious smile. Seeing Long Zhuan's somewhat anxious look, he didn't keep him in suspense and explained directly, this permanent mission is to design a unique goo formula for the clan. Depending on the value of the goo formula, the clan will award anywhere from 100 to 100 million contribution points. The specific contribution point value of this goo formula is decided by a collective vote of all the clan elders. No one can fake it. Don't think that the contribution points from this mission are easy to earn. Creating a goo formula can be considered both easy and difficult. I won't even mention the difficulty of creating a top-grade goo formula. Basically, no one can do it, only non-humans can, but anyone can create a low-grade goo formula. A low-grade goo formula can be made with only a few materials. Even 2 materials have the potential to form a goo. You can just randomly guess and try your luck. You might even find a goo formula. Even someone with bad luck can eventually find a goo formula if they experiment enough times. Therefore, the trend of creating one's own goo formulas is prevalent in the Long clan, with dozens of submissions received every month. But the meaning of a unique goo formula isn't just unique, but rather powerful and unique. Trash goo formulas won't be labeled as unique. Most submissions are goo formulas researched using single-digit or double-digit materials. Their combat power is too weak, completely impractical, and have no value in blood pacts, so most submitters are simply rewarded with 100 contribution points and put into the clan's inventory. They're basically never adopted. Those who use the random method to guess goo formulas are lucky to break even. Most lose big, so don't even think about earning contribution points this way. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Those who try to get rich quick by creating their own goo formulas always end up losing everything. Don't learn from them, Long Killen kindly reminded Long Zhuan, looking into his eyes. However, seeing the terrifying light in Long Zhuan's eyes, he frowned. Long Zhuan quickly realized what was happening, feigning frustration and disappointment, saying, there are requirements for the strength of the goo formula? This is too difficult, I can't do it. While Long Zhuan appeared extremely disappointed, he was secretly delighted, his heart pounding. He understood immediately. To put it bluntly, if your goo formula is weak, you lose out. If your goo formula is strong, you can become incredibly wealthy. Creating a slightly stronger, unique goo formula for the family? That was easy for him. He wouldn't dare submit a top-grade goo formula, but submitting a low-grade one required no caution. After all, anyone could create a low-grade goo formula. The Long clan received dozens of newly created low-grade goo formulas every month. Creating a low-grade goo formula wasn't particularly noteworthy in this world. Could he just stumble upon a powerful low-grade goo formula by chance? People would only praise his good luck. Creating a top-grade goo formula was difficult for Long Zhuan, but creating a low-grade one was incredibly easy for him. It was practically a given. What difference is there between these contribution points and freebies for him? And they're unlimited. He can come and cash in whenever he has time. Before, he lacked experience and knew nothing, so creating goo formulas took a very long time. But now it's different. His theoretical knowledge is extensive, and his experience in creating goo formulas is more than anyone else's. Creating a top-grade goo formula might take him over a year. But creating a low-grade goo formula only requires a few or dozens of materials. It takes at most half a month, maybe a few days, and with a bit of luck, he can get 1 low-grade goo formula a day. These contribution points are like freebies to him, a windfall that could kill someone. If he wanted, he could empty this entire treasure vault. However, while creating low-grade goo formulas isn't particularly eye-catching, they're too weak. Whether he can earn tens of millions of contribution points is uncertain. So Long Zhuan could only ask again, since the contribution points awarded are related to the strength of the goo formula, why are those people still so enthusiastic about researching goo formulas with fewer materials? Aren't they just waiting to lose money? Unless a goo formula with fewer materials also offers a huge chance of success, no one would do that. Long Qilin glanced at him in surprise and praised, "You're quite clever. You guessed right. Even researching low-grade goo formulas can earn tens of millions of contribution points. Sometimes, even a top-grade goo formula is less valuable than a low-grade one in the eyes of the family's higher-ups. This is not an exaggeration. The value of a goo formula isn't just about its strength, but also its cost-effectiveness. Top-grade goo formulas with excessively high costs and an absurdly high failure rate have their value greatly reduced. Those top-grade goo formulas whose refining costs could bankrupt the family aren't favored by the family. Getting 10 million contribution points is already considered good, even if such a top-grade goo worm is successfully refined. Only the individual benefits. It doesn't significantly improve the family's overall strength. So what if a top-grade goo worm is powerful? Can its master take on 10? Even if he can he take on 100? 1,000? If something happens to this person, all the enormous resources the family has invested will be wasted. It's a complete disaster. The family currently has fewer than 100 marrow cleansing stage experts, but 10,000 spirit gathering stage goo cultivators. Most of them are poor and can't refine powerful goo worms, making them extremely weak and of little help to the family. What if the family had a powerful goo formula that was cheap enough for everyone to use? Such a goo worm could quickly arm the entire clan, one for each person, making all 10,000 combat ready, instantly elevating the family's overall strength. So remember, for an individual, a top-grade goo formula is definitely the best, but for a family, considering the overall interests of the family, what helps the family the most isn't a top-grade goo formula. What a family needs most is always a goo formula with extremely high cost effectiveness, one that can be quickly promoted and popularized throughout the entire clan, one for each person. The contribution given for this long-term mission is also entirely judged by cost effectiveness. That's why those who submit their work all like to research low-cost goo formulas. The quantity of materials used in a goo formula is generally positively correlated with its strength, but it's by no means an absolute certainty. If you research a low-grade goo formula with extremely high cost effectiveness, costing only a few dozen spirit stones, yet stronger than most goo species in this world, and able to quickly spread throughout the entire clan, with everyone having one, then you'll definitely get 100 million contribution points, without any controversy. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's lips twitched involuntarily. A goo worm refined from a few dozen spirit stones stronger than most goo species in this world? What a pipe dream. Were those high-ranking officials still dreaming? What kind of wishful thinking were they having? How could that be possible? Of course, he also understood that Long Qilin might have used exaggerated rhetoric. It might not need to be so exaggerated at all. Just having the strongest low-grade goo formula at a low cost might be enough to get tens of millions of contribution points. This was definitely not difficult for him, it was just challenging the limits of cost effectiveness, right? To be honest, it was much simpler than grinding for top-grade goo formulas. Whichever material is cheapest, that's the best choice. How difficult could that be? It's incredibly easy, anyone can do it. Not long after, Long Zhuan returned to Xyloqian Peak and, upon entering a makeshift, dilapidated wooden hut, immediately began his project to create a low-grade goo formula. Elder Long needed to refine a large number of grade 3 spirit pills to pay off his debts, so he needed one of Long Zhuan's clones to assist him while he went into seclusion to refine pills. Heaven knows how much debt he actually owed, but it was certain he wouldn't be coming out anytime soon. Therefore, the vast Xyloqian Peak was now at Long Zhuan's disposal. After calming down, he opened his unfathomable mind, preparing to unleash another brainstorming session. It's just challenging the ultimate cost effectiveness, right? Simple. Give him the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Long Zhuan was full of confidence, displaying an extremely arrogant demeanor. He first thought that since he wanted to challenge the highest cost effectiveness, the materials had to be cheap, And the cheapest spirit insect materials were undoubtedly those uncommon spirit insects. One spirit stone could buy a whole bunch. Many spirit insects are never used for goo refining, they are raised solely as food. It's important to know that many insect species' diet consists of various other insects, such as mantises, toads, and spiders. Cultivating these types of goo insects often requires a large number of spirit insects, and those less common and inexpensive ones are undoubtedly the best choice. These spirit insects may seem like low-grade insects, but they should be classified as a separate quality called inferior spirit insects. Inferior spirit insects are cheap, a single spirit stone can buy dozens of them. Some inferior spirit insects have never been used for goo refining before. However, today Long Zhuan is going to break the unthinkable and impossible records of his predecessors. He will use the spirit insects that others use as food for goo refining, and he will refine very powerful goo, challenging the highest cost-effectiveness and breaking records. A day later, several adorable little creatures appeared in Long Zhuan's courtyard. Several small black insects were seen pushing a small ball, rolling it around the field. The ball, propelled by them, grew larger and larger. Long Zhuan watched with great interest. That's right, the very obscure spirit insect that Long Zhuan chose, one that no one else uses for goo, poisonous insect, refining, is the dung beetle. The Long family owns a spirit beast breeding farm, which produces a large amount of spirit beast dung, attracting many dung beetles. He can easily pick up a few. So, seeing these little creatures, Long Zhuan immediately had an idea. Dung beetles are quite interesting, they like to play with dung and even eat it. You read that right, the little balls they're currently rolling around in the field are dung, smelly and pungent, yet they seem to enjoy it immensely. But don't look down on their peculiar little habit, they are artists of the insect world, rolling out perfectly round dung balls, practically works of art. They even have their own competitions, seeing who can roll the biggest and roundest dung ball, whose artwork is the best, and the female dung beetle will choose to mate with that person. Thus, in the dung beetle world, competition is rampant, even leading to jealousy and theft of large dung balls from their own kind. Such strange insects with peculiar habits are naturally avoided by humans. Who would dare use such a creature to refine goo? Smelly and with a strong craving for excrement, anyone who tries to cultivate this kind of goo would be spending all their time digging up its droppings, becoming a dung collector. No goo cultivator would do such a thing, they couldn't bear the shame. Therefore, while others with other less common insects might attempt goo cultivation, no one has ever used dung beetles to cultivate goo since ancient times, not a single dung beetle type goo has ever appeared. This shows just how unpopular dung beetles are with goo cultivators. Yet, the droppings of spirit beasts can drown a person, resulting in these creatures being everywhere. Thus, they are gloriously captured by goo cultivators as food for their goo worms. Therefore, only Long Zhuan could be their mentor, deeply exploring their potential. Every insect species has its own extraordinary abilities, even dung beetles. Don't underestimate these dung collectors, their abilities are considerable. Dung beetles can move objects equivalent to 1,141 times their own weight. In terms of weight-to-strength ratio, this insect ranks among the top in the insect world. This power was simply too outrageous. Long Zhuan's first thought was to find a way to enlarge the dung beetle without disrupting its weight-to-strength ratio. Enlarging the dung beetle was easy, adding the giant genes of any other creature might suffice. But enlarging the dung beetle without altering its weight-to-strength ratio was difficult. What kind of monster would he create if he solved this problem? Long Zhuan dared not imagine, it would be absolutely terrifying. Such a monster would possess the strength to shake mountains, even pushing them around like dung balls. Imagining such a terrifying monster, Long Zhuan was extremely excited and full of energy. He immediately took out paper and pen and began to try writing down what he considered the correct material. By now, his self-created goo formulas were no longer based on guesswork but entirely on logic. Since his goal was to proportionally amplify the dung beetle's weight and strength, he began to try fusing the giant genes of other creatures, not just insects. However, not just any giant genes would work. The weight-to-strength ratio had to remain unchanged. This condition had to be strictly defined, so he directly wrote the effects of the goo insects on the goo formula. At the same time, we must find a way to change the dung beetle's diet. We absolutely cannot let it eat dung anymore, we must find a way to make it eat oil and roll balls of dirt. Otherwise, who would want to have a blood pact with a worm that likes to eat dung? It's disgusting enough to kill anyone, let alone quickly popularize it across the entire race. Besides, eating soil is great. Soil is cheap, it's free, you can eat as much as you want, it perfectly fits the concept of being economical and cost-effective. Long Zhuan thought unscrupulously. Chapter 87 In-depth development of Gu insect abilities. However, Long Zhuan only sat for a short while before returning to the herb garden in Dashi village with a livid face, even using a star-traveling technique. It took him a full half-day. There was no way around it. Long Lao's place was practically a giant pit, completely bare, without a single array. Therefore, nearby Long Clan Gu cultivators could sense what he was doing with their soul power and also see what he was doing with their evil dragon Emperor. What was the difference between this and taking a bath in public? He felt like he had been stripped naked and seen by everyone. Especially after learning that Long Lao had become a third-grade alchemist, powerful souls would frequently sweep over him, lingering on him for a moment, openly watching what he was doing, brazenly, unblinkingly, and without any attempt to conceal it. Even more outrageous were creditors who came directly to disturb him in person, without any array to stop them. They moved freely and unrestrainedly in Long Lao's territory, as if it were their own backyard. Long Zhuan was completely dumbfounded. This was intolerable. If he were to work on the Gu formula here, he'd be completely exposed. His cheat ability was his biggest secret. How could he dare stay in this place? So, with a dark face, he fled that very night. Back in his large herb garden, he was finally completely safe, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It was so much quieter here, nowhere was as safe as home. Long Zhuan sat back in the familiar little pavilion, and suddenly, as if some kind of buff had been applied, his thoughts flowed freely, and his inspiration exploded. 10 days later, a low-grade Gu formula with only 100 ingredients was born, and Long Zhuan was overjoyed. He then spent less than half a day collecting the ingredients, immediately throwing them all into the large cauldron. After repeatedly filling and emptying it, observing the number of times progress appeared, Long Zhuan quickly figured out that the success rate of this Gu formula was 12%. The success rate was already quite good. Very few Gu formulas had a success rate of less than 1 in 10. The success rate was also one of the standards for cost effectiveness. After marking the 12% success rate on the Gu formula, Long Zhuan waited patiently. It's just a low-grade Gu worm, it won't take long to become a Gu, unlike top-grade Gu worms which take half a year. There are actually many Gu recipes that require even fewer materials. 5 dung beetles can create a Gu, making the cost incredibly low. But cost effectiveness isn't just about being cheapest, it also requires strength. What's the use of being cheap if your creation is weak? A Gu worm made from 5 dung beetles is far too weak to be worthwhile. Cheap but weak isn't cost effective. Long Zhuan not only wants it to be cheap but also incredibly powerful. Ideally, its power should surpass more than half of the Gu worms in this world. It's difficult, but dreams are worth having. What if it comes true? Long Zhuan loves pushing limits. He decided to push himself to the limit, wanting to see if he could create a Gu worm surpassing the vast majority of Gu worms in this world using cheap materials. After repeated research, Long Zhuan concluded that 100 materials were the optimal solution. Although the cost was slightly higher, it maintained strength and was affordable for everyone. That was the best cost effectiveness. He had already named his newly created low-grade Gu formula Tomb Raider. The Tomb Raider was extremely inexpensive to create. 100 portions of materials cost less than 10 spirit stones, and with a success rate of just over 1 in 10, the cost was at most 100 spirit stones, ensuring everyone could afford it. What kind of combat power would such a cheap Gu worm possess? Long Zhuan was very much looking forward to it. 3 days later, when the progress on the cauldron reached 100%, Long Zhuan, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately rushed over, quickly opened the lid, and excitedly peered inside. He saw a large, brownish-yellow monster crawling out. With a gentle thrust of its forelimbs, it pierced the cauldron, then boldly crawled out, glanced at Long Zhuan, and continued crawling forward. Long Zhuan's face immediately darkened. That was all money. That cauldron was very expensive. But looking at the enormous creature before him, he didn't dare approach. This thing was simply too big, a head taller than a person. He was afraid that if he rashly approached, he would break his bones. This was only its size in its juvenile stage. Imagine how enormous it would be when it grew to adulthood. Who knew how huge it would become? Perhaps it would even possess the power to shake mountains. Long Zhuan couldn't help but mourn for the future of the Long family. If this thing were distributed to the entire clan, with everyone having one, wouldn't the Long family's land be devoured? Would the Long family's territory turn into a basin? However, just as he was thinking these wicked thoughts, he saw this huge creature run into his herb garden, devour a large chunk of pure soil, and dig a huge pit in the ground. Long Zhuan was shocked on the spot. Damn it! That's top-grade spiritual soil. You can't eat that. Shut up. Long Zhuan was almost going crazy. He hurriedly ran over and risked breaking into a blood pact with it. He couldn't let it continue to wreak havoc, otherwise his herb garden would be completely devoured by this guy. He struggled to stuff this behemoth into his storage bag, and finally found an open space without any valuables to release it and begin testing its combat abilities. Long Zhuan quickly figured out its abilities. Because he had changed the Tomb Raider's diet to eat dirt, it liked to roll dirt balls. Seemingly terrified of hunger, it had even evolved a natural storage space in its mouth, capable of storing dozens of dirt balls, enough to carry provisions and ensure food and drink. But was this ability useful in a world full of dirt? Long Zhuan wondered, puzzled. It seemed somewhat useful. It could store cannonballs to use as ammunition, since there was no time to roll dirt into balls during battle. That was its ability, a storage bag-like auxiliary ability, an utterly ordinary one. But this was normal. After all, it was a low-grade goo worm. Having a heaven-defying ability was impossible. Having a storage ability was already good enough. How strong could a low-grade goo worm possibly be? But Long Zhuan was still disappointed. This didn't meet his expectations, so he had to use his amazing imagination to try and deeply develop this inconspicuous ability. However, what was there to develop about a storage ability? Could it possibly put its opponents into its own storage bag? This ability seems pretty good. It's a good way to trap enemy goo worms. If it can even trap top-grade goo worms, that would be an incredible ability. Long Zhuan's eyes lit up. He thought this method might actually be feasible and worth studying. He then thought of the dung beetle's greatest advantage, its immense strength. He figured he should utilize this strength advantage and have it knead a ball of dung and throw it at the enemy. This thing could carry dozens of large dung balls. That would be enough to give the enemy a hard time, right? The force of this thing was ridiculously great. Being hit by a dung ball it threw would be extremely painful. Being crushed to death wouldn't be an exaggeration. You have to understand that the dung beetle's dung balls are far larger than its own size. Now, refined into even larger goo worms, the dung balls could be several meters in diameter. Imagine if thousands of dung beetles simultaneously threw dung balls at the enemy. The sky would be filled with astonishingly large dung balls, like meteorites falling from the sky. How terrifying would that be? Once the number of Tomb Raiders reaches a certain scale and they undergo rigorous training, they become like artillery regiments, capable of carpet bombing the enemy, leaving no room for escape. Therefore, the war potential of Tomb Raiders is enormous. If they were adopted by the entire clan, their effectiveness would be significant, making them extremely suitable for group battles. Long Zhuan continued to expand his thinking. Besides being adept at throwing attacks, their great strength should also make them skilled in close combat, right? Moreover, even dung beetles have a pair of large swords, although these swords aren't sharp and have been forgotten to be sharpened. But if anyone were touched by a Tomb Raider's sword, who could withstand that immense force? Would their bones break in an instant? Long Zhuan's eyes lit up again. Thinking about it this way, the combat power of Tomb Raiders is indeed quite good. Of course, it's far from comparable to top-grade goo worms, but it's already quite good for low-level combat. What kind of development can you expect from a low-grade goo worm? It's already at its limit. However, it's still not enough. Can the current level of Tomb Raiders surpass most goo worms in this world? It seems unlikely. Long Zhuan frowned and pondered for a long time, feeling that the current combat power of the Earth Shaker was still lacking and needed to be further developed. The Earth Shaker's strength lay solely in its power. Its other weaknesses were too severe, practically fatal. For example, its massive size made it too clumsy, lacking agility and speed, making it a sitting duck in combat. What use was great strength if it couldn't hit its target? The problems of speed and agility seemed unsolvable. After all, its size inevitably affected its speed attribute, and natural laws couldn't be easily altered. Since speed was insufficient, the only option was to focus on maximizing defense. The Earth Shaker should be able to withstand 100 hits while only needing to strike once. This should be the most suitable combat strategy for it. A glint flashed in Long Zhuan's eyes. Actually, the Earthshaker's defense wasn't weak, given its thick carapace, but this level of defense was clearly far from sufficient to withstand the attacks of most goo worms. Longzhuan needed to use his imagination to find a way to further enhance its defense. 3 days later, a dung beetle covered in metal armor appeared. Longzhuan patted the iron blocks on the dung beetle's body and smiled with satisfaction. Armoring a goo worm, what an idea! Who would have thought that armor could be made for goo worms? It was a godlike idea, a madman's idea. Insects are generally small. Smallness is a common trait of all insects, a characteristic of these creatures. How could such tiny things be wrapped in heavy metal? That wouldn't make sense. Therefore, researching armor for insects was not a reliable idea, and this concept had never appeared in this world before. However, Longzhuan's dung beetle was surprisingly well suited for a specially made set of spiritual weapon armor. On one hand, its size was large enough, its limbs thick enough to provide ample surface area for carving artifact patterns. On the other hand, the dung beetle possessed astonishing strength, allowing it to drag armor weighing countless tons into battle without reducing its speed attribute. Because of the fusion of massive genes, the earthworm is one of the few goo worms capable of wearing armor like spiritual artifacts. By borrowing external forces to enhance its combat power, the earthworm's potential would undoubtedly be raised to a new level. If it were a full set of spiritual artifacts, all the attributes of the artifacts would stack together, and given the earthworm's large size, there would be enough artifact patterns to be inscribed, making it extremely difficult for any force to break through its defenses. Even more exaggeratedly, a formation base could be fixed onto a group of earthworms, forming a mobile array. The earthworms would then become war fortresses, possessing immense strategic value. Who wouldn't dread facing a walking mountain protecting array? The combination of extreme defense and extreme strength, Longzhuan couldn't even imagine how terrifying this monster would be. Of course, wearing a full set of top-grade spiritual artifacts would be far too expensive, not meeting the standard of affordability. Longzhuan's mission required maximum cost-effectiveness. Most people couldn't afford spiritual artifacts, so he absolutely couldn't use them. He could only use iron tools, the kind of iron used for ordinary farming tools. Undoubtedly, the iron ore used by mortals is very cheap. Of course, its hardness can't compare to that of spiritual artifacts. But if hardness is lacking, thickness can compensate. Since the Earthshaker is strong enough, let it fight clad in thick iron. Even if it can't compare to a top-grade spiritual artifact set, it can greatly enhance the Earthshaker's combat power, making it extremely cost-effective. As for stronger top-grade spiritual artifact sets and mobile mountain protecting formations, those can only be left to wealthy goo cultivators to develop. He's managing to cater to both the low-end and high-end markets. Longzhuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling that he had almost reached his limit this time. The current level of the Earthshaker can at least kill half of the goo worms in this world, and that's a very conservative estimate, a rather modest statement from Longzhuan. Although the Earthshaker is far from being a match for top-grade goo worms, Longzhuan believes he can't find many goo worms with a higher cost-effectiveness than the Earthshaker, especially since his Earthshaker can cheat with the help of external objects. In terms of cost-effectiveness alone, Longzhuan is confident that his Earthshaker is definitely among the top in this world. He decided to use this creation to complete his work. Longzhuan smiled smugly, stretched his aching neck, and continued to add to his goo formulas. The wild ideas he came up with had to be written on the formulas. This would increase their potential and indirectly their value. Otherwise, those old folks with limited imaginations might not use them. For example, artillery tactics, that's a very profound subject. It's not just about randomly bombarding each other. How to ensure seamless artillery coverage is incredibly difficult. He didn't believe anyone who wasn't a transmigrator could understand artillery technology. Finally, there was the transformation path of the goo worms, which he almost forgot to write down, so he quickly added it. Due to time constraints, he had only discovered 2 transformation paths for the earthworm. The earthworm had shown signs of transformation when it consumed spirit's oil, but Longzhuan stopped it in time, resulting in insufficient quantity and a failed transformation. However, Longzhuan could conclude that the earthworm would transform once every time it consumed a type of spirit's oil, the changes after which were unknown. The second transformation path was naturally eating excrement. Longzhuan discovered that he had failed to change the dung beetle's habit of eating excrement. Well, it wasn't a complete failure. The dung beetle had indeed developed a habit of eating soil, but it hadn't completely stopped eating excrement. Now, it would eat soil whenever it encountered soil, and excrement whenever it encountered excrement. Therefore, after eating Brother Chicken's droppings, it even showed signs of transformation, but Brother Chicken's droppings were too small, causing the transformation to fail. Long Zhuan quickly concluded that the dung beetle would transform after eating the excrement of spirit beasts, but the quantity might be large. The strength of the dung beetle's transformation might also be related to the species of spirit beast from which the excrement originated. Divine beast droppings were probably the best choice. Excrement was abundant in the forest, making it very economical and cost-effective, perfectly meeting the standard of value for money. Thus, after these two unexpected events, Long Zhuan quickly figured out two transformation paths for the dung beetle. He wasn't sure which path was stronger, but presumably the path of eating spirit's oil would be stronger, because divine beast droppings couldn't be found in this world, and spirit's oil was much more expensive to produce. However, it's not without its drawbacks. The transformation becomes increasingly difficult as the process progresses. With each transformation, the tomb raiders' requirements for spiritual soil inevitably increase, eventually requiring top-grade spiritual soil, or even the legendary heavenly soil, which is far from easy to find. The choice of which transformation path to take is entirely up to the individual. After writing down the two transformation paths for the tomb raider, Long Zhuan folded the paper and quickly headed towards the Long family. At his speed, he arrived in less than half a day. Upon reaching the Long family, he immediately went to the mission hall. He secretly slipped the insect breeding bag containing the tomb raider and the goo formula into the submission box, then returned home to wait patiently. 10 days later, Long Zhuan was comfortably sleeping in bed when the overly enthusiastic Long Qilin dragged him out of bed. This was already the umpteenth time Long Qilin had disturbed his sweet dreams. He was numb. It was strange, really. Long Qilin was a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage, while he was a goo cultivator in the spirit gathering stage. They were from completely different worlds. How could they possibly get along? But Long Qilin had somehow managed to cling to him, and since Little Poor Peak had no formations to stop him, he could come and go as he pleased, treating the place like his own home. Long Zhuan was helpless. He truly had no way to deal with this guy. However, there were some advantages. Before, he often worked on goo formulas, which led to irregular sleep patterns. Now, Long Qilin would often wake him up to go to the Long clan's canteen for breakfast. At least he was eating breakfast on time. To be honest, the breakfast at the Long clan's canteen was really good, and it was worth getting up early for. On the way to the cafeteria, Long Zhuan yawned repeatedly, saying helplessly, "What brings you here this time?" "I'm not going to the goo arena. My goo worms are too trashy, really not presentable." Long Qilin, walking beside him, turned and looked at him mysteriously, smiling. "It's precisely because you don't have good goo worms that I came to find you. I have good news for you. My Long clan has developed another amazing, unique goo formula. This formula is powerful enough to become our clan's signature product, and the clan intends to promote it throughout the entire clan. Now the whole clan is buzzing about it, everyone's talking about it. This is a big deal. Many goo cultivators from the Long clan are scrambling to exchange for the new goo formula, and it's starting to become a trend." Long Qilin suddenly leaned close to Long Zhuan's ear, excitedly saying, "Take my advice, exchange for this goo formula as soon as possible before it increases your contribution points. Trust my judgment, the Long clan's new unique goo formula is extremely powerful, far beyond your imagination. Exchanging for it will definitely boost your strength significantly, and then you can go to the goo arena." Hearing this, Long Zhuan's eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly woke up, his sleepiness vanishing instantly. He immediately thought of the Earth God goo formula he had recently submitted to the clan. He felt that the new unique goo formula Long Qilin mentioned was most likely his Earth God goo formula. Speaking of which, he had submitted the goo formula and the Earth God goo formula to the clan 10 days ago, and then there was no further news, as if it had sunk into the sea. In his anxiety, he had to use the far-sighted ability of his heavenly eye to observe, and found that all the clan's higher-ranking members were excitedly conducting various tests on the Earth God goo formula. Assessing the value of a goo worm naturally requires various tests, which he can understand. But those old guys were incredibly slow and inefficient. They wanted to test strength, speed, defense, bite force, even appetite, and put him in real combat with all sorts of goo worms. Basically, they wanted to test everything. What should have been an hour's work took them several days, which is why his contribution hadn't come through yet. He was truly exasperated. What kind of inefficiency was this? He was practically wilting from waiting. Today, he finally heard the news. Since this matter had spread so widely throughout the clan, it meant the response was quite positive, and the clan was considering popularizing it across the entire clan. And as long as the goo formula met the clan's promotion standards, the contribution points awarded would definitely not be low. Long Zhuan became excited. He wanted to hear what outsiders thought of the Tomb Raider, so he pretended to be surprised and said in great shock, "What? The Long clan has actually developed a new, unique goo formula. Which genius researched this goo formula? Its cost effectiveness is so high that it can be promoted throughout the entire clan. It's really amazing. This person is truly a genius, with comprehension rarely seen throughout history. He can be called a prodigy. Tell me quickly, just how powerful is this new goo?" Long Zhuan praised himself lavishly, then shamelessly asked. Long Qilin was very satisfied with Long Zhuan's shocked expression and said with great interest, "The new unique goo formula is not just strong, it's incredibly strong. The new goo species is called Tofu Z. Let me tell you, even in its juvenile form, Tofu Z is already half a head taller than a human. Who knows how big it will be when it matures? You know, smallness is a common trait of insects. Most insects are small. When have I ever seen such a large goo worm? I've never seen such a huge goo worm in my life. Such a huge creature, once deployed on the battlefield, is a war beast, a killing machine. It can crush a large number of people with a simple stomp. Once something reaches a certain size, it's hard for it to be weak. I wonder who came up with the idea of cladding this giant in heavy iron armor. Isn't that cheating? What goo worm fights wearing a suit of iron? This makes it difficult for the goo worms fighting it too. How do you fight it? But this guy's strength is surprisingly great. It can go into battle wearing a very thick layer of metal, and even if the metal weighs 30 times its own body weight, it won't have any effect on it. Even a high-grade goo worm wouldn't be able to penetrate such thick metal. But once its big sword strikes, it can smash a high-grade goo worm into mincemeat. Isn't that exaggerated? Isn't this bullying the insects? The most exaggerated thing is that it's cheap, really cheap. It's cheap to eat, and even the transformation path is surprisingly cheap. It's practically free. I strongly recommend it to poor people. I strongly suggest you refine one of these goo worms. It's so good. Now, the earthworm has become the goo worm that every goo cultivator in the dragon clan must choose. In the future, everyone will have one. Whoever doesn't refine one will regret it. The dragon Qilin looked very excited, talking boastfully, gesturing wildly, and exaggerating the earthworm's combat power. The more he boasted, the more pleased Long Zhuan became. When he heard that the Tomb Raiders wanted one for each person, his smile widened. He knew that once the goo worm reached this standard, the reward contribution points would be no less than 10 million. Are you sure the Tomb Raiders will give one to each person? Including a genius like you with a lot of money who would refine such a low-grade goo worm? Long Zhuan suddenly interrupted and asked. Of course, Long Qilin laughed. I currently have 8 goo worm slots. Even if I were richer, I couldn't possibly refine 8 top-grade goo worms. I still need many low-quality ones to fill the gaps, and this earthworm, despite being a low-grade goo worm, is incredibly valuable in both strength and defense. Its sheer size is intimidating and can boost morale, making it perfect for the front line. Therefore, I absolutely had to refine the earthworm, and it's already finished. I called you out today to show you my treasure. It's currently collecting earth balls to fill its storage space. I'll bring it over now to give you a real eye-opener. Long Qilin, eager to show off, whistled triumphantly. Suddenly, a dung beetle about the height of a person appeared in the distance, pushing a ball at a considerable speed. Many people gathered around, pointing and whispering, but why were they all covering their noses? Long Zhuan's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Could that ball be? He instantly widened his eyes, his face paling with horror. Oh no. Although the earth god had been modified to eat dirt, it didn't mean it wouldn't eat excrement. Now, it would eat dirt whenever it encountered dirt, and excrement whenever it encountered excrement. He then realized that he had forgotten to write this sentence in the goo formula. This was terrible. Something big was about to happen. As the dung ball taller than a person approached, and the stench was already overwhelming, Long Zhuan turned pale with fright and turned to run. You should know that the two of them were already not far from the entrance of the canteen. Now, the stench wafted into the canteen through the doors and windows, and into the mouths of those eating. Ugh, ugh, as expected, a chorus of vomiting sounds rang out in the canteen. All the Long Clan goo cultivators eating in the canteen were vomiting and dry heaving. The entire canteen instantly descended into chaos, with shouts and curses constantly erupting. Chapter 88 Meeting the Dragon Clan Ancestor. Seeing his earthworker pushing a huge ball of dung towards him, Long Killen's face immediately darkened. He hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing? I told you to push earth. Who told you to push this thing? Get this thing away right now." The earthworker, startled by the scolding, obediently threw the dung ball. The enormous dung ball flew through the air in a perfect arc, and then, with a resounding thud, it landed squarely on the roof of a house, creating a large hole. The dung ball crashed heavily into the house, finally exploding. Yellowish matter flew out of the window, splattering everywhere, and a stench filled the air, spreading rapidly. Long Killen. Long Zhuan. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Who did this? Who the hell did this? A furious voice quickly rang out from inside the house, followed by a figure whose face was obscured, rushing out like a madman with a knife in hand. Long Killen. I'm going to fucking kill you. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Calm down. Long Killen's face changed drastically, and he turned and ran, with someone chasing after him with a knife. That day, the entire Long family was in chaos, with similar incidents happening in various places. Many people who had become goo on this day thought that the Tomb Raider had given up and was now eating excrement, resulting in many laughable situations. The entire Long family was filled with excrement and a foul stench. The Long family was in complete disarray that day. And the culprit, Long Zhuan, was unsurprisingly summoned for questioning by the family's higher-ups the next day. In an ancient pavilion, Long Zhuan quietly looked at an old man sitting opposite him, a man with a stern expression. The old man wore a black robe embroidered with 2 dragons, his hair was white, and his face was wrinkled. Despite his advanced age, he exuded an air of authority. Long Zhuan sat upright. The person sitting opposite him was a goo king, the only goo king of the Long clan. He never expected that the person who had summoned him would be the ancestor of the Long clan. After scrutinizing him for a few moments with his cloudy eyes, the Dragon Clan patriarch finally spoke, as expected of a genius favored by Long Ao. Your initial soul power is unparalleled in my life. Your comprehension will be your forte. The Tomb Raider you developed is quite impressive. Its cost effectiveness far surpasses the Dragon Clan's record of 10,000 years. It will benefit the Dragon Clan for generations to come, and you should be rewarded with 100 million contribution points. With that, the Dragon Clan patriarch tossed a golden token engraved with a divine dragon to Long Zhuan. Overjoyed, Long Zhuan hurriedly caught the token with both hands. Besides the dragon pattern, the token also bore the 4 large characters 100 million contribution points. He had some understanding of the Dragon Clan's contribution tokens and knew they were a type of spiritual artifact. The contribution value on the token would change continuously based on the number of transactions, and the holder could not arbitrarily alter the number, as the Dragon Clan had backups of each token. Even if someone possessed forgery skills, it would be easily detected. This was far more convenient than carrying large amounts of spirit stones. Long Zhuan liked this method of trading, even though it was limited to the Dragon Clan. At this moment, the Dragon Clan patriarch continued. The ability to cultivate the 10 absolute physics is a testament to your extraordinary talent, enough for the family to focus on nurturing. The family places extremely high hopes on you. Geniuses in any clan have privileges, enjoying the family's generous treatment and resource allocation. From now on, most of the family's secret techniques will be unconditionally open to you. You only need to report what you want to learn. However, the family will not provide cultivation resources for free. Everything must be earned through your own efforts. This has always been the Dragon Clan's rule. I don't understand the 10 absolute physics, so I can't give you much guidance. Take these 3 books for reference first. If you don't understand something, ask Long Ao. There is no 10 absolute physics inheritance in this world. You can only forge your own path by learning from other techniques. With that, the Dragon Clan patriarch tossed 3 books to Long Zhuan. Long Zhuan was excited and immediately caught the 3 books thrown to him. The Goo King's actions were undoubtedly extraordinary, and his knowledge must be earth-shattering. The books he threw to him were undoubtedly valuable, surely containing powerful inheritances. Long Zhuan looked at the 3 books with anticipation, but when he saw the words on the covers, his heart sank. The reverse dragon technique, the Zuanian dragon technique, and the force dissipating technique, what use were these to him? He had already secretly learned them all from Elder Long. The Dragon Clan patriarch, completely unaware that the gift he presented was utterly useless to the man, continued, all clan members who make significant contributions to the family will be bestowed with a dragon tattoo as a reward, and their names will be permanently recorded in the family genealogy. In the Dragon Clan, being bestowed with a dragon tattoo is the highest honor, an honor every member of the Dragon Clan desires, but only a handful receive it. Those with a dragon tattoo are envied even when they encounter relatives with the surname Dragon. Your earth hunting goo formula is enough to benefit the family for generations, bringing immeasurable benefits, worthy of the family's highest honor. Your dragon tattoo is not an ordinary tattoo for minor contributions, it is the highest level hidden dragon tattoo. The hidden dragon tattoo can only be obtained through contributions that benefit the family for generations. Even I am not qualified to receive such a tattoo. You are the only one in 1,000 years to have received such an honor. The hidden dragon tattoo uses the highest grade materials. Tattoos made with these materials are not visible under normal circumstances, only becoming apparent during battle when sweating or bleeding profusely, and also having a certain stimulating effect on combat power. Sit down now. Your tattoo will be done by the family's best tattoo artist, Granny Long. The Dragon Clan patriarch had barely finished speaking when an old woman walked in from outside, holding a long, thick silver needle. Long Zhuan was startled. A tattoo? Whether or not he got a tattoo wasn't really important. In this world, tattoos were a matter of honor, part of each clan's culture, not something to be done haphazardly. People with tattoos wouldn't attract prejudice, on the contrary, they'd be envied and resented. The key was the pain. Those needles were so thick and long, how could it not hurt? And the dragon tattoo area was so large, that was Long Zhuan's biggest concern. He'd been too hasty. He should have let his flame clone in, he wouldn't have had to suffer this ordeal. Alright. Then I'll get it on my right arm. Long Zhuan obediently sat down and took off his shirt. Of course, he wouldn't object. Even if he didn't really want a tattoo, he wouldn't openly challenge the clan's rules. If it didn't look good, he could just have it removed. Half a day later, Long Zhuan emerged from the pavilion, now sporting a dragon tattooed on his right arm, a majestic dragon coiling around his arm and its head reaching his chest. However, this dragon was invisible under normal circumstances, only becoming visible when he sweated profusely after a battle. The tattoo was black, but it would turn red and become even more terrifying if he was injured and bleeding, even slightly enhancing his combat abilities. It was a very magical tattooing technique. Long Zhuan hadn't been particularly fond of tattoos initially, and had even considered removing them when he had time. But now, he had grown fond of this particular tattoo and didn't mind keeping it. Carrying a fortune of 100 million contribution points, Long Zhuan immediately rushed to the Long Clan's treasure pavilion after leaving the pavilion, quickly replacing the bottle of golden crow blood. He also replaced many other items he needed in the treasure pavilion, causing his 100 million contribution points to dwindle dramatically within a day, until he was left with only 20 million before finally stopping, still feeling unsatisfied. The most satisfying treasure for him was the special ring. A spiritual artifact, its space was far larger than a storage bag, yet it was small enough to wear on a finger or discreetly as a necklace. From now on, he would no longer need to carry numerous unsightly cloth bags around his waist. However, while the special ring was excellent, it was also expensive, and few could afford it. The vast majority of people in this world used storage bags. The special ring on Long Zhuan's hand was worth 10 million contribution points in the Long Clan, absolutely exorbitant. Its price outside the clan was unknown, but presumably even higher. Unless one was extremely wealthy, there was no need to buy a special ring. Otherwise, you would discover a terrifying fact: the entire contents of the special ring combined were still less valuable than the ring itself, a truly tragic situation. Of course, all of Long Zhuan's transactions were conducted secretly in the VIP room of the treasure pavilion. VIPs in the Long Clan with a net worth exceeding 10 million contribution points were qualified to trade in the VIP room, with dedicated stewards in charge. This rule was naturally designed to prevent murder and theft, as well as fratricide, and it was a reasonable rule. Therefore, most people didn't know who had swapped a bottle of golden crow blood, so Long Zhuan was theoretically safe. Not only was no one aware that he had swapped the golden crow blood, but even the fact that he created the Earth God's goo formula was only known to the family's higher-ups. Otherwise, Long Kilin wouldn't have flaunted it in front of him. Long Xuan preferred to keep a low profile and wouldn't publicize this matter, and the family, out of protection for a genius, naturally wouldn't reveal it either. Therefore, Long Xuan's life remained peaceful, and he could continue to live his comfortable farming life in some corner. Long Xuan held the 3 books and thought for a moment, then finally headed towards the dilapidated thatched hut where Elder Long lived. He felt it was necessary to tell Elder Long about this matter, so that he would have an explanation for using the divine dragon Dharma form or some unique abilities of the Long clan in the future, and wouldn't have to be as cautious as before, having to carefully extract information from Long Killen even for something as simple as asking about the method of condensing a Dharma form. Furthermore, although he had secretly learned a lot from Elder Long before, he had taught himself both cultivation techniques and spiritual arts, figuring everything out on his own. Even now, there were still many things he didn't understand. Therefore, he planned to use Elder Long's words as leverage to ask about everything he hadn't understood before. He'd already called him master, how could he accept being an apprentice for nothing? He'd been working for Elder Long all this time without learning anything himself. That wouldn't do. He had to really trouble him this time. So, with this mindset, Long Xuan eagerly approached Elder Long, his mind already filled with a long list of questions. However, after explaining his purpose, before he could even ask his first question, Elder Long said he didn't have time to ask his senior sister, then slammed the door shut and continued his secluded alchemy. Long Xuan was stunned, having been turned away. Senior sister? He actually had a senior sister? How come he didn't know? In all these years, he had never seen a female Gu cultivator come to Dashi village to find Elder Long. And who exactly was the senior sister? Forget what he looks like, he doesn't even know his name. Where is he supposed to find him? This old man won't explain anything clearly, and seeing his impatient look, he doesn't want to bother him anymore. Helpless, Long Xuan can only use his heavenly eye to quickly locate Long Killen's position, intending to ask him. Under the scan of the heavenly eye, Long Xuan quickly found his location in the back mountain, which is quite far away. He found him watching the grave robbers playing a game of pushing a dirt ball, watching with great interest. He wondered what was so interesting about grave robbers pushing dirt balls. Moreover, there were quite a few people with the same hobby. Many people brought grave robbers to that spot to play the game of pushing dirt balls, and even had a competition to see who could push the ball the biggest and roundest. There were also many onlookers, all watching with great interest. These people really have nothing better to do. How childish and boring. Although he didn't understand the behavior of those people, in order to find out who his cheap senior sister was, he could only walk in the direction of Long Killen. Arriving at the back of the family mountain as quickly as possible, Long Xuan found Long Killen still standing there, engrossed in watching the tomb raiders push a ball of dirt, even commenting on each of the raiders with great interest. Long Xuan was speechless for a moment, then patted him on the shoulder and asked, puzzled, "Is it that interesting? What's so interesting about a bunch of dung beetles pushing a ball of dirt?" He had completely forgotten that he himself had been watching the dung beetles push the ball with great interest while researching the tomb raiders' goo formula. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Long Killen finally turned his gaze and looked at him, saying, "You probably don't know yet, but the family is holding new competitions again, with incredibly generous rewards. The competitions are all about tomb raiders. There's the Strongman Gold Cup, where tomb raiders will compete in various strength-based events, with a final winner determined by points. There's also the Earth Pushing Ball competition, where it's a contest to see whose tomb raider pushes the biggest and roundest earth ball, and there's the Tomb Raider Tug of War, a team event where each side sends 10 tomb raiders to pull the ball. Cultivators can't participate. This competition is quite interesting. My tomb raiders are among the earliest to emerge, so their maturity level is definitely higher than everyone else's. They'll have a huge advantage in these competitions, so how could I not take it seriously? I'm currently rigorously training my tomb raiders, aiming to win all 3 competitions. The combined prize money from the 3 competitions is 8 million contribution points, which is already incredibly tempting. How could I not take it seriously? Long Killen said with a very serious expression. Hearing this, Long Xuan was stunned. The Long family was actually holding so many competitions about tomb raiders. What was they planning? After observing the Long clan for some time, he discovered a common characteristic, an abundance of competitions. There were spirit herb cultivation competitions, testing who could grow the best herbs, spirit beast breeding competitions, showcasing who could produce the most spirit beast meat, and also competitions like goo fighting, fish farming, fishing, Arena battles, brainstorming contests, physical skills competitions, beauty pageants, the sheer number of competitions was countless. If you couldn't imagine it, they probably were. They held competitions every few days, leaving little free time. It had to be said, the Long clan's entertainment life was incredibly rich. Now, they were adding 3 more competitions. He was truly bewildered. Why did the Long clan create so many competitions? It seemed the contribution points awarded to the champions of each competition were quite substantial. Can you tell me the purpose of the clan holding these 3 competitions? Long Zhuan couldn't contain his curiosity any longer and asked. Long Qilin turned to him again and said, of course it's very meaningful. This shows that the clan is ready to officially promote the earthworm refining technique throughout the clan. How to motivate all clansmen to refine earthworm refining techniques? Holding a competition with high rewards is undoubtedly the best way. Amazing rewards are enough to incentivize a large number of clansmen to refine earthworm refining techniques. The clan has launched 3 competitions in a row, and the rewards are all very high, clearly aiming to popularize earthworm refining techniques throughout the clan as quickly as possible. Hearing Long Qilin's words, Long Zhuan immediately felt that such a competition was very meaningful. If there were such a competition every year with generous rewards, it would be enough to force those clansmen who were unwilling to refine earthworm refining techniques to do so. For example, those female goo cultivators, when refining goo, they would choose cute and beautiful ones. Earthworm refiners who like to scoop dung would definitely not be favored by female goo cultivators. As for whether Long Zhuan should participate in this competition, he felt that he could just join in the fun. He had no intention of competing for first place, as that would be too high profile. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89 First Meeting with My Cheap Senior Sister. Long Zhuan finally remembered his business and asked again, I came here to ask you something. Elder Long told me to ask my senior sister if I had any questions. You should know who my senior sister is, right? To be honest, I've never seen her, ask Elder Long, so I have no idea who she is. You have a senior sister? How is that possible? Elder Long never took on any disciples before you, especially not a female one. It's a big deal for a family alchemist to take on disciples. How could I not know? The family has tried to get him to take on disciples more than once, hoping he would train more alchemists for the family. However, he's lazy by nature and doesn't like taking on disciples. He always refused, saying that teaching a disciple would starve the master. So far, you're his only disciple. Long Qilin's eyes widened, a look of confusion on his face. Suddenly, he slapped his head, a look of sudden realization on his face, and finally said, I understand. He really hasn't taken on any disciples, but he has a daughter. It's perfectly fine for you to call his daughter senior sister. His relationship with his daughter is extremely strained, so it's normal that you've never seen her visit Elder Long. Currently, she's the patriarch's last disciple and the family's #1 genius. Long Qilin suddenly nudged Long Zhuan's shoulder, winking and grinning mischievously. You're quite something, kid, becoming Long Ziyin's junior brother. She's the most beautiful woman in the clan, a legendary figure who won the Long clan beauty pageant, a true pride of our clan. Her talent is 1 in 1,000 years in our clan. With her guidance, you'll be more than capable. Long Qilin looked at him with envy and said, Tisk Tisk, the most beautiful woman in the clan. She guides you every day, and you spend every day together. Alone man and woman, under the flowers and moon, feelings will naturally develop. What kind of terrible idea did Elder Long come up with to tell you to ask your senior sister whenever you don't understand something? Isn't that just inviting a wolf into the house? There's definitely going to be a good show later. Long Zhuan's face darkened. What kind of talk was this? It made it sound like he was plotting something against his master's daughter. Was he that kind of person? This was an insult to his character. Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. Alright. Stop joking. Master kindly took me in. How could I possibly lay a hand on his daughter? Would I even be human? Just tell me where she is. How can I become a disciple and not even know who my senior sister is? Long Qilin finally dropped his teasing smile and said seriously, she's usually in the silkworm rearing room. There's only one place in the clan for raising silkworms, so it's easy to find. As for which one is her, just look for the most beautiful one, The most beautiful one is definitely her, understood? You can play in the dirt here. I'm going to find my senior sister. Long Zhuan valued beauty over friendship, and after finding out his senior sister's location, he immediately left Long Qilin behind. Since there was only one silkworm rearing room in the Long family, it wasn't difficult to find under the eye of heaven. Long Zhuan only glanced around before spotting his target and headed straight for the silkworm rearing room. Soon, he finally saw his senior sister standing at the entrance of the silkworm rearing room, dressed in a purple dress. Why could she be identified as Long Ziyan at a glance? Naturally, she was the most beautiful woman here, easily surpassing the second most beautiful woman by leaps and bounds. Standing out from the crowd, she was effortlessly easy to spot. Long Ziyan, like her name, loved purple, and her beautiful purple dress perfectly complemented her stunning beauty. However, her demeanor was aloof and cold, pure as ice, her eyes icy, making people hesitant to look directly at her, yet unapproachable from afar. Even Long Zhuan was intimidated by this cold aura and didn't dare approach immediately. She stood at the door because two people were arguing fiercely there, their tempers flaring. Long Yan. Don't you understand the rule of first come, first served? This dragon silkworm silk was clearly first seen by my Long Bao. You want to wait in line? A fat man, as round as a ball, pointed at a handsome young man and angrily shouted. Cue my ass. Look at yourself, you're already a ball fat. One of your clothes is worth 5 of others. It's questionable whether this dragon silkworm silk is even enough for you. If you buy first, where will I get any, since you're so fat? Can't you wear armor? You could save enough fabric to protect 5 people. A little humility would maximize the clan's benefit and save lives. Don't be so selfish, I'm telling you, queuing is out of the question. I absolutely refuse to wear bulky armor. And the dragon silkworms need time to spin their silk. The tomb raiding day is in 7 days. I don't have time to wait, either the highest bidder wins, or we split it equally. You decide. Long Yan waved his hand, speaking with domineering arrogance. Hearing this, Long Bao's face turned red. Every fat person hates being called fat, and Long Yan had repeatedly violated this taboo, finally breaking his defenses. You're the one who's as fat as a ball, Long Bao roared in anger, his body suddenly growing larger, and he charged at Long Yan with a punch. A dragon force goo that can increase one's strength? You're showing off your limited skills before an expert. I'm all too familiar with the dragon clan's unique goo worms, I'd like to see who's stronger. Long Yan sneered, and, disregarding all martial ethics, released a gigantic tomb raider, which brandished its pair of large swords and slammed towards Long Bao. Seeing Long Yan release such a thing without any regard for martial ethics, Long Bao's expression changed drastically. This thing was now incredibly famous in the Dragon Clan, the most popular goo worm recently, enjoying immense popularity and reaching a point where everyone knew about it. He'd heard about this goo worm so much these past few days that his ears were calloused. How could he not understand its terrifying power? It could be said that this thing's monstrous strength was simply beyond human resistance. Anyone who dared to confront it head-on was simply courting death. No matter how powerful his dragon force goo was, it couldn't possibly compete with this thing in terms of strength. However, he was a goo cultivator who preferred physical combat, believing that his own strength was the only true path to victory. He rejected fighting styles that relied on external goo to borrow power, so no matter how strong the external goo were, he never trained any. Under these circumstances, this melee monster was practically his natural counter. Seeing such a large creature charging towards him, Long Bao's face turned pale. And he turned to dodge, not daring to confront it head-on. You're despicable. If you're so capable, let's fight one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to bring helpers? If you're a man, then have a duel between men. Long Bao's face was ashen as he awkwardly dodged the Tomb Raider's attacks while simultaneously slamming his fists into the Tomb Raider's body. However, this Tomb Raider was utterly unsportsmanlike, wearing thick iron armor. His fists felt like tickles, and it was his fists that hurt as they struck the iron. He was completely numb. How could he fight like this? He finally realized the serious consequences of specializing in one area and secretly vowed to cultivate a Tufuzi, a type of goo master, when he returned. Not cultivating one would be a huge loss. If he had a Tufuzi today, he could easily hold this behemoth back, and then he could easily beat Long Yan to pulp. Why was he in such a passive position? Long Yan ignored Long Bao's curses. Seeing his Tufuzi gaining the upper hand, his lips curled into a wide smile. He couldn't help but sigh at how useful this behemoth was. Provocation won't work on me. External goo is also part of the power of goo cultivators. How can you call it despicable? You fight it first. Only if you defeat it will you be qualified to fight me. Otherwise, you're not worthy of my personal attention, Long Yan chuckled. You, Long Bao wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, but all the Long clan goo cultivators watching were engrossed in the spectacle. Not a single one tried to break up the fight. On the contrary, they stirred up trouble, some adding fuel to the fire, others offering loud advice, all eager for a spectacle, as if they wanted the fight to be intense enough. Long Zhuan was speechless, marveling at the fierce nature of the Long clan. He had already figured out the reason for the conflict. The Long clan was about to launch another tomb raiding operation, most likely the same tomb of Empress Yao Guang that they hadn't yet conquered. The tomb was dangerous, so defensive treasures were essential, and these were mostly spiritual artifacts, metal armor crafted by weapon refiners. But every advantage has its disadvantage. Generally, the denser the metal, the harder it is, but also the heavier it is. So while wearing armor like spiritual artifacts offered high defense, the added burden was immense, severely limiting a goo cultivator's speed. In martial arts, speed was paramount, and the consensus was that speed was more important than defense. Therefore, you would rarely see a cultivator fighting while clad in heavy armor. Of course, armor with high defensive capabilities but lightweight does exist, but it's rare. Even if you possessed such armor, it would restrict movement, bending over, rolling, and many other movements would be impossible. Therefore, even lightweight armor wouldn't be favored by goo cultivators. Silkworm clothing, however, completely solves these two problems. It's thin and soft, with no thickness, not only not restricting movement but also having negligible weight for a goo cultivator. High-level silkworm clothing offers defense comparable to metal armor, and wearing it produces no negative effects, a true blessing for goo cultivators, their favorite. Naturally, such a superior item commands a high price, at least 10 times higher than spirit-grade armor. Moreover, it's incredibly difficult to trade anywhere, it's extremely sought after. Silkworm silk or silkworm clothing are snapped up instantly wherever they appear. Speaking of silkworm silk, we must mention another type of goo worm in this world, the production-type goo worm. Most production-type goo worms have no combat ability, but they can continuously produce resources for their masters, making them incredibly wealthy. Owning a production-type goo worm is equivalent to owning a money-printing machine. For example, some goo worms can produce spirit stones, some can produce wine, some can produce sugar, and some can produce healing leaves. In short, as long as you blood bond a production-type goo worm, you will obtain a continuous stream of resources, opening up another avenue for wealth. Selling the resources produced by the goo worm is enough to make you rich. The value of the resources produced by production-type goo worms varies. It's not an exaggeration to say that encountering the most valuable resources could allow the master to refine 10 top-grade goo worms. If you encounter a truly extraordinary production-type goo worm, even a pig could be pushed into the sky. And without a doubt, the dragon silkworm goo in Long Ziyan's hands is a production-type goo worm. The dragon silkworm goo has no combat ability whatsoever, but it can continuously spit out expensive dragon silkworm silk, allowing its master to become rich by selling the dragon silkworm silk. The silkworm robe woven from dragon silkworm silk is renowned for its high defensive power, is incredibly light, and provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer. It is impervious to swords and spears, and immune to water and fire, making it a top-tier treasure with an outrageously high price. Long Ziyan has found a golden goose. Long Zhuan is certain she's made a fortune selling dragon silkworm silk, becoming incredibly wealthy, a veritable heiress. Judging from the price of the silkworm silk, he can deduce that Long Ziyan must possess top-grade goo worms, and likely more than one, otherwise her wealth wouldn't justify her status. Long Zhuan also showed interest. The dragon silkworm robe is a treasure, and he too is envious. Although he already has the water bear goo protecting him, wearing a dragon silkworm robe wouldn't conflict. No one can have too much defense, double protection is always better. He even considered creating a production-type goo formula, using silkworm-based production goo worms. He wanted to research and create a silkworm robe with unparalleled defensive power. Profitability was secondary, safety was paramount. However, to research the world's #1 silkworm garment, one must first understand how the dragon silkworm goo is refined and summarize the refining methods of production-type goo worms. The Dragon Clan ancestor said that most of the family's secrets would be unconditionally revealed to him, so the dragon silkworm goo formula should be among them, right? Just as Long Zhuan was lost in thought, someone patted his shoulder from behind. Brother, seeing that you're at the peak of the spirit gathering stage, you're not far from breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage. You're probably preparing to participate in the tomb raiding activity in 7 days to find the spirit boosting grass, right? A strange man's voice entered Long Zhuan's ears from behind. Spirit boosting grass? Long Zhuan's attention immediately focused on this term. His clone was studious and loved learning, which made his main body very knowledgeable, of course. He knew what spirit boosting grass was. Spirit boosting grass was a spiritual herb that had been extinct for countless years, and its formula was unknown to anyone. But even eating spirit boosting grass raw could increase the success rate of breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage by 20%. This single effect was enough to drive many peak spirit gathering goo cultivators crazy. Such a treasure is hidden in an ancient tomb. Long Zhuan was astonished. He knew that even a finished spirit gathering pill only had a 10% success rate in breaking through to the next level, while the spirit cultivation grass, even without being used for pill refining, had a 20% success rate. Its medicinal effects were terrifying. What would its effects be like if it were refined into elixir? The spirit cultivation grass had been extinct for a long time, and pill formulas based on it were indeed difficult to find, but this was no problem for him. His greatest strength was self-creation. He was an expert in pharmacology, and it was no exaggeration to say that he could create pill formulas much faster than he could create goo formulas. After all, researching goo formulas relied half on luck, while researching pill formulas relied on pharmacology, completely eliminating the need for him to use brute force guessing. Speaking of which, he wasn't far from breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage, and it was time to prepare for it. The bottleneck of the 10 absolute body was as solid as a rock. Ordinary breakthrough pills were completely ineffective. Perhaps only his new pill formula, using the spirit cultivation grass as the main ingredient, could work. This spirit cultivation grass had arrived at the perfect time. Long Zhuan was overjoyed. He turned to look at the man, who was of average appearance but had a cunning look on his face. He held a thick stack of maps in his hand, and it wasn't hard to guess that the man who had patted him on the shoulder was likely trying to sell him maps of the ancient tomb. It was clear he knew a lot about the tomb. So Long Zhuan asked, as far as I know, that tomb has been raided several times by various races, right? Are there still a large amount of spirit-boosting grass left? Long Tian knew this man was a complete novice, knowing nothing about the tomb and not even planning to participate in tomb raiding. But that was fine. Knowing nothing made it easier to persuade him to buy his maps. So Long Tian became even more enthusiastic, explaining with a smile, there are not only spirit-boosting grass in the tomb now, but a huge amount. You don't know, but one of the spiritual herbs in the tomb's herb garden has become a spirit, transforming into a damned rabbit. At this point, Long Tian suddenly revealed a gritted teeth expression, his eyes blazing with anger, clearly harboring a deep resentment towards the rabbit. You have no idea what that rabbit could be obsessed with, but it chose alchemy. After finding alchemy books in the ancient tomb's burial area, it became completely addicted, and it's addicted. It's useless, but its addiction is huge. Now look what's happened. The Empress's vast herb garden, filled with countless precious medicinal herbs, including many extinct ones, has been completely ruined by it. It's used it all for alchemy. The entire herb garden is now deserted because of it. It only avoided being completely plucked because the spirit-embracing grass is the worst herb in the garden. And that stupid rabbit mistook it for a weed. The seeds of Chongling grass have spread with animals, and that rabbit's fur has covered them everywhere. Now it has completely taken over the entire herb garden. If it can treat a spiritual herb of Chongling grass, which is of this caliber, as a weed, can you imagine how precious the other spiritual herbs in the herb garden are? What a waste. If I catch that rabbit, I'll skin it, pull out its tendons, and boil it into soup. Long Tian was heartbroken, pounding his chest in pain. Every time he recalled this incident, he felt like he was going to vomit blood. He was furious and harbored deep resentment towards that rabbit. Forget it, let's not talk about that damned rabbit. It makes my liver hurt. Although the Chongling grass has spread everywhere because of the rabbit, after several tomb raiding activities, the few Chongling grass in the safe area have been completely uprooted. Only the herb garden area still has a large amount left. The herb garden area in the tomb is the main production area of Chongling grass. Do you want me to tell you where the herb garden area is? Long John waved the map in his hand in front of Long Juan, a cunning look in his eyes. He felt that after saying so much, this person was enough to take the bait. Want to know where the spirit-boosting grass grows? Then hurry up and buy his map. Long Juan subconsciously glanced at the map in his hand, noticing it was folded up, showing less than a quarter of the area. This area included the locations of the burial pits, the alchemy room, the weapon forging room, the insect chamber, the study. No wonder it was the Empress's tomb. The area was incredibly large, with so many chambers. Without a map, one might easily get lost and not find the herb garden. However, he had already gleaned a lot of information from Long John's words. After so many tomb raids, the herb garden in this ancient tomb still contained a large quantity of spirit-boosting grass. This was enough to show that the area was extremely dangerous, so dangerous that no one could possibly enter. Otherwise, if even one person went in, the spiritual herbs in the herb garden would have been completely looted. Especially that rabbit, it would have been found, skinned alive, and died a horrible death. Therefore, he needed to carefully consider whether to venture into that herb garden. If he doesn't risk collecting spirit-boosting grass himself, breaking through to the marrow cleansing stage will be extremely difficult, and he might be stuck there for an unknown amount of time. And those spirit-boosting grasses that were brought out by others years ago have probably all been consumed by now, haven't they? After all, fresh spiritual herbs are definitely the most effective, and who dare keep something that's crucial for a breakthrough and risk diminishing its potency? Even if there were any leftovers, the quantity would be limited, and given his unique constitution, 1 or 2 spirit-boosting herbs certainly wouldn't be enough. This left Long Juan completely perplexed. Forget the map, he said, glancing up at him. I'm just a lowly spirit-gathering stage goo cultivator. Any goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage could easily kill me and steal my treasure. Even if I were lucky enough to find a spirit-boosting herb, I couldn't possibly keep it. His words were purely a test, probing who would be traveling with him. If a goo king was involved, even if the tomb contained an elixir of immortality, he would absolutely not go. He wouldn't take that risk even if it meant enduring another 10 years of hardship. Sure enough, upon hearing that Long Juan didn't want his ancient tomb map, Long John panicked and hurriedly said, "You really don't understand anything. When the ancient tomb was first discovered, yes, a bunch of goo kings and spirit sea stage goo cultivators went, but in the end, many spirit sea stage goo cultivators died, and 2 goo kings also died, mostly in internal conflicts. Goo kings are the highest level power of every family. Having even one is already quite good. Once one is lost, every family will suffer a severe blow, and some might even fall from grace and never recover, becoming a minor clan. So once a goo king is lost, no matter how much you bring out of the ancient tomb, it's not worth it, let alone goo kings. Even if spirit sea stage goo cultivators and marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators die, there's too much stuff. The things brought out of the ancient tomb can't make up for the losses. It's a losing proposition for all the clans. So, the clans agreed long ago to prohibit goo cultivators above the marrow cleansing stage from entering the ancient tomb, not even rogue cultivators. Only goo cultivators at the spirit gathering stage are allowed to enter. There are plenty of spirit gathering stage goo cultivators. Even if many die, the families won't care. They'll profit from anything they bring out of the ancient tomb, so your worries are completely unnecessary. You're now at the peak of the spirit gathering stage, the highest level in the tomb. You're the safest. The danger is for others." Hearing this, Long Juan felt much more confident. If he were the highest level among his companions, he would have to think twice. Now that his strength had greatly increased, he was certain that no one of his level could pose a threat to him. Therefore, the danger from people in the ancient tomb was basically negligible. He only needed to be wary of the dangers within the ancient tomb itself. As for the true dangers within the herb garden, he could only find out by going there himself. If things were truly hopeless, he could simply avoid entering the garden altogether. What if his special ability could overcome the dangers? All of this was possible. After all, his heavenly eye was exceptionally adept at breaking formations. The mechanisms within the tomb would also show their progress in his eyes, allowing him to anticipate their location and avoid them in time. He would indeed be far safer in the tomb than anyone else. His various abilities made him a natural-born tomb raider. After careful consideration, he decided it was indeed worth the trip. Long Juan's eyes darted around, and his mind made up. "All right. How many spirit stones for your map?" "Give me 1." Considering how much he had explained, Long Zhuan decided to buy the map. Although the information on the map might not be entirely accurate, it was better than nothing. Seeing that Long Zhuan was finally willing to buy the map, Long Bian breathed a sigh of relief and suppressed his joy, saying, "I don't want spirit stones. All transactions in the Long Clan are done with contribution points. With contribution points, you can buy anything here. My ancient tomb map is very comprehensive. It was obtained at the cost of many lives. I need 1,000 contribution points, no bargaining." Long Zhuan had no choice but to take out his contribution token. With a thud, 1,000 contribution points flew out of the token and into Long Bian's token, instantly increasing the number on his token by 1,000. Long Bian beamed. At the same time, the number on Long Zhuan's token decreased by 1,000, its value instantly dropping from 20 million contribution points to just over 10 million, breaking the round number. Money is like that, it's afraid of breaking round numbers. Once it does, it disappears very quickly. Chapter 90, The Idea of the Next Top-Grade Goo Insect. After finally selling the map, Long Bian ignored Long Zhuan and turned to find the next buyer. Long Zhuan picked up the map and looked at it. He found that it only depicted the tomb passage and various burial chambers, but the dangers in each location were vaguely described, suggesting that even the map's creator only had a superficial understanding. After locating the medicine garden, he looked at the location of the sleeping chamber. The sleeping chamber was where the Empress's coffin was placed, and undoubtedly, the most valuable treasure in the ancient tomb was located there. However, this location was also undoubtedly the most dangerous in the ancient tomb, where anyone who entered would almost certainly die. It seemed that the two Goo kings had died here, and the most valuable treasure in the ancient tomb had not yet been taken. He wondered if he, a mere key-gathering stage Goo cultivator, could possibly take the tomb's treasure, something even a Goo king couldn't do. But even if he could, it would be difficult to bring it out. Judging from Long Tian's words, it wasn't hard to deduce that anything taken from the ancient tomb would definitely be handed over to the family. It was impossible for it all to belong to an individual. At most, he would be lucky to get a very small share. Even if he truly had a way to obtain the tomb's treasure, he would probably still need to use some means to keep it for himself and outsmart the higher-ups. However, such matters could be dealt with later. Whether he could actually take the tomb's treasure was still unknown, and it was too early to think about these issues now. But since he had already decided to go into the tomb with a group, he had to be fully prepared. For example, the dragon silkworm robe, time was tight, the tomb raiding was in 7 days, and he didn't have time to research the world's best silkworm robe, so he could only buy an ordinary dragon silkworm robe to make do for now. He hurriedly looked at Long Ziyan, only to realize that while he was talking to Long Bian, the conflict had already ended. Judging from the surrounding discussions, it seemed that Long Yan had won and bought half of Long Ziyan's dragon silkworm silk. Long Bao, on the other hand, bought the remaining half with a livid face. However, the remaining dragon silkworm silk would be enough to make a set for others, but for him, it could only cover his navel. How could he be satisfied with this? He glared fiercely at Long Yan's departing back, his eyes looking like he wanted to devour him. Then, too ashamed to stay any longer, he could only leave dejectedly. Was the transaction over? Long Zhuan frowned slightly. Although Long Ziyan had run out of dragon silkworm silk, he still decided to try his luck. Perhaps the dragon silkworm silk was truly sold out, but she herself definitely needed to wear the dragon silkworm robe, so at least she still had one for herself. Facing that chilling aura, Long Zhuan could only steel himself and walk over, raising his hand to greet her. "Senior sister, I am Elder Long's newly accepted disciple, named Long Zhuan. I also want a dragon silkworm robe. I wonder if senior sister still has any in stock." Hearing this, Long Ziyan stopped in her tracks. Seeing no surprise on her face, she knew she already knew about her having a junior brother. "You're too late. Senior sister has no more in stock." Long Ziyan finally spoke, her words as precious as gold. Long Zhuan had anticipated this, so he didn't show any disappointment. He tentatively asked, "I know, I wanted to ask if senior sister also has a piece of silk she's kept for herself. Don't misunderstand, I mean one she hasn't worn yet. If you have one, I can offer a higher price to buy it." Long Ziyan frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. If it was about her own use, she definitely had some, it was just a matter of whether she wanted to give it up. Long Zhuan's status as her junior brother provided a great deal of convenience, otherwise, she would have left without a second thought when faced with such a request. I do have some dragon silkworm silk that I've kept for myself, but it's different from the dragon silkworm silk that was just sold. The dragon silkworm silk that was just bought was first-tier dragon silkworm silk. My dragon silkworm recently underwent a transformation and has become a spirit goo, capable of producing second-tier dragon silkworm silk, enough to withstand all attacks from a spirit gathering stage cultivator. I don't have much second-tier dragon silkworm silk, just enough for myself. Long Zion showed a hint of hesitation. Alright. Seeing that you're preparing to go into the tomb, and the tomb is dangerous, you need the second-tier dragon silkworm silk more than I do. You can have this second-tier dragon silkworm silk. With that, Long Zion took out a large roll of white silkworm silk from her storage bag. Long Zhuan's eyes lit up instantly, his heart filled with joy. It was actually the stronger second-tier dragon silkworm silk, its defensive power capable of blocking all attacks from the spirit gathering stage. Wearing a second-tier dragon silkworm robe, he could truly walk sideways in the ancient tomb, and with a double protection of the water bear goo, no one could break through his defenses. Long Zhuan excitedly rubbed his hands together. This senior sister was so generous to him. He loved it. However, just as he was about to reach out and take the dragon silkworm silk, his hand suddenly stopped in midair. He suddenly realized that this was only dragon silkworm silk, a semi-finished product, not a finished dragon silkworm robe. He didn't know how to weave clothes at all. His clone had never learned any women's needlework. So he could only rub his hands, looking embarrassed, and shamelessly asked, I don't know how to sew, could you help me with it, senior sister? I'm willing to pay a high fee for the work. I definitely won't let you help me for nothing. Before Long Zion could say anything, the surrounding crowd erupted. What? He actually wants the most beautiful woman in the clan to weave him a garment? How dare he? How dare he? He actually wants senior sister Zion to make him clothes. Why doesn't he just die? What audacity. He actually wants Long Zion to weave him a garment. How could he even think of that? Don't agree to him. The crowd was filled with condemnation, their eyes blazing with anger. Long Zhuan was stunned. Asking the seller to process the materials was a reasonable and normal request, wasn't it? He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from the crowd. Was it really necessary? If this was considered rude, then what about young women who made a living through needlework? Would female tailors refuse orders for men's clothing? His thinking wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, few men knew how to sew, and clothing production was primarily done by women. But he overlooked one problem. If this woman was ugly, then of course there would be no problem with her making men's clothes. No one would say a word, even if she made 1,000 men's clothes. However, if this woman was beautiful, then it wouldn't work. If a beautiful woman made clothes for a man, then other men would be jealous. This was the situation at hand. If Long Zion were ugly, these beasts wouldn't say a word. Believe it or not, they would probably have already left. Come in. Long Zion glanced at Long Zhuan and then turned to walk into the house. Long Zhuan was overjoyed, knowing that this matter had succeeded. He ignored the howling beasts behind him and stepped into the house. After entering a courtyard, a woman who looked exactly like Long Zion came over, holding a ruler, and took his measurements. Long Zhuan was an expert at creating clones, and he could easily tell that this was a clone of Long Zion. It seemed that the one who wanted to make clothes for him was this clone, not Long Zion herself. He began to examine this clone with curious eyes, revealing an interested expression. He was a master of the art of creating clones, so he was naturally curious about the clones of others. He really wanted to know the differences between other people's clones and his own, and whose clone was stronger. With his expert eye, he quickly discovered many differences between this clone and his own. First, the similarity was that this clone was also an external clone, possessing a physical form. Having a physical form meant having a certain level of combat power, perhaps not much weaker than the original body. However, the method of controlling the clone was completely different from his own. Long Zion controlled her clone by splitting her soul and multitasking, that is, controlling two people simultaneously. Both were her, no other consciousness would be born, and their memories and thoughts were completely synchronized. The biggest advantage of controlling the clone in this way was safety. Because the clone had no independent consciousness, it could never rebel, and Long Zion would never face the risk of being replaced by the clone. However, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that multitasking was extremely tiring, and if the two were too far apart, there would definitely be signal problems, making it impossible for memories to remain synchronized at a distance. In other words, this kind of clone can't stray too far from the main body. That's definitely a huge drawback. Simultaneously cultivating for the main body and returning the results is a heaven-defying ability that Long Ziyan's clone certainly can't possess. Moreover, multitasking is already difficult. She can't possibly multitask 5 times in one day. Therefore, having one clone is already her limit. Controlling more clones would be extremely difficult. Comparing all aspects of functionality, Long Zhuan still felt his clone was more advanced. No, it should be said that it was a complete victory. After taking his measurements, Long Ziyan's clone went to a wooden machine and began weaving silkworm silk into brocade. The textile machines in this world were definitely different from those in his previous life. Long Zhuan glanced at them and found that the various textile machines in his previous life were more advanced and much more efficient. Unfortunately, transmigrators aren't omnipotent. He really didn't know how to make this thing. In his previous life, he wouldn't have bothered researching such useless things, so he missed an opportunity to show off after transmigrating. The dragon silkworm robe can't be made in a short time. If you don't understand anything, just ask me. Long Ziyan sat by the stone table, calmly reading an ancient book. Long Zhuan glanced casually at the book, finding it written in a different script he couldn't understand, and then looked away. He hesitated, but still mustered his courage and asked, "I'd like to ask how to refine the dragon silkworm goo, of course. If it's not within the scope of my inquiry, then just pretend I didn't say anything." His request for the dragon silkworm goo formula was carefully considered. Although the formula didn't seem like something easily taught, his ancestor had said he was a key member of the family, and could learn most of their secret techniques unconditionally. He didn't know if this included the dragon silkworm goo formula, but testing the waters wouldn't hurt. At worst, he'd be rejected. As soon as he finished speaking, a formula flew in front of him, prominently displaying the 5 characters dragon silkworm goo formula. Long Zhuan was stunned. Really? Things were going too smoothly. It was hard to believe. He could really learn all of the Long family's traditions without paying any price. Was this the Long family's preferential treatment for a genius? Dragon silkworm silk has always been in high demand and short supply in the Long clan. I'm not afraid of others stealing my business. However, the success rate of refining the dragon silkworm goo is only 1 in 3,000, so I'm the only one in the entire clan who can successfully refine it. If you want to refine the dragon silkworm goo, you need to be prepared to fail thousands of times. Also, you need to consider whether you have enough wealth to support a huge initial investment. I won't provide you with any help in refining resources. As for the second-tier dragon silkworm treasure robe, I'll charge you 1 million contribution points at an internal price. Upon hearing this, Long Zhuan didn't hesitate to take out his contribution token, scanned it with his mind, and readily paid 1 million contribution points, further reducing the value in his token. Afterwards, neither of them spoke again. Long Ziyan was clearly not the talkative type, and continued to sit there quietly reading. Long Zhuan sat opposite her, not disturbing her further, and also quietly studied the dragon silkworm goo formula. He certainly didn't intend to refine any dragon silkworm goo. He already had the dragon silkworm robe, and even if it tore one day, he could simply ask his senior sister to make another one. There was absolutely no need to refine another dragon silkworm goo. What he wanted to do was surpass it. By learning from the dragon silkworm goo, he would research a goo formula of the same type that would far surpass it. Although the dragon silkworm goo's silk was quite good, it was far from being the best in the world. Among all silkworm goo, the dragon silkworm goo's silk didn't even rank highly. Therefore, Long Zhuan looked down on it. He wanted to create his own. He wanted to create the strongest silk in the world. Among all silkworm goo, his goo would be the best among silkworms. The goo formula didn't have many materials, only about 1,000 kinds, and it was a high-grade goo formula. Long Zhuan quickly finished reading it. Although there weren't many words, the difficulty lay in understanding it. To understand the birth principle of the dragon silkworm goo and clarify the rules of the goo formula from the formula was undoubtedly a very difficult task and would consume a lot of his time. After spending an unknown amount of time thoroughly understanding the goo formula, he had a vague inspiration. What he wanted wasn't a powerful silkworm goo, but rather the unique silkworm silk itself. He wanted to research and create the world's strongest silkworm silk to craft the ultimate silkworm garment, further enhancing his survivability. However, Long Zhuan's thought process was clearly different from normal people. He had seen the silkworm garments of this world before. The clothes were normal, but they exposed the hands and head. Wasn't that a weakness? In the event of battle, these unprotected areas would be openings, fatal flaws. He was notoriously afraid of death, so this was his first thought. The upper body had 2 openings, not to mention the lower body. Most people in this world only made silkworm garments, not silkworm trousers, because the lower body had no vital points and didn't require elaborate defenses. Even if someone was wealthy enough to make trousers, the soles of their feet would still be exposed, another weakness easily exploited by opponents. His first thought was whether he could seal the 2 openings at the bottom of the silkworm trousers, but that felt a bit off. Who in this world would think of such a bizarre problem? Wasn't it normal for clothes to expose the hands and head? Who doesn't wear clothes like this? Perhaps only an oddball like Long Zhuan would think this way. His thought process has always been unconventional. His first thought was how to seal the silk garment. He immediately ruled out gloves and socks, because the worms would crawl in through the gaps. A one-piece suit was better. The only thing that troubled him was how to protect his head. Completely sealing it off was definitely not an option. It would prevent breathing, obstruct vision, and affect hearing. If there was an opening, then the eyes wouldn't be protected, creating another vulnerability. This gave Long Zhuan a headache. How could he protect his eyes with silk? Achieving 100% coverage of the body was truly a global challenge. However, this problem ultimately didn't stump his incredibly imaginative mind. He racked his brains and finally came up with an idea: break the conventional form of silk. What if the silkworm's silk wasn't in a material form, but in an energy form? That's right, Long Zhuan was about to rebel again, breaking the conventions of this world. Could silk in an energy form exist in this world? Clothing woven from energy form silkworm silk is invisible to the naked eye and can even integrate into the body. Similar to the soul armor in novels, it possesses incredibly high defensive capabilities despite being in non-material form. If energy form silkworm clothing truly exists in this world, it can definitely defend against eyeballs. Once the soul armor integrates into the body, the ear canals, nostrils, and eyes will likely no longer be weaknesses. He could then achieve all-around, flawless protection, leaving no openings. Furthermore, while normal silkworm clothing in this world primarily defends against physical attacks, his energy silkworm clothing is unconventional. It can defend against not only physical attacks but also soul attacks, mental attacks, sonic attacks, curse attacks, and high-temperature attacks. Long Zhuan's eyes grew brighter, and his excitement increased. He felt this method seemed feasible. If this method could truly be realized, it would be an unprecedented innovation, setting a new precedent in history. This would undoubtedly be a world-shaking invention, leaving a profound mark on history books. Long Zhuan took a deep breath. However, to truly realize this idea, he would likely need a formula for a specific type of liver-nourishing poison. Once the power of a goo formula is restricted, the difficulty of its creation will increase dramatically. It's unknown how long it would take to develop such a formula. He wouldn't succeed for at least 2 years. Long Zhuan felt a dull ache in his liver. Just as he conceived this idea, the dragon silkworm robe, custom made for him by Long Ziyan's clone, was finally completed. Long Zhuan accepted the robe, thanked her, and tactfully left immediately. 7 days passed in a flash. All the spirit-gathering stage goo cultivators preparing to participate in the tomb raiding operation had gathered at a place in the family called the training ground. This was a large open space paved with tiles. There were about 100 people gathered there, but about half of them were at the peak of the spirit-gathering stage, eager to break through. Spirit-gathering stage goo cultivators were practically worthless in the Long family. These 100 people were only a tiny fraction of the Long clan's goo cultivators, a very small group, far fewer than the number who went on previous tomb raiding operations. After several previous tomb raids, most of the loot had already been taken. The few remaining items were all extremely risky, otherwise they would have been gone long ago. Even if one were lucky enough to find treasure, 70% had to be handed over to the family. Furthermore, the dangers of the tombs were widely known, making even fewer people willing to go. However, participation in this tomb raiding operation was entirely voluntary. The family wouldn't force anyone. Long Zhuan arrived just in time. Although tomb raiding was never 100% safe, he would definitely participate with his main body. His main body's cheat ability allowed him to find and break array formations, and see hidden mechanisms, enabling him to avoid 90% of the dangers within the tomb. His clone, without the cheat ability to avoid various arrays and mechanisms, was likely to perish in the ancient tomb, so Long Zhuan didn't trust it to be done by his clone. Moreover, without the cheat ability, his clone might miss even the most inconspicuous treasures. He couldn't leave everything to his clone. His main body needed to get out and stretch its muscles occasionally. While staying home was certainly safe, if the main body never participated in combat, how could it develop a fighting spirit? Born in hardship, die in comfort. This concept was also what compelled Long Zhuan to personally go tomb raiding. After entering the Long clan's training ground, he saw the exceptionally conspicuous Long Bao in the crowd. Its massive body stood out like a crane among chickens. Long Yan, with whom he had argued that day, was naturally among them. However, he was now wearing the dragon silkworm armor, a confident expression on his face. Clearly, the dragon silkworm armor gave him a great sense of security, making him confident about this trip. Long Zhuan then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Upon seeing a certain figure, his eyes stopped, revealing a look of surprise. He had actually seen another familiar face, his cheat senior sister, Long Ziyan. She seemed to be intentionally concealing her identity, standing there wearing a veil, but her aura was so distinctive that he recognized her at a glance. Wasn't Long Ziyan, a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage, supposed to be barred from participating in this mission? No, that was the aura of a peak spirit gathering cultivator. That was her clone. She actually planned to send a clone on this mission. But such an operation was definitely not allowed. No wonder she was masked and concealing her identity. Long Zhuan was shocked. He knew that Long Ziyan only had one second-tier dragon silkworm robe, which she had already given to him. Wouldn't her participation in this mission be even more dangerous? It's truly hardest to repay a beauty's kindness. He remembered this favor and hoped that nothing unexpected would happen to Long Ziyan in the tomb. Just as Long Zhuan was lost in thought, a large hand slammed heavily on his shoulder, startling him. What are you doing here? Are you looking for death? The dragon killen's large face loomed closer, glaring at him. Long Zhuan patted his racing heart and looked at him with annoyance, saying, "Why don't you just come from the front? Don't worry, we've teamed up before, you know my personality. Do you think I would take the risk if I wasn't absolutely sure?" Long Killen was taken aback, remembering that even when Long Zhuan was cautious about killing spirit beasts, he would still strike several times to finish them off, and he deeply agreed with his level of caution. "I trust your personality, but many dangers arise suddenly. If fate wants to take you, no amount of caution will help. Since you want to go, I won't try to dissuade you. Remember to stay close behind your senior sister. Her true cultivation level is the marrow cleansing stage, and her combat power is enough to instantly kill anyone in the tomb. With her around, you'll be worry-free. Since you're already going, why not do me a small favor? There's some mid-grade spiritual oil in the Empress's medicine garden. If it's convenient, could you dig some up for me? Currently, tomb raiders have two transformation paths. I think the path of consuming spiritual oil is stronger. Of course, if it's too dangerous, then forget it. Safety is paramount. I won't force you." Hearing this, Long Zhuan stared at him blankly. How could he suspect that this was what Long Killen really wanted to say to him, and the previous words were just a prelude? Otherwise, what would a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator like him be doing here for no reason? His cultivation level wasn't high enough to participate in this mission. Alright. If it's just a small favor, I'll bring you some spirit's oil back, but I can't guarantee anything, and don't have too high expectations of me, of course. Be careful too. Remember, your tomb raiding will take place at night. It's a joint operation by the 7 major clans. You only have half a day. Once it's light, you must leave. If you're too slow, it'll be difficult to get out. The ancient tomb's formation is special. It can unleash immense power with the sun's energy. During the day, the tomb is more than 30 times more dangerous than at night. Once the sun rises, anyone still inside the tomb is basically doomed. This is experience gained through bloodshed in the previous 5 tomb raiding operations. Long Zhuan nodded, thoroughly remembering Long Killen's words. He had no curiosity about what would happen in the tomb during the day, nor did he want to know. He just needed to obey and leave in time. Since Long Killen was a goo cultivator in the marrow cleansing stage, he couldn't participate in this mission, so he couldn't stay any longer. After reminding Long Zhuan of a few more details about the ancient tomb, he finally left. Chapter 91 Reunion with Long Lai. Long Zhuan was stunned, completely absorbed in his thoughts. The tomb contained a terrifying array whose power increased 30-fold during the day, a truly eye-opening experience. Sunlight was also energy. Had the people of this world already learned how to utilize solar energy? To think they could even incorporate it into an array. What a brilliant idea. He hadn't expected someone to have researched such a good concept before him. He wondered if anyone would try to compete with him for combining arrays with wind energy, gravitational potential energy, hydroelectric energy, geothermal energy, and nuclear energy. Just as Long Zhuan was lost in thought, a large hand suddenly slapped heavily on his shoulder again. Long Zhuan was startled again, his heart pounding. This time, he was even more engrossed in his thoughts, and the scare nearly gave him a heart attack. Soon, a large face appeared from behind, glaring at him and saying, "Finally found you, kid. Are you looking for death? You dared to participate in such a dangerous mission? Don't you value your life?" Long Zhuan turned his head to look at the large face. It was another familiar face, his long-lost, extremely awful relative, Long Lai, the person closest to him by blood. Long Zhuan kept patting his frightened heart. Damn it, he thought, do people in this world like to attack from behind? He hoped no one would suddenly pat him on the back in the ancient tomb. Being startled could really kill someone. Long Zhuan gave him a disgruntled look and said, "Because I want to do my part for the family, I want to be willing to shed blood and sacrifice myself for the family. Is that not allowed?" Of course, he was making this up entirely. It sounded righteous, but no one would believe him. Long Lai gave him a deep look, sniffing his shoulder intensely. Long Zhuan knew exactly what he was sniffing. He wasn't about to repeat the same mistake twice. This time, he was sure Long Lai wouldn't detect the smell of alcohol on him. The smell was difficult to completely dissipate, and Long Zhuan had no solution. Was he supposed to take 10 baths every time he went out? Even 10 baths wouldn't guarantee safety. So he came up with a foolish idea, to keep his spirit armor on the entire time he went out, completely masking the smell. Although having spiritual energy throughout his body would increase consumption, he possessed the 10 absolute physique, giving him abundant spiritual energy that he could squander at will. Moreover, keeping his spiritual armor active not only prevented the scent from spreading, but also effectively protected him from other dangers. This world had many methods that could kill silently, and even Long Zhuan couldn't guarantee he could see through all the underhanded tactics. Being cautious was definitely not a bad thing for him. Long Lai sniffed Long Zhuan for a long time but couldn't detect any alcohol. Surprised, he finally realized why. This kid Long Zhuan had kept his spiritual armor active the entire time, even in such a safe place as the clan's headquarters. Long Lai was truly astonished. Did he think his spiritual energy was free? He dared to squander it like that. Hey kid, is it really necessary? As long as you shower every day, very few people in this world can smell the alcohol on you. I guarantee that I'm the only one in the entire family with such a sensitive nose. You don't need to be so careful. Even the ancestor wouldn't be able to smell the alcohol on you. Long Lai leaned close to his ear and whispered. Long Zhuan was unmoved by his words. Even if he didn't refine alcohol poisons, he had decided to cultivate this habit. Better safe than sorry. How did you end up here? With your level, you shouldn't be able to participate in this mission, right? Now that he knew Long Lai was his uncle, Long Zhuan spoke more casually, addressing him directly with a word you instead of calling him senior. I've already broken through to the Spirit Sea stage, and I'm the leader of this mission, so of course I'll be here. You kid, you don't even know who's leading this mission. You didn't even know anything before joining this tomb raiding operation, did you? Long Lai's eyes widened. Since he didn't even know who was leading the mission, it was clear how inadequate his intelligence gathering was. Daring to blindly follow the crowd and raid tombs without understanding anything? He was incredibly bold. Long Lai couldn't help but show concern, doubting his safety on this trip. He turned serious, looking intently at Long Zhuan, and said, "Time is running out. I'll just remind you of 2 things. First, you must come out before dawn the next day. You only have half a day to loot the treasures. Don't ask why. Second, stay away from the genius goo cultivators of the major clans. Top-grade goo worms are very rare in proportion. In the world of rogue cultivators, there aren't even any. The hundreds of goo cultivator families in the far west only have a few scattered ones, but the 7 strongest clans in the far west have a great many top-grade goo worms. Among the geniuses of the major clans going to rob the tomb this time, there will definitely be someone carrying top-grade goo worms. That's a 100% certainty, and there might even be more than one. If you encounter a genius goo cultivator from a major clan, you must stay far away. Understand? Forget it. You probably don't even know who the geniuses of the major clans are, what they look like, or who to avoid. Destroy yourself, you're dead. Long Lai couldn't help but slap his forehead, feeling that his grandnephew was hopeless and might as well start preparing for his funeral. Alright, I'll just remind you one thing. Remember, once you enter the tomb, stay firmly behind your senior sister. With her there, you'll be absolutely safe. Long Lai gave the same advice as Long Qilin, showing how much they trusted Long Ziyan's combat prowess. By the way, give me some more of that wine from last time. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to drink it. That wine is best for refining goo poison. Drinking it would be a waste. Just give me the spicy wine. I want to refine wine goo. I'll trade you a top-grade spirit insect. Long Zhuan stared at him blankly. Did he say time was running out? Why was he asking for wine when time was running out? He felt this was what Long Lai really wanted to say, and everything before was just a setup. However, he was genuinely interested in the top-grade spirit insect Long Lai mentioned, but this wasn't a good place to trade. So Long Zhuan said, "Didn't you say time was running out? Why are you still standing here when time is running out?" This time, it was Long Lai's turn to be stunned. Alright. Time is indeed running out. Long Lai glanced at the sky, his expression turning serious. He finally left and walked towards the front of the field. As the leader of this mission, he didn't bother with any opening remarks. He directly took out a dragon boat with a dragon head carved on its prow from his storage bag and placed it on the ground. The dragon boat gradually enlarged until it could accommodate 100 people, at which point its growth stopped. Long Lai waved his hand and shouted, "Get on board." He jumped onto the prow first, accompanied by 2 marrow cleansing stage enforcers. Their black clothes were embroidered with 3 claw dragons. These 2 seemed to be there to supervise the tomb raiders on board. The others then climbed onto the boat one after another, sitting down with great interest. Both types spiritual artifacts are extremely rare, each one priceless and hard to come by. Moreover, this dragon boat, which could change its size at will, was even more invaluable. It was forged by the most famous weapon refining master at the behest of the entire Long clan. This is a top-grade spiritual artifact, the family's most prized possession. It boasts incredible speed, and when controlled by a goo cultivator at the Spirit Sea stage, it can rival the speed of a goo king. Such a top-grade spiritual artifact is rarely even seen, let alone ridden on. Everyone was excited to be able to travel on it today. Even Long Zhuan was no exception, touching and examining the dragon boat with great interest. Shouldn't everything follow the law of conservation of mass? How did this ship inexplicably grow so large? He couldn't figure it out, and his interest only grew stronger. He loved research. In his past life, he was a research fanatic, and anything new and unusual aroused his intense interest. He had just been interested in what kind of energy to use for formations, and now he was interested in spiritual artifacts. He certainly had too many interests to handle. After jumping on, Long Zhuan sat directly at the stern and subconsciously looked behind him. At least no one was tapping his shoulder this time, right? If anyone was still behind the stern, they must be a ghost. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted over, and Long Ziyan sat down beside him. A quiet person like her usually prefers to sit in a corner, so it wasn't exactly a coincidence that she chose to sit here. After sitting down, she didn't say a word, quietly reading. Long Zhuan subconsciously glanced at the book she was reading and discovered it was the same book he'd read in the silkworm room that day. The writing was strange, and he couldn't understand it at all. However, Long Zhuan knew what kind of script it was from his clone's memories. It was divine script, a script belonging to the gods. He was somewhat surprised that this senior sister was a theology enthusiast, proficient in divine script. This world had many myths and mythical relics, unlike the previous world where the myths were fictional, while the myths in this world were likely based on real events. Therefore, mastering divine script was extremely useful. Long Zhuan had just developed an interest in spiritual artifacts, and now he was also very interested in divine script. He decided that when he had time, he would have his clone learn divine script. Having more skills was never a bad thing. Mastering this script would definitely benefit his future, and who knew if a mythical relic would appear and be of great help to him? Once everyone was seated, the dragon boat finally started, slowly rising under some unknown power source, and then flying into the distance. The dragon boat was very fast, reaching its destination in just one day. It was already evening, and the sun was about to set. They had arrived at the perfect time. Only after sunset was the best time to enter this haunted tomb. Arriving earlier would have been useless. They would have just been sitting there waiting. A large number of goo cultivators had already gathered here. This was a tomb raiding operation jointly organized by the 7 major clans. Even if each clan only sent about 100 people, the total number would still be around 700, a truly massive force. The Long family was the last to arrive. The other 6 clans had already arrived, leaving only the Long family missing. The sudden appearance of the dragon boat in the sky attracted the attention of everyone present. The dragon boat slowly descended, and several people immediately came to greet it. Your Long clan is so slow. Everyone's been waiting for you. So you're the leader. No wonder. Did you drink again and mess things up? Weren't you the one who slept for 3 days straight at Jin's restaurant last time? The Long clan members had just disembarked when someone spoke sarcastically. Long Zhuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in red robes embroidered with phoenixes, exuding the aura of a spirit C-stage goo cultivator. He suddenly realized that he had long heard that the Long and Fen clans were sworn enemies, constantly clashing wherever they went. Now it seemed to be true. Hearing someone mock him like this, Long Lai flew into a rage, roaring, "You're talking nonsense. Which eye of yours saw me drinking? The Long family is clearly the furthest from here. I've already flown here. How much faster do you expect me to be? Besides, did I tell you to wait for me? You can go down into the tomb now. You don't need to wait for me. I have no objections." Feng Yu looked in the direction of the sun and realized that the sun hadn't completely set yet. She dared not go down now. Going down now would be suicide. Alright, calm down. The tomb raiding must be done after sunset. Early or late is no different. At this moment, a goo cultivator from the Shi clan at the Spirit Sea stage stepped forward to smooth things over. Long Zhuan looked and recognized him as a familiar face. Wasn't he Shi Jian, the one who forced rogue cultivators to fight against a beast tide last time? The last time he saw him, he was only at the peak of the marrow cleansing stage. He never expected that in just a few years, he would have transformed into a goo cultivator at the Spirit Sea stage. As expected of a goo cultivator from a major clan, his cultivation speed was indeed fast. I didn't expect that after a few years, you've also reached the Spirit Sea stage. Congratulations. You just broke through to the Spirit Sea stage and were sent here to carry out this mission. Shi Jian walked towards Long Lai and laughed loudly. There's nothing I can do. Who told me to be a newbie? They call it training newbies, otherwise I wouldn't bother doing this errand, Long Lai said with a wry smile. He suddenly looked at Feng Yu and shouted, "Last time we bet on who would break through to the Spirit Sea stage first, and you cheated, winning one of my top-grade goo worms. How about we bet again this time? We'll bet on who gets the biggest loot from this tomb raid. Do you dare take my bet?" Hearing this, Long Zhuan's eyelids twitched. This Long Lai was truly cunning. He was clearly setting a trap for Feng Yu. Because previous tomb raids had resulted in too many casualties, this time all the clans had jointly decided that each clan could only send spirit gathering stage goo cultivators into the tomb. But the Long clan had resorted to underhanded tactics, sending in a clone of a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator. In this kind of bet, who could beat the Long clan? Although it was only a clone of a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator who entered, the clone's true realm was indeed spirit gathering stage. But this kind of loophole exploiting behavior certainly wouldn't be allowed. Otherwise, what if other clans sent in a Goo King clone? Even though this Goo King's clone is only at the peak of the spirit gathering stage, its combat power is worlds apart from that of an ordinary spirit gathering stage Goo cultivator. Once the Goo King's clone enters, it's like a tiger entering a sheepfold. No one can restrain it. Now, whoever dares to accept this bet is doomed. It all depends on whether Feng Yu will fall for it. Long Zhuan looked at Feng Yu, thinking there was a high probability he would accept the bet. This was a provocation tactic. If you didn't accept, people would think you were afraid of him, which was a matter of face, and even the face of your entire clan. If you dared to back down at this moment, wouldn't you be ridiculed and called a coward by everyone? If it were Long Zhuan, he was thick-skinned enough to tolerate it, but if it were someone else, it might be different. If the Spirit Sea stage goo cultivators from other families couldn't resist joining the bet, wouldn't Long Lai be making a killing? Wait, Long Zhuan suddenly felt a chill. If the Long clan could get a marrow cleansing stage goo cultivator in, why couldn't the other families? What if the other families had the same idea? This gamble was risky. He quickly covered his brow with his hand and looked towards the other family factions. Chapter 92 Top-grade spirit insects among silkworms. Under his watchful eyes, nothing could escape his notice. He quickly noticed something strange about a young man in the Lay clan's camp. This young man was clearly young, with a youthful appearance. As a genius goo cultivator from a major clan, he had only just reached the peak of the spirit-gathering stage. How could he be old? Yet, the progress displayed above his head was 91.7381%. Long Zhuan was shocked. How could this young man be dying so soon? He looked so young, yet his lifespan was almost gone. He quickly thought of a possibility. Every Goo King had one chance to possess another body, but their lifespan wouldn't increase with it. If that Lay clan Goo cultivator had been possessed by an old monster, then the displayed progress would naturally be that old monster's lifespan, which would completely explain this situation. In other words, that young man was a Goo King, and a wolf was about to infiltrate the flock of sheep. Damn it, the Lay clan is playing dirty. Long Zhuan's pupils immediately contracted. He looked at the other Goo cultivators from various clans again, and his pupils contracted again. Both the Feng and Goo clans had individuals whose progress was displayed as 4 decimal places, a level of progress only possible for those with a lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. A mere spirit-gathering stage Goo cultivator, yet claiming a lifespan of over 1,000 years? Who are they trying to fool? The lifespan of a spirit-gathering stage Goo cultivator is no different from that of immortal. A marrow-cleansing stage Goo cultivator's lifespan is 200 years longer. A spirit sea stage Goo cultivator's lifespan is 400 to 500 years. Only Goo Kings have lifespans exceeding 1,000 years. Good heavens, there were clearly only a few people, yet 3 Goo Kings had entered. Long Zhuan hurriedly tugged at Long Lai's sleeve. Stop fooling around. Long Lai flicked his sleeve, shaking off Long Zhuan's hand. Just then, Feng Yu's loud laughter rang out. Ha ha ha. What's there to be afraid of? Anyone who doesn't dare to bet is a coward. I, Feng Yu, have never lost a bet. Why would I be afraid of you? I'll bet with you. Same as last time. I'll bet on a high-grade goo worm, but this time, the high-grade goo worm will be different. Last time, we bet on a spirit goo that had only undergone 1 transformation. Now that we've both entered the spirit sea stage, we should bet on a rare goo that has undergone 2 transformations. Do you dare to take my bet? Long Lai's loud laughter rang out at this moment. Ha ha ha. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a rare goo. If I wasn't afraid you'd renege on your bet, I'd double it. I'll bet with you, Long Zhuan. Why are you dragging me along? Don't delay my chance to make a fortune. Long Zhuan couldn't help but slap his forehead. Oh no, the Qing dynasty is over. Long Zhuan was exhausted. This clever fellow actually wanted to double down. If he knew that the Lay clan had a reborn Goo King, and that the Goo clan and Feng clan each had a Goo King clone, he wondered what he would think. His guess had come true. Many people had indeed thought the same way as the Long clan, planning to cheat in various ways to gain the greatest benefit. One should not underestimate the clever people of the world. However, this was not the end of the matter. The greedy Long Lai then looked at the Goo cultivators leading the other families and laughed loudly. You've all seen the betting scheme I've set up. Do you dare to join me at the table for a game? Whichever family brings out the most valuable treasures from the tomb will get all the top-grade rare goo on the table. This is a golden opportunity to get rich overnight. Don't miss this chance, Long Lai coaxed them with a seductive voice. Long Lai was insatiable. Wanting just 1 top-grade rare goo wasn't enough. He wanted to take them all, setting his sights on everyone. The other spirit sea stage goo cultivators were all stunned. The conflict between these two was originally none of their business, but Long Lai had deliberately used the word dare, asking them if they dared. If they said they didn't dare, wouldn't they be ridiculed? They were spirit sea stage goo cultivators, powerful figures who cherished their reputations, especially with so many people present. How could they tarnish their honor? The key was that the winner would receive a table full of top-grade rare goo. The temptation was truly immense. The winner wouldn't just experience a sudden surge in power, they would take off. With a swarm of top-grade goo worms, who could rival them? Whoever could wipe them out today would be virtually invincible among their peers in this region. Such a huge temptation caused many spirit sea stage goo cultivators to breathe rapidly, their eyes gleaming with greed. Let's gamble. Who's afraid of who? Anyone who doesn't gamble is a dog. Finally, the Lay clan's spirit sea stage goo cultivator couldn't resist the temptation, taking out a top-grade rare goo from his breeding bag, immediately dissolving his blood pact, and joining the gamble. Everyone's face darkened instantly. Would anyone who didn't participate in this bet be considered a dog? It was intentional. He said that on purpose, to force more people to join the bet so he could make a huge profit. HMPH. You talk like you're guaranteed to win. You really think you've got it all figured out? Be careful not to overdo it. The Goo Clan Spirit C Stage Goo cultivator glared at him, then added, it's just a rare goo, right? I'll bet too. Whoever doesn't bet will be childless. Everyone's face darkened again. What had they done to deserve this? This is outrageous. If that's how it is, then I'm definitely betting today. Count me in. Whoever doesn't bet will be cuckolded. Shi Jian finally joined the fray, his face ashen. Long Zhuan was completely dumbfounded. Were you guys frantically stacking buffs? And the worst part was, you were all using grammatically incorrect sentences. Could you please limit the scope to the Spirit C stage and not accidentally hurt these lowly spirit gathering stage goo cultivators? This buff was just too cruel. What do you mean, getting cuckolded? He's terrified of that. This Shi Jian is really too ruthless. Ultimately, under the clever guidance of Long Lai, one Spirit C stage goo cultivator after another joined the betting, making Long Lai grin from ear to ear. Even some Spirit C stage goo cultivators who lacked confidence in their own geniuses were forced to join the betting under the pressure of others' words. At this point, 7 top-grade rare goo were placed on the table, drawing envy and causing everyone's breath to quicken. Finally, the group of Spirit C stage goo cultivators released their precious goo worms from their blood pacts, cast spells to put them to sleep, and then placed them all in a huge breeding bag on a table. Whoever was the final winner could simply take the breeding bag from the table, simple and direct. Many people were full of confidence, kissing the precious goo worms and claiming they would take them home later, then put them in the breeding bag, not knowing if this meeting would be a final farewell. There could only be one winner, so no matter how confident they were, it was useless. Long Zhuan was exasperated. This troublesome relative of his was causing him so much trouble, creating such a massive gamble. Losing meant losing a main force, a devastating blow. Winning meant soaring to new heights, his combat power multiplying several times over, enough to make him a top-tier expert in the region, his fame spreading far and wide. Yet, he had to bet, cleverly luring everyone into the scheme. 7 top-grade rare goo were a fortune far too great, a hot potato, enough to rouse envy in everyone. What if his senior sister displayed extraordinary power and helped him win the gamble under pressure from several goo kings? Could he really safely take away such a huge fortune? Perhaps everyone would abide by the bet and let him take it safely, or perhaps something unexpected would happen, like being ambushed by envious people, or even a conflict breaking out on the spot. Who could say for sure? Long Lai was just a newbie who had recently broken through to the Spirit Sea realm, only at the early stage, while the others were mostly at the mid-stage, their strength far surpassing his. Since his strength could easily overwhelm him and he could seize the treasure without any risk, it was normal for others to try and kill him, right? Although this bet had nothing to do with him, it was enough to affect him. If someone really became greedy and tried to deal with Long Lai, he would definitely be implicated and killed to cover it up. None of the 100 people on the ship would survive. Thinking of this, Long Zhuan broke out in a cold sweat. This kind of thing was definitely possible, and he had to come up with a way to break the deadlock in advance. He knew it. Getting involved with such an extreme relative would definitely be bad luck. Long Lai was definitely a restless person. It seemed that he would be busy in the future. It seemed that there was a reason why there were few people in his lineage. They had inherited the gene for courting death. Long Zhuan glanced at Long Lai, who was still smug, and thought helplessly. Long Zhuan, you seemed very interested in that top-grade spirit silkworm just now. After I get the breeding bag tomorrow morning, I will give you the top-grade spirit silkworm as a deposit for the spirit wine. Long Lai did not notice the strange expression on Long Zhuan's face and said excitedly. Note his words. In his speech, the worm breeding pouch was already considered his. It's unclear where his confidence came from. However, Long Zhuan's eyes lit up when Long Lai mentioned the top-grade spirit silkworm. Different types of goo worms have different values. Although those Spirit C stage goo cultivators all brought out high-grade rare goo, their values were definitely different. Some were more valuable, some less, and the difference was often several times. In this case, wouldn't the Spirit C stage goo cultivators who brought out good goo seeds be at a disadvantage? Therefore, goo cultivators who brought out inferior goo seeds would definitely have to make up the difference. And the top-grade spirit silkworm was one such difference. Long Zhuan immediately took a liking to it and was very tempted. However, to obtain this top-grade spirit silkworm, he needed to help Long Lai win the bet, but he wasn't confident he could pull teeth from the mouths of several Gu Kings. Relying solely on his senior sister probably wouldn't give them a good chance of winning. Even with her many trump cards, could she possibly be stronger than a Gu King? The most important thing was the aftermath. Even if they won the bet, whether they could safely take the worm breeding pouch away was another question. It was time to test his intelligence again. His clever brain worked at high speed, frantically searching for a way out. "Do you have a shadow Gu?" Long Zhuan suddenly asked Long Lai. Long Lai was taken aback, looking at him in confusion and asking, "What do you need that kind of Gu worm for? It has no fighting power at all. For the sake of our blood relationship, I can lend you a high-grade Gu worm for self-protection, no need to ask. If you have one, lend it to me. There's no time to explain. Time is running out," Long Zhuan said in a very serious tone. Long Lai subconsciously looked at the direction of the sun and found that the sun was about to set behind the mountainside, with only 1/5 of its area still shining. After everyone's commotion just now, time had passed by unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, it was time to go into the tomb. "It's really getting late." Long Lai showed excitement, took a green Gu worm with big eyes from the breeding bag, and secretly stuffed it into Long Zhuan's hand. "Remember, you must stay close behind your senior sister. She's the only one who can help you," Long Lai whispered in his ear again, repeatedly emphasizing his advice. Just as the two were whispering, Feng Yu shouted, "The auspicious time has arrived. Let's enter the tomb." As soon as he finished speaking, the Feng clan Gu cultivators rushed into a huge tomb raiding tunnel in the center of the area. In no time, all of the more than 100 Feng clan members had left. The Feng clan Gu cultivators were the first to enter the tomb. Although the sun was still a little short of sunset, the ancient tomb was buried very deep, and the tunnel was long. By the time the Feng clan Gu cultivators arrived, it would probably be almost time. Seeing that the Feng clan had already gone in, the other clans didn't dare to waste any time. At the command of their respective clan leaders, all the key gathering stage Gu cultivators filed in, surging towards the tunnel like a tide. Tomb raiding isn't about who gets in first and who has the biggest advantage, so there was no scrambling among the clans. Only the Feng clan Gu cultivators were in a hurry and rushed in first, though it was unclear what they were in such a hurry to do. Long Zhuan mingled with the crowd, positioning himself in the middle as he entered the tomb. He didn't obediently follow his senior sister. What was the point of a grown man being protected by a woman? Of course, Long Zhuan's true thought was that Long Ziyan and he were on different paths. Long Ziyan had already broken through the marrow cleansing stage, and collecting spirit-boosting grass was definitely not her goal. Since they were on different paths, there was no need for him to shamelessly follow. The tomb was dug at a downward slope, with a gradient slightly gentler than 45 degrees, and it was quite large. Enough for 3 people to enter side by side. There were people carrying torches everywhere in the crowd, so the cave wasn't dark. The tomb was very long, and Long Zhuan didn't know how long he walked before finally arriving at a huge underground cavern. There were many branching paths here, each leading to unknown depths. He already had a good understanding of the terrain from the map. The Empress's tomb was built in a huge underground cavern. There were caves everywhere, with numerous branching paths and densely packed entrances, making the passages extremely complex. This is a vast, natural maze. Anyone who strays here easily gets lost and may even perish. It serves as the natural protective layer of the Empress's tomb, the first line of defense. Many would likely have already perished here before even reaching the tomb. Countless people from various clans have been lost in this enormous maze, finally discovering a few correct passages to the tomb and creating maps. However, each clan is deeply self-serving, refusing to share their information. Therefore, each clan's map is different, and their chosen routes to the tomb vary. Some clans have discovered more circuitous routes, while others have found shorter ones. Although the area is riddled with caves and countless interconnected passages, there is more than one path to the tomb. The varying levels of danger and distances mean that, without information sharing, no one knows which map offers the optimal solution. Everyone blindly follows their own map. It was here that the 700+ Gu cultivators began to diverge, each following their own map's guidance into different passages. Long Zhuan's group dwindled, and soon only about 100 remained. Long Zhuan studied the map while observing his companions. He glanced at the maps of each clan with his heavenly eye and found that the Long clan's map was relatively detailed, marking numerous passages leading to the ancient tomb, including waterways, and explaining the dangers of each route. The route he had chosen was the shortest to the herb garden. Most of the Long Clan's Gu cultivators weren't aiming for the dangerous herb garden. Some were going to the burial pit, some to the alchemy room, and some, recklessly, to the sleeping quarters, so they had chosen other routes. The Gu cultivators accompanying him, if all went as expected, were likely heading to the same herb garden. This group included not only Long Clan Gu cultivators but also those from other clans, including even the Gu King's avatar from the ancient clan, causing Long Zhuan's pupils to shrink. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the most dangerous places in the ancient tomb, besides the sleeping quarters containing the coffin, were this herb garden. He hadn't expected so many people to choose the herb garden. They were truly reckless and unafraid of death. However, when Long Zhuan saw that most of the Gu cultivators on his journey were already gray-haired and old, he understood. These elderly peak spirit-gathering Gu cultivators were nearing the end of their lives, and rather than die of old age soon, they might as well take a gamble here. If they were lucky enough to collect the spirit-boosting grass, they would have a chance to break through to the marrow-cleansing stage, doubling their lifespan. Even if they failed, they would only die a few years earlier. With this mentality, many spirit-gathering Gu cultivators with limited lifespans were willing to come here to take the risk. However, there were also young people. These people were young and impetuous, and often dared to be reckless. For example, Long Bao and Long Yan had coincidentally traveled the same way as him. He didn't know where they got the courage to come to the herb garden. There were really some people who were not afraid of death. Why are you following me? You follow me wherever I go. Who's following you? I want to ask you why you're always blocking my way. Don't you know you're blocking my view? As expected, the two clowns started arguing again, and Long Zhuan shook his head at the sight. He stopped paying attention to the two of them and focused his attention on the surrounding environment, wary of any potential dangers. Long Zhuan was also curious whether he would encounter ghosts and zombies while tomb raiding in this other world. This world had those who controlled insects, beasts, puppets, ghosts, and even zombies. Since such professions existed, ghosts and zombies must certainly exist. However, since the tomb's owner was a Gu cultivator specializing in insect control, the dangers within the tomb would likely come from insects and Gu, making the possibility of ghosts and zombies unlikely. Just as Long Zhuan was thinking this, perhaps his wish came true. A blood-red, serrated earthworm suddenly emerged from the soil, swallowed a Gu cultivator whole, and quickly disappeared back into the earth. Only a chilling scream echoed in the cave for a long time. The sudden turn of events made everyone pale, and they all looked at the ground with wary eyes, their expressions extremely tense. Damn it! It's a blood earthworm. Isn't this thing not on this road? How did it get here, idiot? It's a living creature, it can move. Blood earthworms can appear anywhere. Don't trust maps, this is a big problem. Blood earthworms burrow silently and can get under someone's feet without anyone noticing. This thing is really too difficult to guard against. Chapter 93 Entering the Herb Garden. Chaos erupted in the crowd. Blood earthworms could emerge from anywhere on the ground at any moment, devouring the unsuspecting. Unfortunately, no one could see what was underground, making this monstrous insect with its deadly methods truly unsolvable. Only Long Zhuan remained unmoved, showing no sign of panic. In his vision, several strings of numbers moved back and forth on the ground. Unsurprisingly, those numbers represented the blood earthworm's progress. The blood earthworms were terrifying precisely because of their unpredictable appearances and difficulties in prevention. Their actual combat strength might not be that great. Since he could see the blood earthworm's exact location, they posed no threat to him. These few blood earthworms posed no threat to him, so he remained calm and unperturbed. Just then, several more people were dragged underground by the blood earthworms, their screams echoing. Some reacted quickly, severing a small section of the blood earthworm's body, but earthworms don't die when cut in two. In fact, a single cut might split the earthworm into two, creating an additional clone that was even more troublesome. Faced with this situation, the crowd could only passively defend themselves, helplessly watching as one Gu cultivator after another was dragged underground. At this moment, Long Bao and Long Yan stopped arguing. Seeing this, their expressions changed, and they tacitly took out two enormous earthworms from their breeding bags, placed them on the ground, and jumped onto their backs. Each of these earthworms was clad in thick heavy armor, essentially a lump of iron, a steel behemoth. Blood earthworms couldn't possibly swallow such large iron lumps whole. This method was indeed an effective way to avoid blood earthworm attacks. Long Zhuan glanced at them and understood. He finally knew who gave them the courage to come here. Their confidence came from these two earthworms. These earthworms weren't clad in ordinary iron, but in spiritual weapons, a set of spiritual weapons tailor-made for earthworms, their heavy armor covered in densely packed weapon patterns. This was the second enhancement scheme mentioned in the Gu formula, but arming earthworms with spiritual weapons was extremely expensive. Without a doubt, the defensive capabilities of these two tomb raiders were absolutely monstrous. If the blood earthworm dared to swallow such a thing, it would definitely break its teeth. The herb garden was dangerous, and if Long Zhuan wasn't mistaken, they planned to rely on the tomb raiders' defenses to withstand the dangers and forcibly obtain the herbs. He didn't yet know the situation inside the herb garden, nor whether their plan was feasible. The two rode the tomb raiders, rampaging through the cave, while those around them dodged and followed closely behind, running wildly. Faced with a seemingly insurmountable blood earthworm, they had no choice but to quickly escape this area. Perhaps someone could deal with the blood earthworm, but they would never act rashly, like Long Zhuan. How could he possibly reveal his ability to see through things? That Gu clan's Gu King clone must also have a way to deal with the blood earthworm. His calm expression throughout indicated he must have a trump card. But at this moment, he would rather see more people die, so that no one would compete with him for the treasure later. Why would he reveal his trump card to do something like this, saving lives? Many others in the group shared the same mentality. Despite possessing trump cards, they remained unused, simply running forward headlong, allowing those behind them to be devoured by the blood earthworms, resulting in heavy casualties. After seeing the Gu King disappear first, Long Zhuan's eyes darted around. Ultimately, deciding it was better to be safe than sorry, he released his flame clone from a hidden corner. Yes, Long Zhuan was using the same old trick again, intending to send his clone into the herb garden to bear the brunt of the Gu King's attack. He had done this countless times before, and was already very familiar with it. Although he felt that with his current resources, he wasn't afraid of a Gu King clone at the spirit gathering stage. It wasn't his main body, and that at the same cultivation level, a Gu King's strength lay mainly in combat experience and knowledge, not in sheer power. The inherently cautious Long Zhuan decided to play it safe. After placing the borrowed recording Gu in Yan's hand, he instructed, if that Gu King's clone dares to harm anyone, record everything he does, understand, go. Long Zhuan patted Yan's shoulder, and Yan vanished into the depths of the cave in the blink of an eye. The recording Gu is a common type of Gu worm, and various races have their own Gu formulas for it. The recording Gu's sole ability is to store everything it sees and then project it onto a wall as an image. In simpler terms, the recording Gu can project a movie onto a wall, with the same effect as a movie theater, a large screen. However, the movie projected by the recording Gu is entirely its memory of what it has seen. It cannot fabricate anything. Recording Gu is used by various races for intelligence gathering and is quite common. Every faction possesses many. Long Zhuan borrowed a recording Gu from Long Lai to leave evidence of the Gu King infiltrating the ancient tomb. If the Gu King were to wreak havoc inside, that would be ideal. Simply playing this movie outside would be enough to create chaos, cause conflict, and even lead to a fight. Once the battle is raging, no one will be able to spare a hand to intercept Long Lai. This was the plan Long Zhuan had devised in a short time. He had gone to great lengths to ensure their safe return. Pursued by the blood earthworms, the group ran for an unknown amount of time before finally reaching a vast underground space. Upon arriving here, the blood earthworms finally stopped their pursuit. Perhaps there was something here that the blood earthworms feared, or perhaps they were simply full and had given up the chase. Everyone leaned on their knees, panting heavily, looking utterly shaken, occasionally glancing back with lingering fear. Long Zhuan, however, focused all his attention on the enormous medicinal garden before him. This medicinal garden was built in a vast underground space, its area simply too large. It seemed like an illusion. Long Zhuan could actually see the sun here, the view stretching endlessly before him, exactly like the world above. Whether looking forward or upward, his vision was unobstructed. He could even see the clouds in the sky. Keep in mind, this was an underground world, filled with cave walls. How could his vision be unobstructed? Therefore, Long Zhuan deduced that there was a vast illusion here, but this illusion was rather peculiar. The sun it conjured actually emitted sunlight. It's well known that most plants thrive in sunlight, Without light, plants cannot photosynthesize and cannot survive. Since the spiritual herbs in this herb garden could continue to grow, it meant that the sunlight created by the illusion was indeed real sunlight. This was truly miraculous, and Longzhuan showed renewed interest. Compared to the dark underground world, this place was practically a beautiful paradise, a rare sight indeed. The only drawback was that the spiritual herbs in this herb garden were extremely limited. There was only one type. The entire herb garden was covered with spiritual herbs, a lush green expanse as far as the eye could see, nothing but green. Wait, there was another color, white. A cute, fluffy rabbit lay sunbathing in the green field, its white belly exposed. A single white dot amidst the green was incredibly striking. All eyes were drawn to the small figure, their gazes immediately turning to one of intense hatred, as if they wanted to tear it apart and devour it. Yet, no one dared to make a move. It was as if something terrifying lurked in this green field, preventing them from taking a single step closer. Longzhuan's mind raced. He immediately guessed that this rabbit was probably the spirit herb that Longbian had mentioned. After becoming a spirit, this herb had become obsessed with alchemy, squandering all the precious herbs in the herb garden, leaving only weeds. Everyone was furious. For some reason, Longzhuan felt an urge to laugh. There were many entrances to this herb garden. They weren't the first to arrive, others had already entered through other entrances, attempting to rush into the herb garden to collect herbs. This group was the same Phoenix Clan Gu cultivators who had first stormed into the tunnel. There were quite a few of them, but the vast majority were only at the early stage of the spirit-gathering realm. This group of early-stage spirit-gathering Gu cultivators were clearly not members of the Fen clan. They seemed more like villagers from Immortal village, trained to early-stage spirit-gathering by the Fen clan in a short time before being sent on this dangerous mission. Forced by the Fen clan's Gu king, one villager after another rushed into the herb garden, risking their lives to pull out the spirit-boosting herbs. However, most villagers lost their heads without warning before even reaching the garden. Headless corpses fell one after another, staining the ground red. The manner of death was bizarre. There was no visible attack, the villagers' heads inexplicably flew off, and no one could tell why. Everyone who witnessed this was horrified, their pupils dilated, and no one dared to muster the courage to step into the herb garden. Longzhuan was greatly alarmed. Dead people weren't scary, what was scary was not knowing why they died. Was there some unknown creature here, or was it the effect of a trap or a ray? Longzhuan didn't understand, and without understanding, he dared not act rashly. Fear always stems from the unknown, and this herb garden was truly too eerie. The Fen clan Gu cultivators couldn't see what was in sight either, only that the great terror here seemed to prevent them from leaving the herb garden. That's why they came up with this insane method, actually intending to use the method of piling up human lives to collect the spirit-boosting grass in the herb garden. In their eyes, mortal lives were worthless, even exchanging a life for a spirit-boosting grass was worthwhile. As long as there was one spirit-boosting grass, the family might gain another Gu cultivator at the marrow cleansing stage. Their actions were simply insane, but it must be said that this method was indeed effective. Although countless mortals who rushed into the herb garden died, some succeeded. At this moment, the Fen clan Gu king already had 10 spirit-boosting grasses in his hands, which made him smile with satisfaction. Everyone who saw this scene felt their scalp tingle, but ultimately, no one stood up to condemn them. I wonder what kind of terrifying thing it is, capable of killing without a trace. I also wonder if the heavily armored Tomb Raider could withstand its attack. Long Yan looked worried. He wasn't sure if his Tomb Raider could withstand a decapitation attack in the herb garden. If that thing could really cut through the Tomb Raider's defenses, then his losses would be enormous. Although the Tomb Raider itself wasn't expensive, the magical insect armor it wore was incredibly valuable. Custom-made insect armor for the Tomb Raider had exhausted his entire fortune, and he didn't know if he should gamble. He couldn't help but look at Longbao, hoping he could set an example first. If his Tomb Raider went in unscathed, then it wouldn't be too late for his own. He was incredibly shrewd. So he looked at Longbao and said, "Hey, weren't you planning to send a Tomb Raider in to get the grass? This time I won't fight you for it, you go first." Longbao turned to look at him, laughing angrily. "Now you're being modest? Do you really think I'm an idiot? You're afraid to take the risk, so you want me to scout ahead? You're dreaming. Let me tell you. No way, you're older than me, elders go first, you go first." Long Yan looked at him and laughed. At home, it's always the older brother who gives way to the younger brother, the older one always gives way to the younger one. Don't you understand this principle? Hurry up and go first. Stop dawdling, Long Bao sneered. I absolutely cannot go first. If anyone goes first, it's you, or we can just play rock paper scissors. Whoever loses goes first. Then let's play rock paper scissors. Neither of us can back out. Seeing these two clowns arguing again, Long Zhuan was speechless. Watching the rock paper scissors game go from one round to best of 3, then to best of 5, seemingly endless, a crisp sound finally rang out. Stop playing rock paper scissors. The Tomb Raider can't withstand that thing's attack. Whoever goes in first will die. You'd better abandon this pointless argument and leave here as soon as possible. The two turned to look at the figure who spoke. The figure was masked, and others might not know who she was, but they knew she was Long Ziyan, the #1 genius of the Long clan. Her words still carried weight. Do you know what exactly is in the herb garden? Long Yan hesitated, then walked over and asked in a low voice. Long Ziyan glanced at a figure not far away, knowing he was listening, and patiently explained, that thing is too ancient, there are very few records of it, and very few people in this world know about it. I only learned about its origin from divine texts, Long Ziyan said with some apprehension. It's a powerful goo species called dream butterfly goo from the era of the gods. The goo worms of that era were too evil. You probably can't even imagine the abilities of the dream butterfly goo. The dream butterfly goo is a dream-type goo worm. Its body is in the form of a dream. This goo worm is visible in dreams, but not in reality. In other words, you can't see it no matter what you do, and you can't defend against its sneak attacks at all. Moreover, the dream butterfly goo is a dream form. It has no physical body, and it is immune to almost all attacks in reality, whether physical or non-physical. You can only see this goo worm in your dreams, and you can only hurt it in your dreams. The problem is, do you dare to sleep here? Even if you dare, are you sure you can defeat them in your dreams? Hearing this, not only were Long Yan and his companion shocked, but Long Zhuan, who had been eavesdropping, was also stunned and completely shocked. Visible in dreams but invisible in reality, and immune to almost all attacks in reality. It can only attack you, and you can't hit it no matter what. Damn, is it cheating me? This goo worm is too cheating. How can you fight it? This thing is probably unsolvable. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Long Ziyan continued, the dream butterfly goo not only possesses powerful physical attacks, remember, it takes the form of a dream, capable of attacking a person's dreams, which you can understand as the spiritual world, but also. Therefore, in the face of the dream butterfly goo, no matter how high your earth worshippers' physical defenses are, it's useless. Their attacks are in a spiritual form. Hearing this, the group was shocked again. In other words, everyone present was vulnerable in its presence, all their defenses were ineffective. Was it really that exaggerated? It was too unfair. Long Zhuan added in his mind. He wore an extremely solemn expression. This was the most troublesome goo worm he had ever encountered in his goo cultivation career, without exception. Faced with such unreasonable goo worms, even he felt helpless, unable to think of any way to kill them. At this moment, Long Yan and the other man had completely lost their temper, no longer harboring any illusions about the spirit herb, and had already decided to leave. This idea was exceptionally firm, and no one could stop them. They were truly afraid of this goo worm. Long Yan sighed heavily, then casually asked, since the dream butterfly goo is so difficult to deal with, what brings you here? He couldn't help but wonder. Long Ziyan's true form was already at the marrow cleansing stage, so the spirit-boosting grass was useless to her. Logically, she shouldn't have come here at all, so her reason for being here was intriguing. Long Ziyan glanced at Long Zhuan, then quickly looked away, casually saying, nothing much, I just heard there's a very cute rabbit here, so I came to take a look out of curiosity. Now that I've seen the rabbit, I should go. Hearing this, Long Yan and Long Bao were both stunned. This reason was very convincing. To go to such lengths just for the cute appearance of a rabbit, Long Ziyan was too willful. What? You're not planning to come with me? Still not giving up on the spirit-boosting grass, Long Ziyan had just turned around when she realized that Long Zhuan had no intention of following her. She frowned and said. At this moment, Long Zhuan was pondering, since the dream butterfly goo was visible in dreams but invisible in reality, capable of killing silently, could his true form see their progress? If the dream butterfly goo's progress could be displayed above their heads, then his true form could accurately pinpoint the location of all the dream butterfly goo, allowing him to avoid them. And if he could see the dream butterfly goo, Collecting the spirit-boosting grass in the herb garden would be an incredibly simple matter. After all, the dream butterfly goo were confined to the herb garden and couldn't leave. Even if he alerted them, he could easily escape. Thinking this, Long Zhuan was immediately excited. His true form's personal intervention was indeed the right decision. His cheat ability could truly overcome the dangers in the herb garden. The dream butterfly goo was indeed terrifying, but as long as he avoided their location, he would be fine. The dream butterfly goo was a nightmare for others, but for him, it might be nothing to fear. In that case, the spirit-boosting grass in the herb garden was already his for the taking. He could obtain it easily. This was his backyard. In that case, how could he possibly leave with Long Ziyan? Chapter 94 That Damn Rabbit. Long Zhuan casually waved his hand and said, "You guys go ahead, don't worry about me. I think that rabbit is quite cute, let's see if we can lure it out and catch it." Hearing this, Long Yan and the other looked at him strangely. Long Ziyan's brows furrowed even deeper, but in the end, she didn't say anything more to persuade him. "Alright. You have to walk your own path. I hope you won't regret your choice." After saying that, Long Ziyan finally turned and left, and Long Yan and the other hurriedly followed, showing no lingering affection. Long Zhuan glanced at their backs and then stopped paying attention, focusing his attention on the cute rabbit. He wondered what kind of pill this rabbit could refine. A pill refined from a spiritual herb that had come to life should be incredibly powerful. Should he catch it? Long Zhuan showed a thoughtful expression. Just as he was lost in thought, some people had already begun to risk entering the herb garden to collect herbs. Without exception, the first goo cultivators to enter were all people with little lifespan left, their faces aged and filled with deathly aura. Since they didn't have much time left to live, they would naturally choose to take a gamble. Several Dragon Clan goo cultivators, whose lifespans were reduced to less than a year, also rushed in. They believed the Phoenix Clan goo cultivators were drawing attention away from the source of the danger, and this was a rare opportunity they didn't want to miss. So, decisively, they chose the side furthest from the Phoenix Clan goo cultivators to enter the herb garden. Their idea was sound, but reality was harsh. Things didn't go as planned. How could such a simple tactic as a diversionary tactic work here? Otherwise, harvesting the spirit-boosting grass would be a simple matter, and it wouldn't have held back the various clans for so many years. The dream butterfly goo here were clearly unaffected by the commotion and remained obediently guarding the position. As a result, a large number of the elderly goo cultivators who entered from this side died instantly. Their deaths were the same as the villagers on the other side. Heads flew off, eyes wide with disbelief, dying with unfinished business. Even in death, they didn't know how they died. They clearly hadn't seen anything. However, a few lucky ones managed to seize the opportunity when the dream butterfly goo were busy slaughtering others, taking advantage of the goo's distraction to successfully pluck a spirit-boosting grass. They weren't greedy, and ran away immediately after getting their hands on it. Their choice was correct. They attacked once and ran, leaving the approaching dream butterfly goo empty-handed. By the time the goo tried to give chase, the old men had already escaped the herb garden's boundaries, forcing them to abandon their pursuit. One old man, however, was greedy, feeling one spirit-boosting grass wasn't enough, and decided to pick another. He was determined this was the last one, and he would run without hesitation. However, his plan ultimately slowed him down, and the approaching dream butterfly goo snatched his head, leaving him with a look of regret even in death. This scene deterred many others from entering the herb garden. Although some had succeeded, most had failed. The chances of survival were extremely slim. The rabbit tilted its head, staring blankly at the scene, its face filled with confusion. It was strange. Why were these humans rushing in to grab those weeds? Were they all crazy? It was so strange, completely incomprehensible. At this moment, the elders who had successfully picked the spirit-gathering grass showed expressions of almost weeping with joy, extremely excited. They knew when to stop, putting the spirit-gathering grass into their storage bags and leaving immediately without lingering. Everyone watched with envy, but ultimately no one followed them to kill and plunder. Those few were the highest-level goo cultivators at the peak of the spirit-gathering stage here. Because of their age, their goo worms were also at the highest growth rate, making them not so easy to deal with. Unless they were absolutely certain, most people wouldn't choose to risk killing and plundering. Moreover, there were so many people watching, including their own kind, making it difficult to act. This was the first group to risk taking the medicine. Soon, the second group of people who were preparing to take the risk finally made their move. The second group consisted of 3 people, led by a young man dressed in green. Judging from his clothing and the hat he wore, it was enough to tell that he came from the Miao clan, one of the 7 great clans. The young man, with an arrogant air, glanced sideways at the crowd, then swept his disdainful gaze across the group before leading his 2 henchmen towards the herb garden. Judging from the young man's demeanor, Long Zhuan knew he was of extraordinary birth, either possessing a powerful background or being a super genius of his clan. He lacked information and didn't know the top geniuses of various clans, but from the surrounding discussions, he understood the young man's identity. This young man was named Miao Dongdong, the Miao clan's #1 genius and the only grandson of the clan's patriarch, a prodigy possessing both talent and background, an existence absolutely not to be trifled with. Long Zhuan sighed. No wonder he was so arrogant, looking down on everyone. He certainly had the right to be arrogant. As the Miao clan's #1 genius, obtaining the resources to break through to the next realm wouldn't be difficult. There was no need for him to risk his life here. The fact that he dared to come to this herb garden meant he had a method to deal with the dream butterfly goo, and was absolutely certain he wouldn't encounter danger, otherwise, he would never have risked his life. Long Zhuan couldn't help but become curious. What abilities did this young man possess to survive the dream butterfly goo? His curiosity was truly piqued. The Miao clan youth didn't enter the herb garden, he stopped at its edge. Then, he turned back and glanced at the crowd with disdain, taking out a handful of high-grade spiritual herbs from his storage bag and waving them towards the rabbit. Don't you like alchemy? Now that you're out of materials, aren't you itching to try? My Miao clan excels at cultivating spiritual herbs and has many high-grade ones. If you want them, just throw over some weeds, and we'll trade them for herbs. With that, he turned back to the crowd, his gaze mocking. What kind of intelligence did they all have? Everyone was stunned. Could that be done? That's possible? That rabbit can be used. How come I didn't think of that? Everyone's eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but clap their hands excitedly, overjoyed. Who doesn't own a few high-grade spiritual herbs? If that rabbit really agrees to the trade, exchanging them for a few spirit-boosting grasses would be a piece of cake, wouldn't it? Everyone's breathing quickened, but soon they seemed to have been doused with cold water, instantly sobering up. They hadn't even considered trading with a rabbit, so they weren't prepared. Who would carry a bunch of high-grade spiritual herbs around all the time? Especially since this trip was fraught with danger, they dared not carry high-grade spiritual herbs with them. They were on the verge of tears. No one expected things to be so simple. If they had known this would happen, why would they have risked their lives? Those old men who just died were truly unjust. If they knew in the afterlife that spirit-boosting grass could be obtained in this way, they might have been driven to death again. Looking at the headless corpses in the herb garden, everyone sighed with similar sentiments. If they didn't want to use them, that rabbit, who loved alchemy more than anything, would definitely agree. Just as everyone had predicted, the rabbit, seeing someone tempting it with a handful of high-grade spiritual herbs, instantly stood up, its face beaming with joy, and hopped towards them. Everyone's attention was now focused on this side, watching nervously. Meanwhile, the Feng clan Gu cultivators had already delivered all the villagers. Seeing this, and then looking at the mere dozen or so spirit-boosting grasses in his hand, the Feng clan Gu king's face turned ashen. He had been smug just moments before, but now, looking at those dozen or so spirit-boosting grasses, they suddenly seemed unappealing. If spirit-boosting grasses were so easily obtained, what was the point of all the sacrifices they had made? Had their people died in vain? He felt insulted, clenched his fists, and led his group of Feng clan Gu cultivators menacingly towards them. Long Zhuan watched this scene quietly, unsure whether to praise Miao Dongdong for being clever or stupid. A little clever, but definitely not much. Couldn't he have waited until everyone was gone before pulling this stunt? There are 2 Gu kings here now. Long Zhuan silently mourned for him, knowing he'd be crying later. Meanwhile, Miao Dongdong was still smug, enjoying the feeling of intellectual superiority. Seeing everyone's changing expressions gave him immense satisfaction, and he barely suppressed the urge to burst out laughing. Rabbit, your herb garden is full of weeds, worthless. But since you're cute, I'll take a loss and trade you 1,000 for one. You'll make a killing trading 1,000 weeds for one of my high-grade spiritual herbs? Hearing Miao Dongdong's words, everyone rolled their eyes, inwardly cursing him. What a shrew. Was it really okay to cheat a rabbit like that? Don't think that the spirit-climbing grass is just a cheap, first-grade spiritual herb. It has a 20% chance of breaking through cultivation levels, and its value can't be calculated like a low-grade herb. Saying that the spirit climbing grass is more expensive than an ordinary 4th-grade spiritual herb isn't an exaggeration. If Miao Dong Dong traded a high-grade spiritual herb for 1,000 weeds in the rabbit's eyes, he'd be making a fortune, and everyone would be jealous. Fortunately, this rabbit, though somewhat clumsy, wasn't completely stupid. The fact that these people kept coming into their deaths for the weeds showed how much they value them, something they'd be willing to risk their lives for. If it still couldn't see how important the weeds were to humans, then it would truly be foolish. So the rabbit shook its head, extending one finger with its left paw and one with its right. Everyone understood what this meant, a clear demand for one in exchange. Miao Dong Dong's face darkened, and he said in an unfriendly tone, "Are you kidding me? Your whole garden is full of weeds, and you want to trade one for one with me? You're too greedy. Have some decency." Miao Dong Dong tried to continue deceiving the rabbit, but this rabbit was clearly shrewd and wouldn't fall for his tricks. Miao Dong Dong had talked himself hoarse, but the rabbit still extended one finger with each paw, indicating a demand for one in exchange, refusing to budge. Left with no other choice, Miao Dong Dong had to compromise. "You cunning merchant. Fine, I guess I'm just unlucky. Let's trade one for one. I'll take the loss and trade with you, consider it making friends." With that, Miao Dong Dong decided not to waste any more time and threw over a storage bag full of spiritual herbs. Although his face was terribly dark, he was secretly overjoyed. Even trading high-grade spiritual herbs for a spirit emerging grass was a huge profit. The grade and rarity of spiritual herbs were mostly positively correlated, not absolute. A single spirit emerging grass could potentially add a marrow cleansing stage expert to the family, while a 4th-grade spiritual herb was merely material for alchemy, and would likely be ruined. It goes without saying which was more valuable. His Miao clan was most skilled at cultivating spiritual herbs, and that storage bag contained 10,000 herbs of grade 3 or higher. This foolish rabbit didn't know the market. If he really traded one for one, his family would suddenly have countless more marrow cleansing stage experts, more than enough to dominate the far west. He stood there, dreaming of the future, a look of longing on his face. However, his expression quickly froze, and his face darkened again. That damned rabbit was incredibly picky. It had tossed out most of his spiritual herbs like trash, looking utterly disgusted. There were 10,000 high-grade spiritual herbs, and it had only kept 200. Damn it. Those are all 4th-grade spiritual herbs. Don't you even know their value? Miao Dong Dong was heartbroken. He and his henchmen hurriedly picked up the herbs from the ground, shook off the dust, and stuffed them into another storage bag. At that moment, he felt like killing that rabbit. It had to be said, this rabbit had a truly discerning eye. The 200 herbs it had chosen were all the most valuable ones in the storage bag. This rabbit was incredibly picky. How could it not be? It could even consider a spirit-boosting grass as a weed, which showed just how picky it was. It was perfectly reasonable for it to regard most of Miao Dong Dong's spiritual herbs as trash. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. This rabbit was far too picky. It was going to be difficult to deal with. Anyone could get high-grade spiritual herbs, but those that met its requirements were incredibly hard to find. Just then, the rabbit happily carried away 200 high-grade spiritual herbs, but then, as if remembering something, it turned back and casually plucked 200 weeds, throwing them at Miao Dong Dong's face. It seemed to be a rabbit that kept its word. Everyone's breath caught in their throats at this sight. 200 spirit-boosting grasses. What did 200 spirit-boosting grasses represent? Each of the 7 great clans of the far west had only a little over 100 marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators. How many marrow cleansing stage experts would 200 spirit-boosting grasses bring to a clan? You could easily imagine the value of these spirit-boosting grasses. This enormous wealth would make anyone envious. It was conceivable that once Miao Dong Dong brought these 200 spirit-boosting grasses back to his clan, the Miao clan's strength would experience a qualitative leap. The Goo King's avatar from the ancient clan had an uncertain expression. 200 spirit-boosting herbs were enough to increase the clan's number of marrow cleansing stage goo cultivators by several times, boosting the clan's strength by several times in a short period. The temptation was too great. How could he not be tempted? At this moment, no one noticed his expression. Everyone rushed over, taking out all their treasures to trade with the rabbit. They hadn't prepared high-grade spiritual herbs beforehand, but they had other treasures that the rabbit might find useful. For example, alchemy furnaces, books on alchemy, spiritual pills. The rabbit was transformed from a spiritual herb, its essence being a spiritual herb, so it definitely likes spiritual water and spiritual soil. There were too many things that could tempt it. They didn't believe the rabbit wouldn't take the bait. So, every now and then, someone would throw treasures into the herb garden, watching the rabbit expectantly. Looking at the treasures scattered on the ground, the rabbit showed delight, picking and choosing with a discerning eye, momentarily overwhelmed by the choices. But as long as it took a liking to something, it would throw a weed outside, very honest. It also threw away anything it didn't want, never keeping anything for itself. However, no matter what treasure it fancied, it would only throw out a single weed, never two. It had become cunning, knowing it didn't understand the human world's market prices or the value of each treasure, so it simply set a uniform price, a single weed. Trade if you want, don't trade if you don't, no haggling. Long Juan, intrigued, went over and rummaged through his storage bag. To be honest, he was truly not lacking in fourth-grade spiritual herbs. His herb garden was overflowing with them, including many rare and exceptional ones. He especially loved planting flowers and trees. While spiritual trees were considered spiritual herbs, the value of a single tree wasn't equivalent to that of a single herb. The conversion was that one fruit or a few leaves were equivalent to one herb or flower. Therefore, although his herb garden wasn't large, it was incredibly rich. Unfortunately, he lacked precognitive abilities and couldn't foresee what would happen in the tomb, so he hadn't brought a large quantity of high-grade spiritual herbs with him beforehand. Therefore, he currently didn't have a single fourth-grade spiritual herb on hand. With most of the treasure still in his main body, he searched his storage bag for ages without finding anything good. Finally, he found a carrot, and his eyes lit up. He had a huge vegetable garden, and carrots were just one of them. He hadn't expected to find a carrot in his storage bag. Wasn't a carrot a rabbit's favorite? Without thinking, he immediately tossed a carrot into the herb garden, landing precisely next to the rabbit. Hearing the commotion, the rabbit picked up the carrot, sniffed it, and immediately showed disgust, throwing it at Long Juan's face. It was a first-grade spiritual herb. Of all the people in this group, it was the stingiest. It deserved a beating. Long Juan caught the falling carrot, his expression momentarily stunned. Did rabbits love carrots? Something seemed off. Meanwhile, everyone else was trading enthusiastically, many reaping substantial rewards, their faces beaming with joy. Especially an old man who happened to be carrying a large number of alchemy books and formulas. The stupid rabbit's rule was to exchange any treasure for a single weed, and he had made a fortune. He managed to exchange 70 spirit-boosting grasses for some unwanted miscellaneous books, his smile practically blooming on his face. Unsurprisingly, his haul attracted several greedy glances, one of which came from the ancient Gu King's avatar. At this moment, Long Juan finally ignored the ungrateful rabbit, glancing at the two Gu Kings out of the corner of his eye, his heart sinking. Don't tell him the Gu Kings were poor and couldn't offer anything to satisfy the rabbit, he wouldn't believe it. Their storage bags clearly contained so many treasures, yet they didn't trade with this rabbit. What were they planning? Even if the two Gu Kings weren't interested in spirit-boosting grasses, they wouldn't have chosen to come to this herb garden. There was a conspiracy, definitely a big one. Were they planning to kill everyone here and monopolize all the spirit-boosting grasses? A chill ran down Long Juan's spine as he thought this with trepidation. When someone is strong enough to easily kill everyone, and everyone possesses treasures that tempt him, what are the chances of him going on a killing spree? Long Juan's answer was 90%. Chapter 95 The Arrogant Miao Dong Dong. Just as Long Juan was lost in thought, events unfolded exactly as he had imagined. The Gu clan ancestor's avatar suddenly attacked without warning, easily dispatching two of Miao Dongdong's peak spirit gathering stage underlings with only 2 strikes. Miao Dongdong's expression froze for a moment, then his face changed drastically, and he angrily shouted, "You're blind. How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? Hell, aren't you just a Miao clan ancestor's grandson? Good talent, but not much of a brain. You took what you shouldn't have, so I can only apologize to that old man." The Gu clan ancestor looked at him with a mocking expression. "You're courting death. Do you really think I'm stupid for casually revealing my treasures? Since I dared to show them, I'm not afraid of you attacking me. To put it bluntly, even if all of you came at me together, you wouldn't be a match for me. I am the #1 genius of the Miao clan, possessing 2 top-grade Gu worms. You dare to attack me? You're really asking for death? Let me tell you. You've messed with the wrong person. You're finished. Miao Dongdong revealed a disdainful expression, not taking this person seriously at all. He lightly patted his storage bag, and immediately a mantis and a slug jumped out. The slug jumped onto his shoulder, releasing a bright green domain, teeming with life. The red mantis jumped directly to the ground, brandishing its scythe, sharpening its blade, and charged towards the Gu clan patriarch. Long Zhuan watched speechlessly, shaking his head. This young man is really overconfident, too confident. He probably doesn't know what kind of terrifying existence he is about to face. Miao Dongdong truly has reason to be arrogant. As expected of the Miao clan's #1 genius, he possesses 2 top-tier Gu worms, a regeneration Gu with a regeneration domain, granting immortality within its domain as long as there is the power of vegetation, and a death mantis with a death domain, where Gu cultivators within it will fight each other to the death, turning into mindless madmen. The death domain can also heal all injuries by absorbing energy from corpses and replenish its own energy, allowing it to fight tirelessly and without fear of prolonged battles. In short, as long as there are a large number of people within its domain, it is immortal and utterly invincible. This domain is completely unaffected by the number of opponents. In fact, the more opponents there are, the stronger the death mantis becomes, growing ever more powerful with each battle. Therefore, Miao Dongdong's claim that everyone here combined couldn't defeat him wasn't an exaggeration. With a death mantis in hand, he genuinely has the power to wipe them all out, which is probably the source of his confidence in showing off his power in front of everyone. But the premise is that there weren't 2 Gu kings mixed in with this group. Even if he racked his brains, he probably wouldn't have imagined that 2 shameless Gu kings would be mixed in, right? Who could have foreseen such a thing? No matter how tough he was, could he outmaneuver 2 Gu kings? So he was destined for tragedy, and Long Zhuan couldn't bear to watch any longer. But he didn't forget his main task and secretly took out the recording Gu to record this exciting and thrilling scene. At this moment, everyone was stunned. How dare he attack the grandson of the Miao clan patriarch? Was that person crazy? They were all watching from the sidelines. With so many eyewitnesses, the Miao clan patriarch could easily find out who the murderer was after they got out. Wasn't he afraid of the Miao clan patriarch's revenge? Or did he plan to go all the way and simply kill them all? That's a bit arrogant, isn't it? There were still more than 50 people here, half of whom were at the peak of the gathering spirit realm. Could he fight such a large group by himself? Who gave him the courage? Everyone thought disdainfully. However, this thought had barely formed in their minds when everyone present froze, finally realizing something was amiss. The man was currently engaged in a swordsmanship contest with a death mantis, a one-sword style versus a dual sword style. His swordsmanship was excessively skillful, as if he had honed his craft for centuries, completely unlike the swordsmanship expected of a peak spirit-gathering Gu cultivator. In just a few rounds, he successfully severed one of the death mantis's arms. Everyone gasped in shock. At this moment, they finally realized that the death mantis's domain was completely ineffective against this man. With a domain ineffective and his swordsmanship inferior, this top-grade Gu worm was utterly no match for him. And the only possibility that could render the death mantis's domain completely ineffective was realm suppression. This man wasn't a peak spirit-gathering Gu cultivator at all. He was an ancient monster who had lived for countless years. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat, their faces paled, and they realized something was wrong. Miao Dongdong, his eyes red, roared at the crowd, "Run! He's not a peak spirit-gathering Gu cultivator at all, he's an avatar of the ancient clan ancestor." He ordered the one-armed death mantis to cover his retreat, while he desperately ran towards one of the cave entrances. Gone was his earlier confident expression and arrogance. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a giant spider suddenly leaped down from above, swallowing him whole, along with his regeneration Gu. After a couple of chews, it was swallowed whole, leaving everyone horrified. How? So what if you're immortal in this land of grass and trees? Once I isolate you from this environment and pulverize you, I don't believe you can survive. The deeply hidden Phoenix clan ancestor finally emerged, no longer pretending, revealing his true colors. Everyone's scalp tingled. There was another Gu king. The agreement was that Gu kings couldn't enter the ancient tomb anymore, yet they dared to openly violate it. Everyone's faces darkened. Old man of the Gu clan, this person was killed by our joint efforts. How about we split all the spoils equally? The Phoenix clan ancestor smiled at the Gu clan ancestor and proposed. The Gu clan ancestor was clearly taken aback. This person had been hiding too well. Obviously, he didn't know that there was a Gu king hidden among the crowd. He had the same idea as him, a kindred spirit. No one is sure of victory in a fight between equals, so he certainly didn't want a big fight. It would be best to divide the spoils peacefully. So he readily nodded in agreement and laughed. Good. I was thinking the same thing. But we'll split his spirit-boosting grass in half, and whoever gets the spirit-boosting grass from the others can keep it. How about that? The Gu clan ancestor looked at the group of Gu cultivators with a cruel gaze. And the Gu cultivators trembled. Ha ha ha. I was thinking the same thing. Now that they know our secret, we can't let them go. Kill. Leave no one alive. The Phoenix clan ancestor's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he decisively killed several Phoenix clan Gu cultivators beside him. This matter was of utmost importance, especially the killing of Miao Dongdong. It absolutely could not be exposed. The fewer people who knew, the better, including his own people, as even they could potentially leak the information. To ensure absolute certainty, he simply silenced his own people as well. After all, those few Fen clan Gu cultivators were old and of low aptitude. Their existence was a waste of the family's resources, so killing them was no big deal. Just like that, the Feng clan Gu cultivators, who had been so smug just moments before, suddenly lay in pools of blood, their eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to believe that their ancestor would turn against them. They died with their eyes wide open, filled with unresolved grievances. Ha ha ha. As expected of a powerful figure, killing even his own people without hesitation. I can't fall behind then. A few spirit-gathering stage Gu cultivators are nothing. At this moment, the death mantis had already died from its master's demise, and the ancient clan ancestor had freed his hand, throwing out his blood blade. The blood blade danced in the air, seemingly sentient, flying back and forth. In an instant, all the ancient clan Gu cultivators were beheaded. Heads fell to the ground, all eyes wide open, dying with unfulfilled rage. After instantly eliminating all his enemies, he immediately pounced forward, rushing towards the old man who had traded 70 spirit-boosting grasses. Since it was agreed that whoever grabbed the spirit-boosting grass would keep it, and this old man happened to have the most, he would naturally be the first target. Unsurprisingly, the Phoenix clan ancestor had the same idea, also intending to kill the old man with 70 spirit-boosting grasses first. The two Gu kings pounced on him from the left and right, and the old man, having to fight two Gu kings simultaneously, felt immense pressure. Seeing this, his face turned ashen, and he simply closed his eyes, giving up all resistance. The two Gu kings killed him effortlessly. Since they attacked simultaneously, the contents of their storage bags were split in half. Then, the two launched a brutal massacre on the crowd. When two Gu kings attacked, it was a bloody slaughter. No one could survive. Don't think that 50-odd people scattering and fleeing would result in a few survivors. Did the Gu kings not know this? The spider that had just devoured Miao Dongdong was a top-grade Gu insect, the ghost-slaying demon spider. Its legs were all dagger-like, incredibly sharp, and could easily pierce through people when it charged into the crowd. At the same time, it could even spit out a pre-woven spider web, not only trapping all the fastest Gu cultivators, preventing them from escaping, but also sealing all the entrances to the area with a web. Its spider web was not only highly sticky and venomous, but also incredibly strong. The group of Gu cultivators desperately hacked at the web, sealing the cave entrance with their swords and blades, exerting every ounce of strength, yet the spider web wouldn't break. Everyone collapsed, their faces showing despair. They could only helplessly watch as the two Gu kings slaughtered the crowd with impunity, utterly powerless to resist. Everyone was a lamb to the slaughter. No matter what they did, it was futile. Under the combined attack of the two Gu kings, everyone here was doomed. No one could escape. It was merely a matter of how quickly they died. The screams and wails of the crowd were incessant. Soon, the place was a river of blood, littered with corpses. The battle was extremely brutal. Long Zhuan, holding a recording Gu, recorded the entire horrific scene, his face grave. The Phoenix clan ancestor finally noticed this eccentric fellow. Upon seeing that this person had recorded everything with a recording Gu, his face darkened, his nose practically twisted with rage. He rushed over, his expression terrifying. Upon witnessing this, Long Zhuan hurriedly placed the recording Gu into the breeding bag and turned to run. I'll fucking let you record this, the Phoenix clan ancestor, enraged, struck Long Zhuan hard in the back, sending him flying forward after spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, Whether intentionally or unintentionally, his position was cleverly chosen. He flew right into the herb garden, twitched twice on the ground, used the water bear goo to catch his breath, and then closed his eyes, feigning death, giving the Phoenix clan ancestor no chance to finish him off. This was a herb garden guarded by the dream butterfly goo. The Phoenix clan ancestor wouldn't dare enter. Therefore, to avoid being finished off, Longzhuan devised this plan, lying down in the herb garden and playing dead. Outwardly, his heart appeared destroyed, suggesting certain death. However, with the water bear goo, he was practically incapacitated. The Phoenix clan ancestor was clearly confident in his strike. He was certain that the man's heart was completely destroyed, and even with a little strong goo, survival was impossible. Even if the man's body wasn't in the herb garden, he would never have gone to finish him off. His only regret was that the man's storage bag and insect breeding bag had fallen deep within the garden, rolling right to the rabbit's feet. The rabbit hesitated for a moment before picking them up. He couldn't retrieve anything left in the garden, which made him slightly disappointed. Of course, as a goo king, he wouldn't covet the storage bag of a spirit-gathering stage goo cultivator, so its loss was no big deal. He wasn't obligated to retrieve it. After dispatching the scoundrel with a single blow, he finally felt satisfied. His anger largely subsided. He then turned and continued his brutal massacre of the remaining goo cultivators. Soon, all sounds vanished, leaving only blood everywhere and a pungent stench. The two goo kings exchanged a smile, laughed loudly, and then left together. After they left, the place fell silent once more, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. After an unknown amount of time, crisp footsteps echoed again, tap tap tap, approaching from afar, as someone once more stepped into the area. The rabbit glanced at the person who entered, then at a corpse lying in the herb garden, tilting its head with a puzzled expression. The two people looked exactly alike. Holy crap! What happened here? So many are dead, all of them. Luckily I didn't come in. Sending my clone in my place was a wise choice. Thank goodness I had foresight. After entering, Longzhuan's main body stared at the carnage and blood stains. The scene utterly gruesome. He was shocked. It wasn't hard to guess that the wolves that had infiltrated the flock had gone on a killing spree. He wondered how his clone was doing, whether anything had happened to him. Longzhuan quickly searched for his clone and soon found his body in the herb garden. While his feigned death might fool others, it couldn't fool his main body. Seeing his clone alive, Longzhuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, since the clone clearly knew his main body was there, his continued feigned death must have been for reasons Longzhuan didn't know. Therefore, Longzhuan didn't rashly go over and help him up. He subconsciously activated his heavenly eye and scanned his surroundings. He quickly saw a large number of numbers moving back and forth in the herb garden, and his heart skipped a beat. What were those things? They were completely transparent. Aside from the moving numbers indicating where living things were, his naked eye couldn't see what they were, and he couldn't even picture what they looked like. He was utterly shocked. Could a creature that was completely invisible kill whomever it wanted? If this thing wanted to ambush someone, it would be an unsolvable problem. No wonder his flame clone was lying motionless in the herb garden. Besides himself, probably very few people could accurately locate these creatures. He suppressed his shock, quickly walked into the herb garden, and pulled his flame clone out. There were no unknown creatures around him. He could simply walk in and pull it out. At the same time, he quickly assimilated the flame clone's memories, his eyes widening in surprise. He quickly understood what had just happened. Those two goo kings had slaughtered everyone here for a mere few hundred weeds. It was utterly inhuman. However, he now had complete leverage over their evil deeds, and Longzhuan revealed a sinister smile. According to Yan's clone's memories, he had used a recording goo to record their entire actions. Once such a spectacular scene was released, there would be no shortage of entertainment. Especially since the Miao clan's patriarch's grandson had been murdered in a gruesome manner, wouldn't the Miao clan go mad? The more chaotic the situation, the better. Ideally, a fight would break out, preventing them from focusing on intercepting Longlai. In this way, everyone on the ship would be 100% safe. Indeed, he now felt confident of winning the gamble. This herb garden was extremely dangerous for others, but for him, who could see the dream butterfly goo, it was like strolling through his own backyard. He could pick as many spirit-boosting grasses as he wanted, without any problem. Under such circumstances, who could possibly outbid him in the ancient tomb? Unless someone could take away the tomb's treasure in the sleeping quarters, he was practically guaranteed to win this gamble. As long as he helped Long Lai win this bet, the top-grade spirit silkworm would be his for the taking. Long Zhuan's eyes lit up. After his flame clone woke up in pain, he wasted no time and used Star Step to rush towards the weakest point in the herb garden's defenses at top speed. He stuffed handfuls of spirit-boosting grass into his storage bag without restraint, while simultaneously activating his heavenly eye and golden finger to keep an eye on the movements of the dream butterfly goo. As soon as those creatures rushed over, he would quickly escape the herb garden. However, he realized that he seemed to have overestimated the speed of these creatures. The dream butterfly goo were indeed quite fast, but they were no match for his Star Step. This made things much simpler. He didn't need to escape the herb garden at all, he could just keep picking herbs. And if the dream butterfly goo flew over, he could simply dodge them, since they couldn't catch him anyway. So Long Zhuan walked the swarm of dream butterfly goo like a dog on a leash. Before long, a whole group of dream butterfly goo were chasing after him, but they couldn't catch him, not even getting a whiff of his ass. Long Zhuan was thoroughly enjoying picking the herbs. Soon, his storage bag was filled with 300 spirit-boosting grasses. Even if he gave 70% to his family and kept the remaining 3, it would be enough. Long Zhuan felt he had done enough and stopped looting the herb garden. Of course, he had the ability to completely strip the herb garden of spirit-boosting grasses, and he wanted to do so. Who would complain about having too many treasures? However, reality didn't allow him to do so, because the time he had was far too short. He had to leave the herb garden by dawn, meaning he had less than half a day to rob the tomb. Considering the time for a round trip, he had very little time left. He needed to allow ample time to check the inner palace. What if he really had the ability to obtain the tomb's treasure? What if his cheat ability could avert the crisis in the inner palace? These were all uncertainties. Even though the Goo King couldn't take the treasured artifact from the palace, it didn't mean he couldn't. Take this herb garden, for example. Even the Goo King couldn't conquer it, yet he still managed to take it over with his cheat-like abilities. He was a man of principle, never greedy. Since the spirit-boosting herbs weren't already enough for him, he wouldn't let himself be blinded by petty gains. The treasured artifact from the palace was the real prize, worth 100 times more than the entire herb garden. He shouldn't lose sight of the bigger picture, picking up sesame seeds and losing the watermelon. It was under this mindset that the medicinal herb garden was spared the crisis of being shut down. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96 Long's Eye in Secret. Huh? Just then, Long Zhuan suddenly noticed progress marks next to his feet. It wasn't the progress for the spiritual medicine, it looked like something was hidden in the soil. Crucially, he recognized the progress numbers, it was the rabbit's progress. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Long Zhuan's lips. Wasn't this little thing incredibly bold? Daring to hide so close to his feet, did it really think it was a spiritual medicine that could burrow into the soil and be unseen? How naive! Where did it get its confidence? Of course, he wouldn't let such an overconfident and audacious rabbit go. Why let meat delivered to his mouth slip by? Suddenly, without warning, he bent down and swiftly plunged his hand into the soil. The speed was incredible. When he pulled his hand out of the soil again, he pulled out a white thing. This white thing was furry, its 4 short legs flapping in the air, making gurgling noises. Long Zhuan laughed heartily. I'll show you, still so smug? Daring to show off in front of me, Guan Yu? Now you're in my hands, aren't you? Long Zhuan was extremely pleased with himself, tossing it into his insect-rearing bag. You can go in now. Long Zhuan was overjoyed. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. He had thought that spirit herbs, capable of burrowing into the soil, would be difficult to catch, and he had already planned to give up. But it had come to him willingly, it was too good to pass up. This was a spirit herb that had already become sentient, its value was obvious to anyone with a brain, it was absolutely priceless. He had already obtained the most valuable item in this herb garden, and he was content. Even if the tomb's treasure didn't belong to him, he wouldn't have come in vain. Catching the arrogant rabbit wasn't enough. Long Zhuan also confiscated all the treasures he had acquired through trading, storing them all in his storage bag. You see, rabbits have very discerning tastes. Every treasure made him beam with joy, and he couldn't stop smiling. Putting everything else aside, The pile of high-grade spiritual herbs that Miao Dong Dong brought was enough to excite him for quite some time. The herbs that the rabbit picked out were all the rarest of all, precious varieties that he didn't have in his herb garden. Rarity increases value. These herbs weren't ordinary fourth-grade materials, they were priceless on the market. And since these herbs had only recently been dug up, they were very likely to survive if transplanted into high-grade spiritual soil. These 200 rare herbs were enough to enrich his herb garden. After ransacking the rabbit's house, retrieving his clone's insect breeding bag and storage bag, and also digging some spiritual soil for the dragon kiln, Long Zhuan hurriedly ran out of the herb garden. He had spent too much time in the herb garden, and he didn't know if he had enough time left to conquer the sleeping quarters. Meanwhile, in a cave, more than 20 Gu cultivators dressed with lightning bolt symbols surrounded a veiled girl, and on the ground lay 3 or 5 corpses dressed in the same clothes. Despite being outnumbered by dozens to one, the Lei clan Gu cultivators were extremely cautious, some even showing fear in their eyes, hesitant to advance. Their numerical advantage seemed to offer no confidence. If it weren't for the presence of their ancestors' avatar behind them, they would have scattered long ago. Even their ancestors' avatar was no match for this woman. Forcing them to use a series of attacks to wear her down, a single misstep could turn them into corpses beneath their feet. How? As expected of the 9 yin body technique. It's said that this special physique can unleash the most terrifying cold energy in the world, and learning ice attribute abilities can amplify its power tenfold. Rumor has it that the 9 yin body technique's combat strength is no less than the 10 absolute bodies. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. If it weren't for my presence, the Lei clan's forces would be no match for you. The Lei clan ancestor smiled at the young woman before him, lightly touching his beard, only to suddenly realize that this young body had no beard, and awkwardly lowered his hand. Long Ziyan remained as taciturn as ever. After glancing at the man, she remained silent, focusing all her attention on the battle before her. Grandpa, isn't this a bad idea? This way, you might get her body, but you won't win her heart, and it might even make her hate me. The young man beside her looked at her with adoration, speaking hesitantly. The Lei clan patriarch turned his head, looking at the young man with exasperation, and said, "Foolish boy, do you really think you can win her over with your own abilities? Although Lei Guang is dead, and you are now the Lei clan's #1 genius, your talent is still miles behind hers. She not only possesses the 9 yin body technique, but also the 9th grade dragon clan bloodline, and innate sword bones, and she has a single attribute heavenly grade talent. How can you compare? You've been outmatched by her, do you understand?" The Lei clan patriarch mercilessly refuted her words. "Besides, even if you have comparable talent, the most handsome face in the world, and a first-rate background, she still won't marry you." "Fine. I'll tell you a secret to put your mind at ease." The Lei clan patriarch glanced at Long Ziyan, and seeing that she couldn't escape in a short time, continued speaking to the young man beside him. Her mother was also the #1 genius of the Long clan back then, named Long Hongyu. Coincidentally, she was also a possessor of the 9 yin body technique, cultivating at an astonishing speed, and her combat power was unmatched among those of the same realm. She was also the most beautiful woman in the Long clan at the time. Long Yao, that low-level trash, won her heart with some sweet talk, and the two officially became cultivation partners. But powerful physiques inevitably have limitations. The stronger the power, the greater the flaws. This is true of everything, and the powerful 9 yin body technique is no exception. While the 9 yin body technique brings powerful combat power to its possessor, it also has an unbearable flaw, a short lifespan. The lifespan of those who possess the 9 yin body technique is far less than half that of a normal person. Therefore, such people rarely find true love. As she ages and becomes an old woman, her partner is still in his prime. How can there still be love between them? Tragedy is inevitable. After becoming cultivation partners with Long Yao, Long Hongyu wasted a significant amount of cultivation time during her pregnancy. In an era of scarce spiritual energy, the cultivation time for the 9 yin body technique was already very limited. This time was extremely precious for a 9 yin body technique user. After this, she found herself aging rapidly. Wrinkles appeared on her face, and she lost her title as the most beautiful woman in her clan. Under these circumstances, the man who had been with her inevitably changed his mind and found another woman. Thus, Long Hongyu became a madwoman. She no longer believed in love, hated all men in the world, and constantly instilled in her daughter the idea that all men were bad. Under those circumstances, Her inner demons were deeply ingrained, making it impossible for her to break through to the Gu King level. Unable to break through to the Gu King level, she could not significantly increase her lifespan, which was extremely detrimental to a 9-yin body technique user. Therefore, she often had to venture into the 100,000 mountains to search for elixirs that could prolong her life. But as the saying goes, he who walks by the river will eventually get wet, and one day upon her return, she was left with an incurable and severe injury. Before her death, she called her daughter to her bedside, personally crushed the first Gu worm her daughter had cultivated, the love Gu, and once again instructed her not to believe any man's sweet words. The 9-yin body cutter's lifespan is short. In this era of scarce spiritual energy, she must devote all her time to cultivation and never engage in romance. The 9-yin body cutter can never possess love. After saying these words, she grasped Long Ziyan's hand and breathed her last, leaving Long Ziyan crying beside her. From then on, she also hated Long Ao and never associated with him again. What ability do you think you have to make her break her mother's dying words? So she remained unmarried for life. No one could win her heart. Do you understand? The Lei clan ancestor looked deeply at Lei Yiming and said. Lei Yiming was shocked. He hadn't expected the Long clan to have such a secret. It was truly a melodramatic story. He frowned. Although Long Ao was a terrible person, he suddenly wondered if he could accept it if Long Ziyan became an old woman soon after marrying him. He fell silent. The Lei clan ancestor patted his shoulder and sighed. I know what you're thinking. It's alright. You can't possibly have only one wife. Extraordinary means are needed for extraordinary things. I don't want to do this either, but if you want to marry her, there's no other way but to force the issue. Your love for her has reached the point of obsession. You're always distracted. I'm worried that if you don't fulfill your dream, you'll develop inner demons, which will be very detrimental to your cultivation. Moreover, Long Ao is already a third-grade alchemy master. If we can force this marriage, it will be of great benefit to our clan. When the time comes, just ask your father-in-law for any pills you want. He's worried that his daughter won't be doing well in her husband's family. Even if he's angry, he won't refuse your request. The Lei clan ancestor revealed a sinister smile. Lei Yiming's brows relaxed, and a slight smile appeared. Under the persuasion of the Lei clan ancestor, he finally let go of his inner turmoil. Although a forced relationship is never sweet, it's at least quenching his thirst. It's better than never getting anything at all. Perhaps their conversation had greatly affected Long Ziyan, causing her eyes to lose their calm. Distracted, she was accidentally struck in the back by a sword, blood soaking through her clothes. Lei Yiming showed concern and hurriedly shouted to the crowd, be careful, try not to hurt her skin, try to deplete her spiritual energy. Although the 9-yin body severing technique can grant immunity to all poisons, aphrodisiacs are not poison. She can't avoid it, and she won't last long. Hearing this, the Lei clan Gu cultivators were furious. He spoke so easily, he wanted to force the issue, and then he would be the one to benefit. They would have to fight with restraint, unable to use their full strength, unable to break her skin. How could they fight? Holding back in battle was cruel to oneself, a potentially fatal act. If everyone fought with their full strength, and with a patriarch providing support, they wouldn't have been struggling so much, and there wouldn't have been so many deaths. Just as everyone was holding back, another Lei clan Gu cultivator collapsed in a pool of blood. They were holding back, afraid to attack the skin, while Long Ziyan was using her full strength. Her extremely cold and domineering aura was so powerful that anyone accidentally injured would not even have the chance to be seriously wounded. Their heart meridian would be frozen, and they would surely die. Chapter 97 Loss of Virginity. After leaving the herb garden, Long Zhuan, map in hand, hurried towards the sleeping quarters. Along the way, he frequently encountered corpses. Half had died in the perils of the ancient tomb, while the other half had clearly perished in fights among their own kind. It seemed not only the herb garden had been fiercely contested, but those searching for treasure elsewhere had likely met with various misfortunes. These corpses on this road are all Gu cultivators of the Lei clan, Long Zhuan murmured, frowning slightly as he stopped, staring at a corpse on the ground bearing a lightning bolt symbol on its clothing. He had already seen more than one similar corpse along this path. Every so often, he would find the body of a Lei clan Gu cultivator lying on the ground. No blood flowed, the wound seemed frozen by icy energy, and all of them died in the same manner. It wasn't hard to guess that a group of Lei clan Gu cultivators were chasing someone ahead. This person was incredibly strong, able to fight multiple opponents and even occasionally turn the tables. There were definitely not many people with such strength in the ancient tomb. The two Gu King clones that had just emerged from the herb garden could be ruled out, and the last Gu King clone was the Lei clan ancestor, so that could also be ruled out. It was impossible for a Lei clan Gu cultivator to be chasing their own ancestor. After eliminating 3 options, he quickly thought of Long Ziyan. Besides her, Long Zhuan couldn't think of anyone else with such strength. A genius who could fight dozens of people of the same level was extremely rare, not only in the ancient tomb, but even in the whole world. Therefore, Long Zhuan could basically focus his target on his senior sister. He thought for a moment and finally decided to chase after her. Not long after, he heard the sounds of fierce fighting ahead, and he rushed towards the direction of the sound. Soon he arrived at the location of the battle and finally saw that beautiful figure. Just as he had guessed, the person being besieged was none other than his senior sister, Long Ziyan. At this moment, Long Ziyan was panting, clearly showing signs of exhaustion. Although her combat prowess was exceptional, she ultimately lacked the immense spiritual power of someone with a 10 absolute physique. Under the relentless onslaught of over 20 Lei clan Gu cultivators, her spiritual energy was nearly depleted. She was merely gritting her teeth and enduring the strain. With the Lei clan patriarch constantly harassing her, her chances of escape were slim. Seeing the wound on her back, Long Zhuan frowned slightly. If she hadn't given him her second-tier dragon silkworm armor, she wouldn't have any injuries. He felt indebted to her and had no choice but to save her. After a brief moment of thought, Long Zhuan finally decided to play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress. After all, she was his senior sister, and he had to save her out of both compassion and duty. He didn't delay any longer and rushed forward at top speed. Before he arrived, the dragon Gu arrived first. Suddenly, the dragon-like Gu appeared on the back of one person's neck, biting off his neck in one swift motion. Then, it teleported to the back of another, its claws piercing his heart instantly. Then came the third. In the blink of an eye, 7 people lay dead on the ground. The Lei clan Gu cultivators who had been besieging Long Ziyan were now reduced to just over 10. The encirclement had been breached. Everyone was stunned. What is that thing, so fast? What kind of Gu worm is this, so evil? How did it appear so suddenly? Damn it! A chorus of screams erupted from the crowd. As another person fell into a pool of blood, everyone was terrified. They activated their spiritual armor with all their might, disregarding the energy expenditure. Faced with this elusive creature, everyone panicked, standing back to back, looking around in utter disarray. This creature, capable of teleporting to any location, was truly terrifying. Everyone was terrified. The Lei clan patriarch's pupils constricted, revealing extreme shock. This thing kills incredibly fast, almost 1 person per second, leaving no trace for miles. Even with his vast experience, he had never seen such a terrifying Gu worm before. He had never witnessed such an instantaneous ability. Anyone lacking sufficient defense would be doomed against this Gu worm. There was no way to escape. Fear gripped him, and he thickened his lightning-woven armor even further. This is a top-grade Gu worm. Everyone be careful. Everyone stand back to back and increase your defenses, the Lei clan patriarch roared, his gaze warily fixed on the masked man who had suddenly rushed into the battlefield. Long Zhuan glanced at the Lei clan patriarch, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. This old fellow was far too cautious. Even in a battle with no suspense, he maintained a constant layer of lightning armor around his body, revealing no weakness, even though doing so consumed a significant amount of his spiritual energy. Faced with this overly cautious old man, Long Gu couldn't easily make a move. He could only teleport over and eliminate the smaller foes first, otherwise, Long Gu would have been the first to ambush him. If he hadn't been defenseless, he would have surely died from the Dragon Gu's sneak attack, even as a reborn Gu King. But his years of cultivated caution ultimately saved his life this time. Seeing that the spiritual armor on all the Lei clan Gu cultivators had thickened, the Dragon Gu, while still able to break through, could no longer kill them instantly as before. Long Zhuan didn't want the Dragon Gu to take any more risks, so he grabbed Long Ziyan's arm and ran away. Go! Long Zhuan had no intention of fighting a reborn Gu King. He was always cautious. Unless he had a 100% chance of winning, his choice was always to run, not fight. Chase after them. Leave that person to me. Just be careful of that Gu's sneak attacks. The Lei clan patriarch watched the two fleeing figures, gritting his teeth. How could he let them escape so easily? He led his men to continue the relentless pursuit. The Lei clan's Gu cultivators were renowned for their speed. Among the 7 major clans, they were the fastest. Lightning crackled beneath their feet, allowing them to cover an unknown distance in an instant. Shaking off this group was no easy feat. Moreover, Long Zian was panting heavily, clearly exhausted, and probably wouldn't run far. Long Zhuan glanced back every now and then, and seeing that he couldn't shake off his pursuers, he devised a plan. He turned to Long Zian and said, "Follow me." With that, he ran off into another fork in the road. "That's a dead end. Ahead lies a sea of lava," Long Zian hurriedly warned him. Although Long Zhuan was masked, she immediately recognized her as her junior brother, the one who had saved her. His strength surprised her greatly. Considering he possessed the family's map, he couldn't possibly be unaware that the path led to the lava sea. His choice of that path meant either he was foolish or he had a way to escape. She still believed the latter, so she gritted her teeth and ran towards that road with Long Zhuan. "Ha, that road is a dead end. Your Long clan's map is incomplete. You're just courting death." The Lei clan patriarch's maniacal laughter rang out behind them. Soon, one Lei clan Gu cultivator after another ran towards that road. Not long after, Long Zhuan felt a wave of heat rushing towards him. Amidst the flames, it was unbearably hot even before they got close. Standing on the edge of the cliff, he looked down and saw a wide river of lava flowing slowly in some direction, its destination unknown. In his eyes, there were even creatures moving within the lava, seemingly alive, which filled him with dread. Creatures that could survive in lava couldn't be weak. Long Zhuan took a deep breath, glanced back at the approaching pursuers, and without hesitation, grabbed Long Zian's slender waist and jumped off the cliff. Everyone behind him stared wide-eyed, bewildered by the scene. Then, the man stepped on his right foot with his left, and with a light leap, he flew into the air. He then stepped on his left foot with his right, leaping several more times, finally landing safely on the other side of the lava sea, carrying someone with him, and then vanished. Everyone's mouths gaped open, wide enough to fit an egg, completely stunned by the sight. They rubbed their eyes hard, staring in disbelief. "Holy crap! How did he do that? Left foot on right foot and he can fly. Are you kidding me? Am I seeing things? Can you really walk on air by stepping on your own feet?" The Lei clan Gu cultivators, having reached the cliff edge, were dumbfounded, stunned by this unbelievable scene for a long time. The Lei clan patriarch, his face ashen, was on the verge of exploding with rage. "Who among you can fly?" he roared. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, no one answering. Flying ability is incredibly rare, even the ancestors don't possess it, so how could they possibly have it? Even if they did, they wouldn't reveal it, otherwise, flying over to face that ruthless person would likely result in a terrible death. The flying boat they used to come could fly there, but the problem is that the flying boat is with a spirit sea stage but cultivator outside, and they can't bring it in. Therefore, they have no solution to this situation, and it's impossible for them to catch up. Damn it! Where did that kid come from? His goo worms are bizarre and I've never seen anything like them before, and his movement technique is so unbelievable and unheard of. Who is he? Seeing the duck that was about to fly away, Lei Yiming was on the verge of exploding with rage, his face contorted with a terrifying rage. Just thinking about what would happen next made his heart bleed. This was an area not marked on any map. After all, flying ability is incredibly rare, and very few people can reach the other side of the lava. What's on the other side, what dangers lie there, is completely unknown. Without any understanding, Long Zhuan dared not venture deeper, so he helped Long Zian hide in a cave and sealed the entrance. Long Zian was panting heavily. At first, Long Zhuan thought it was just exhaustion, but he gradually realized something was wrong. His senior sister's gaze was completely different. It felt like lust. Yes, lust, as if she wanted to devour him. Long Zhuan was startled. Had those guys drugged Long Zian? His expression changed slightly. This drug wasn't poison at all, his antidote didn't seem to work. "Senior sister, are you alright?" Long Zhuan asked weakly. Long Zian forced her gaze away, saying, "You should have already guessed what's wrong with me. There's no solution except that method. This is just a clone, you don't need to feel any pressure." Long Zhuan instantly understood her meaning. He'd be a fool not to. 3 hours later, Long Zhuan stared blankly at Long Zian, who was sitting by the bed combing her hair. Don't ask why there was a bed here. This oddball Long Zhuan carried his bed, table, chair, pots and pans, and seasonings with him everywhere. His thoughts were complex. Although this was just a clone of Long Zidian, the clone and the original body were completely identical. Moreover, Long Zidian controlled the clone by multitasking, and the original body could feel everything that had just happened. Women in this world were very conservative, and this level of transgression was considered a breach of chastity. Therefore, in this conservative world, she could not marry another man. Her only choice was herself. Thinking this, Long Zhuan was somewhat moved. The path of cultivation was long and arduous, requiring him to endure countless years of loneliness. He would never become an eternal eunuch like other protagonists in the immortality story genre. He definitely wanted to find a cultivation partner. His requirements were not high, he only needed an unparalleled beauty. He was truly not picky at all. Long Zidian possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms and was peerless in her elegance, perfectly matching his aesthetic standards. She was definitely a good candidate for a cultivation partner. Long Zhuan made up his mind and decided to strike while the iron was hot and boldly confess his feelings. Women in this conservative world were shy, so he had to speak first, otherwise, it might drag on forever. At this moment, he had completely forgotten his vow never to eat the grass near his nest. He had completely forgotten what he had just said. Zidian, since things have already happened, and I'm also interested in you, how about we become cultivation partners? Long Zhuan boldly said, looking at her retreating figure. Long Zidian turned back and glanced at him indifferently, her expression unchanged, still as cold as ice, and slowly got up and walked out of the cave. 2 words drifted faintly from the cave entrance. No, Long Zhuan was stunned. Such a decisive rejection? Had he been taken advantage of? She actually didn't want to take responsibility and just left. What a scumbag. However, he was thick-skinned, and being rejected didn't affect his emotions. He simply assumed she was too reserved. After all, things had progressed too quickly. They hadn't known each other for long and needed time to get to know each other. She couldn't possibly marry anyone else. Who else could she marry if not him? At this moment, Long Zhuan had no idea just how difficult it was to win over this woman. It was absolutely hellish. Long Zhuan got up, put the bed into his storage bag, and shamelessly followed. The two didn't venture into the unknown world ahead. Time was limited, and they couldn't go any deeper. They had just spent 3 hours there, and time was running out. Dawn would break in a few hours. They returned to the edge of the lava sea. The Lakeland's Gu cultivators obviously wouldn't be guarding the other side. Time was limited, they needed to search for treasures in the various tombs. They didn't have time to waste here. Long Zhuan cautiously scanned the opposite bank with his heavenly eye. Finding no progress, he turned to Long Zidian and said, "Those people aren't here. We can go." Long Zidian nodded. Even if they were, it wouldn't matter. Her strength had returned to its peak, and with Long Zhuan's help, those people might not be a match, even if there was a reborn Gu King among them. Long Zhuan put his arm around Long Zidian's slender waist, used his star-stepping technique, and easily jumped to the other side. Long Zidian watched in astonishment. Even now, she found this movement technique incredible. Flying in this way shattered her understanding, filling her with immense curiosity, yet she was too shy to ask further. After the two jumped to the other side, Long Zidian first took out a map from her storage bag and studied it before choosing a path. This time, Long Zhuan didn't act alone. Wherever Long Zidian went, he followed, tailing her. Soon, led by Long Zidian, he arrived at a tomb chamber. The stone walls of this tomb were covered with murals, which Long Zidian examined intently, holding a lantern. Long Zhuan frowned slightly. The treasures in this tomb chamber had clearly been taken long ago. Besides the murals, there was nothing else. At this moment, Long Zhuan finally understood Long Zidian's hobby. She was a history enthusiast, deeply interested in history, and theology, being a part of history, had also become one of her interests. Her choice to send an avatar into the ancient tomb was probably not for any particular treasure, but entirely for the purpose of exploring history. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Long Lai. He had actually bet everything on Long Zidian. It was utterly insane. As a member of the same clan, how could he dare to place his bet on her without even understanding her personality? If Long Lai knew that Long Zidian's purpose in entering the tomb wasn't to find treasure, but rather to study the foreign history, he would be furious. If he had known this, he would never have dared to make that bet. Placing his hopes on her was a sure loss. Using the light from Long Zidian's hand, Long Zhuan curiously scanned the surrounding murals. These murals weren't necessarily useless. They might record a lot of hidden information that could be helpful in the upcoming treasure hunt, perhaps even the key to finding the treasure, or it might help him avoid many dangers. Therefore, he looked at them very carefully, not missing a single detail. The murals recorded the life story of Empress Yao Guang, from her childhood in the cold palace with her mother, helpless and alone, to her struggle for the throne with her brothers. After staging a palace coup, she became an empress, subsequently suppressing rebellions with an iron fist. From then on, the empire became a war machine, conquering far and wide, and the territory of the Great Ying Empire expanded rapidly under her leadership. At that time, Empress Yao Guang's prestige within the country reached its peak, and the Great Ying Empire was unprecedentedly powerful during her reign. The last mural depicts a grand scene of a great battle between two armies. One side is clearly the army of the Great Ying Empire, its size unknown. At the forefront of the army is a huge palanquin carried by 8 men, and the person sitting on it, whose face is obscured, is undoubtedly Empress Yao Guang. Opposite her is the army of another country, whose banner bears a large character for emperor. However, for some reason, 10 suns appear in the sky above this army. The outcome of this battle, the victory of one side, and the losses on both sides are unknown. This mural depicts the final battle between the Great Ying Empire and the ancient Reincarnation Kingdom. The ancient Reincarnation Kingdom is an ancient nation established by the imperial clan, possessing the longest historical reign. The ancient Reincarnation Kingdom would refine a heaven-defying goo worm called the Reincarnation Goo. The emperor of the ancient Reincarnation Kingdom could use the power of the Reincarnation Goo to endlessly reincarnate with his memories. When the emperor of a nation is immortal, that nation is destined to become an immortal one, never perishing due to a tyrannical ruler. Other nations often perish within a few hundred or a few thousand years due to decay. But this ancient Reincarnation Kingdom survives because its emperor is immortal. It could endure for countless millennia. Countless nations waged war against the ancient Reincarnation Kingdom for the secret of immortality. From beginning to end, the ancient Reincarnation Kingdom was besieged on all sides, constantly engulfed in war, yet it remained standing for countless millennia. However, as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually thinned, the materials used to refine the Reincarnation Goo eventually became extinct. The Reincarnation Goo, refined with inferior materials, while still possessing the ability to reincarnate, could not allow one to reincarnate with their memories. As a result, the emperor of the ancient Reincarnation Kingdom lost his wisdom and virtue, becoming senile and indulging in pleasure in his later years. Ultimately, the Great Ying Empire seized the opportunity and destroyed it in one fell swoop. The mural depicts the last war between the two nations. In this battle, the Reincarnation Ancient Kingdom almost wiped out its entire army, leading to its demise. After the strongest Reincarnation Ancient Kingdom was destroyed, virtually no other nation could stop the Great Ying Empire's expansion. The Great Ying Empire essentially unified the entire Gu realm within a century. The 5 major domains of the Gu realm, East, West, South, North, and Central, were all incorporated into the Great Ying Empire's territory, making it the only unified dynasty in history. Long Zhian slowly walked over, her eyes unusually showing excitement as she spoke of this history. Long Zhuan recalled his location. According to the memories his Yan clone had gleaned from reading those geographical books, he should be in the western regions. The western regions were divided into 36 lands, with the central land being the largest. His location should be in the western land, one of the 36 lands, and specifically, the westernmost part of the western land. In other words, he was in the westernmost part of this world, at its very edge. The westernmost place in the world is also called the Far West. It's way too far to the side. The Great Ying Empire unified the 5 regions, so its capital must have been built in the strongest region, the central region. The distance from the central region to the far west is like the distance from the center of the world to its edge. It's just too far. How could an imperial tomb be built in such a remote location? Could it be to prevent it from being robbed? Moreover, the entire western land is organized by family power and has never been controlled by any country. Could it have been ruled by the Great Ying Empire before? Long Zhuan was somewhat bewildered, completely confused, surrounded by mysteries. Was this once the territory of the Great Ying Empire? Long Zhuan asked, puzzled. Long Zhian, of course, understood the historical issues. She patiently explained, at the height of the Great Ying Empire, every corner of this world belonged to the Great Ying Empire. However, this world was simply too vast, it was impossible to conquer it all with an army. Therefore, most regions were subjugated, which you can understand as nominal control, with limited power. The Far West was nominally part of the Great Ying Empire, but its systems, laws, customs, culture, and currency were never implemented there. It was too barren, so it was used as a place of exile, where many criminals were exiled. Hearing this, Long Zhuan couldn't help but twitch his lips. In his previous life, the place he lived in was also called a place of exile in ancient times. His birthplace was considered a place of exile by others, which was quite embarrassing. However, a new question arose: how could the Empress's tomb be built in a place of exile? Was she also exiled? Did she exile herself? How could that be? Even if she made a huge mistake, it wouldn't be possible, unless the one who made the mistake wasn't her. Thinking about this, Long Zhuan suddenly shuddered. He realized a possibility, the only one he could think of. He suddenly remembered the major flaw of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. The Empress hadn't fully mastered the technique, and the clones she created risked rebellion, potentially killing their master at any moment. Was it possible that this tomb didn't contain her at all, but only one of her clones? Had she buried a clone here that wanted to kill its master, and buried it alive? His eyes widened. He felt this was very likely, a significant amount of information. Based on the information he currently possessed, the possibility of the tomb's occupant being Empress Yao Guang was extremely low. This information was very useful to him. If this tomb wasn't an imperial mausoleum, the danger level of the sleeping quarters would decrease several levels. However, there were also downsides. If this tomb wasn't an empress's tomb, the burial goods would likely be few and of limited value. Of course, this is only relative. The burial goods in this ancient tomb certainly can't compare to those of a real imperial mausoleum, but for a mere spirit-gathering stage Gu cultivator like him, the burial goods in the tomb are already astonishing enough to tempt him. Senior sister, have you ever considered that what's buried in this tomb might just be an avatar of the Empress? Long Zhuan told Long Ziyan his guess. Long Ziyan didn't show any surprise. Obviously she had already guessed this. I've consulted a lot of historical records and researched. The real Empress Yao Guang has already ascended. She is the only person in 10,000 years to successfully ascend to the spirit realm, because Empress Yao Guang had no children after her ascension. The vast Great Ying Empire quickly disintegrated, returning to the previous chaotic state, with countless large and small countries. Long Ziyan showed a regretful expression. The spirit realm? Where is the spirit realm? Long Zhuan frowned, showing a look of doubt. But although he was extremely curious, he still chose not to ask any more questions. Time was running out, and he didn't have time to ask questions like a curious child. He had too many questions in his mind, and he planned to figure them out after he went out. Chapter 98 Sleeping Palace. After leaving, the two headed directly towards the inner chamber of the tomb. The path they followed was no longer the muddy cave, but a square, smooth stone passageway, its surface creaking underfoot. Burial chambers appeared intermittently along the passageway, some with open doors, others closed, most already looted. Due to time constraints, they didn't enter any more chambers, heading straight for the inner chamber. The passageway to the inner chamber was complex, frequently leading to crossroads. Without a map, he might have easily gotten lost. In this world, many powers possessed the ability to move mountains and fill seas, so constructing a massive ancient tomb wasn't difficult for its inhabitants. The tombs in this world were generally far larger than those in his previous life. As he had anticipated, the various mechanisms within the tomb also displayed their progress in his vision. He could clearly see the location of all the mechanisms. However, it was useless. Having been looted several times, most of the traps had been dismantled, so there was no need for him to pinpoint their locations. The two arrived at the sleeping chamber without further incident. Information about the sleeping chamber was scarce for any clan. They only knew it was dangerous, but no one knew the specifics of the danger, as everyone who entered had died without exception, including the two Gu kings. Neither of them were the type to risk their lives for treasure. Long Zhuan simply wanted to see if his cheat ability could overcome the danger of the sleeping chamber. He would only observe from a distance and would not enter. Long Ziyan's purpose might be to study history, or perhaps she had other motives, maybe even harboring the same desire to find something valuable, but she clearly had no intention of entering. The two stood on the blue stone tomb passage leading to the sleeping chamber, observing the situation from afar. Both had an eye visible between their brows, Whether it was Long Zhuan's heavenly eye or Long Ziyan's evil dragon emperor eye, both possessed far-sightedness, allowing them to see clearly inside the sleeping chamber even from a distance. The sleeping chamber was vast, containing 10 lifelike statues of golden crows, arranged in various directions, seemingly almost alive. The floor was paved with reflective white stone, suggesting it was made of an unusual and remarkably hard material. Many oil lamps, seemingly burning for an unknown period, hung on the walls, casting a dim, intermittent light throughout the chamber. Surprisingly, the inscriptions on the walls weren't murals, but rather the complete Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, though lacking the accompanying spiritual techniques. This was strange, as if the tomb owner intended to openly display the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to everyone. Not only was the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra found in the sleeping chamber, but traces of it were also found in many other tomb chambers. Even the old Taoist Li could find a paper copy. Did she intentionally want to spread her cultivation method? Did she want more people to learn her techniques? She was already dead. What was her purpose in doing this? Was she trying to find someone who could repair the flaws in her technique? This baseless thought involuntarily arose in Long Zhuan's mind. He temporarily set aside this strange thought and focused his gaze on the crystal coffin in the center of the bedchamber. The coffin was made of some kind of crystal and was semi-transparent, making it easy to see what was inside. Long Zhuan immediately became curious, wanting to see what the powerful Empress Yaoguang looked like, and peered into the coffin. Empress Yaoguang wore a golden robe embroidered with many golden crows, and her fingers and neck were adorned with numerous jewels that glowed, clearly priceless items, making his eyes gleam with envy. He hurriedly looked at the Empress's face, but to his disappointment, there was an incomparably alluring flower in the coffin, its roots wrapped around the Empress. Coincidentally, its leaves completely obscured her stunning face. This bewitching flower was strange. It clearly possessed abundant energy, but it didn't contain spiritual power, and his penetrating vision couldn't even see through the thin leaves, which greatly surprised him. All he could see was the Empress's vibrant red lips, but even just looking at them, he could tell she possessed an unparalleled beauty, a face that could topple kingdoms. Suddenly, he frowned. He realized he couldn't see the Empress's progress. Even if someone was dead, shouldn't there be a progress indicator? After all, her body hadn't decomposed due to special circumstances and remained youthful. Even if it had decomposed, the progress would be displayed. His frown deepened, and he immediately looked at the ground, searching for corpses to compare. Many people had already entered the palace, leaving behind numerous corpses. Several fresh corpses lay on the ground, their blood still wet, clearly indicating they had only recently died. There were truly fearless individuals. Even the Gu King had died here, yet they still dared to venture in. Upon closer inspection, he was immediately surprised. Two of those fresh corpses were very familiar to him, the Phoenix clan ancestor and the Gu clan ancestor. Judging from their injuries, they seemed to have died fighting each other for a treasure, perishing together. He searched the ground carefully again but couldn't find their storage bags, which surprised him. He didn't believe anyone could leave the sleeping quarters alive. So there could only be one explanation. The two Gu King clones had entered the tomb for the tomb's treasure. They were just spirit-gathering stage clones. Even if they died, it wouldn't matter. If they could manage to bring out the treasure, they'd make a fortune. The two ancestors were simply gambling with their clones at a very low cost. The spirit-boosting grass was just a side benefit. They wouldn't bother sending clones out for such a small amount of money. They knew their chances of survival were low, so they naturally handed over all their spirit-boosting grass to their family's Gu cultivators, including some of their valuables. This explained why they didn't have much wealth on them. Long Zhuan couldn't help but admire the cunning of the two ancestors. They had never even considered letting their clones leave alive. If they didn't leave, there would be no way to prove anything. If he hadn't recorded the video, they could have easily gotten away with it. However, what puzzled him was what treasure they had found that led to their mutual slaughter. Had they really found a tomb guarding treasure? Where was that treasure? It couldn't possibly have been taken out, and it wasn't on the ground. He was completely baffled. The situation in the bedchamber was too strange. As expected, the corpses all had progress records. Those who died of old age would have their lifespan disappear, while those who died violently wouldn't have their lifespan instantly reduced to zero. They would retain their youthful appearance. If the corpse didn't decompose, their youthful appearance would remain frozen. Curious, he looked at Long Ziyan beside him. Ziyan, do you know? His words suddenly stopped, because he couldn't find any progress records on Long Ziyan's head either. His face stiffened. Not good, he hurriedly dodged, but was still a step too slow. A sword slashed his right shoulder, drawing blood, which was quickly frozen. Good heavens! Her sword pierced through the second-tier dragon silkworm armor with a single strike, as if it were made of paper. Long Zhuan felt a chilling aura surge into his body, making his limbs cold, his movements sluggish, and his heart feel like it was about to freeze. If it weren't for the water bear Gu's exceptional resistance to cold, a normal person would have been dead from this attack. Long Zhuan was horrified and quickly created distance. When he looked at Long Ziyan again, she had vanished into thin air, and in another location, another Long Ziyan had appeared out of thin air. This Long Ziyan was now looking at him with a bewildered expression, noticing the wound on his right shoulder. Seeing the progress bar above her head, Long Zhuan knew this Long Ziyan was real, so he quickly ran over and grabbed her arm. Let's go. After running for a while, the two entered a tomb chamber. Long Zhuan leaned against the wall, panting heavily. The scene just now was incredibly dangerous. What would have happened if he hadn't had the cheat ability to see the progress bar? He knew he would either be ambushed and killed by that damned illusion, or he would be deceived by it, fighting the real senior sister and ultimately dying together. Now he finally understood how the two old ancestors had died. He had been puzzled as to why they were fighting when there were no treasures on the ground. Now he knew they had fallen for the illusion's divisive scheme, mistakenly believing the other was attacking them, leading to infighting. The two Gu kings who had entered this place during previous tomb raids had likely died in the same way, deceived by the illusion and fighting each other, ultimately dying together. Such a realistic illusion was almost impossible for anyone in the world to see through. Those who fell for it would inevitably be sown discard and completely fooled. And regardless of the difference in strength between the two sides, the final outcome would always be mutual destruction. Because that damned illusion was different from normal illusions were visual deceptions and did not produce any physical attacks. The illusions in the tomb could not only perfectly conjure a person, but also perfectly simulate that person's abilities, delivering substantial attacks and leaving real injuries. This was simply outrageous. It was the first time he had ever seen such a sinister illusion. Such illusions were terrifying. Even if you managed to kill the real opponent, you would still be killed by the illusion while injured. And even if you managed to kill the illusion, so what? Illusions are not one-time events, they can appear repeatedly. Unless you can see through it, the illusion will not automatically dissipate. Just like when Long Zhuan suddenly suspected that Long Ziyan, who hadn't made any progress, might be an illusion, the illusion disappeared as soon as the thought crossed his mind. Otherwise, the illusion would continue to hunt him down. This is a common problem with most illusions. As long as you can see through it, the illusion will automatically disappear. What just happened? How did you suddenly get injured? Long Ziyan looked at his injured shoulder. Seeing that his wound had been frozen and emitted an aura that she found very familiar, she frowned. Why did this wound look so much like one she had inflicted? Junior brother, you wouldn't misunderstand, would you? Long Zhuan didn't answer her question, but hurriedly stared intently into her eyes. Tell me quickly, did you see that flower or not? After a brief deduction, he finally determined that it was definitely the demonic flower that was responsible. Everyone died in the inner palace, so he naturally assumed that the danger was only within the inner palace area. That's why he dared to observe from afar in the tomb passage, believing that there would be no danger unless he went in. Long Ziyan thought the same way. But now, even though she hadn't entered the inner palace, she had inexplicably fallen victim to it. The only difference between herself and the group of corpses was that she possessed farsightedness and could see that strange flower in advance. The others didn't have farsightedness and could only see the flower when they got very close, so they all died in the inner palace. As for why he only suspected the flower and not the rest of the coffin, it was entirely because, apart from the flower, everything else in the coffin was an illusion. The Empress's corpse with no progress was also definitely an illusion. The crystal coffin was completely empty, there was nothing inside except for a demonic flower. He broke out in a cold sweat, a chill running down his spine, goosebumps rising on his back. Where had the Empress's body gone? With a demonic flower there, even the Gu King would be dead. It was impossible for her to have been taken away. There was only one answer, she had come out on her own, taking all the tomb's treasures with her. His fear deepened. When did this happen? When did the Empress's body emerge? It shouldn't have been before the tomb raiding. Many people had taken countless priceless treasures from the tomb, and the Long clan had even taken the precious golden crow blood. If she left before the tomb raiding, she shouldn't have left those treasures behind. He hadn't even considered the possibility of a zombie. This wasn't a horror story. People in this world didn't naturally become zombies after death unless they were created through special methods. Therefore, she must have been conscious, awakened during the tomb raiding, and then taken all the treasures from the coffin. Had a powerful being with explosive combat strength been resurrected? Did this happen just now, or did it happen a long time ago? Did the Empress escape long ago, or is she still in this ancient tomb? Long Zhuan felt a chill run down his spine. So his first question was whether Long Ziyan had seen the demonic flower. If she had, it would be a huge problem. If she was ambushed by the illusionary Long Zhuan and then attacked him, the real Long Zhuan, in anger, it would be fatal. So once he knew that Long Ziyan had seen the flower, he had to stay far away. Long Ziyan would be in great danger at that moment. Fortunately, Long Ziyan looked confused and asked in surprise, "What flower?" "I was just looking at the supernatural power section of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra on the wall. Its contents can improve my clone, so I didn't see the rest of the tomb very carefully." "That's good. It's good that you didn't see it carefully." Hearing this, Long Zhuan breathed a sigh of relief and patted his heart. He quickly recounted his speculations to Long Ziyan, then asked, "You're very knowledgeable. Do you know the origin of that demonic flower?" He expressed deep apprehension about it. His hasty glance hadn't allowed for a close look, and the flower's size was far too large, not 5 decimal places, but 7. It was terrifying. Furthermore, the energy it contained wasn't spiritual power, and its form was completely unknown. Even after searching through all the encyclopedias, he hadn't seen it before, didn't know its species, its function. He knew absolutely nothing. Long Ziyan frowned slightly. The fact that the Empress's clone had likely escaped had clearly startled her. This meant the ancient tomb was far too dangerous. They had to leave as soon as possible. "I don't know the origin of that flower either. If even I can't recognize a spiritual herb, then there's only one possibility." Long Ziyan's eyes flickered slightly, and she said with great confidence, "That means this flower isn't from this world at all. It might come from another world, like the demon realm. The energy you're talking about that isn't spiritual power might be demonic power. The demon realm is a higher plane, so the energy level of demonic power must be higher than that of spiritual power. A demonic flower with demonic power will be extremely troublesome. Its abilities are definitely not so easy to counter." Long Ziyan's expression turned solemn. Chapter 99 Long Zhuan's Slander. Hearing this, Long Zhuan was preoccupied. He no longer had any intention of returning to the palace to scavenge for any remaining tomb treasures. All the tomb treasures had already been taken by the Empress. What was the point of looking for them now? Wait a minute, it seemed she had intentionally left behind a demonic flower. This demonic flower, with its impressive growth, seemed to be a heaven-defying treasure, definitely worthy of being called a tomb treasure. And the flower's abilities seemed useless to him. Any illusions it created would be easily seen through and dissipated, posing no threat whatsoever. Long Zhuan stroked his chin. His cheat ability really could snag a tomb treasure. His eyes began to brighten. However, he decided to plan this carefully and didn't intend to go back to pick the demonic flower. Firstly, the Empress might have been resurrected, and leaving the tomb now would be too dangerous. Secondly, he needed to hand over 70% of everything obtained from the tomb to his family. He had originally wanted to show off his intelligence to the family's higher-ups, but the family hadn't mentioned how they would check their storage bags. A direct search of the storage bags was out of the question. Everyone has a right to privacy, and such an action by the family would surely incur public wrath. If they didn't search the storage bags, how would the family distinguish which treasures were brought from the tomb and which truly belonged to the owner? Long Zhuan was completely unaware of the family's methods. Since he didn't know their methods, he couldn't show off his intelligence and dared not act rashly. The smartest course of action was to not take the treasures out, but wait until everyone had left, and then sneak back in at some other time. The ancient tomb wouldn't move. He could go in any time. Considering that the rabbit in the insect-rearing bag might also be a priceless treasure, he dared not take it out. Therefore, he planned to secretly hide it in a secluded corner of the tomb and retrieve it when he had time. The treasures confiscated from the rabbit, as well as the spirit's oil, couldn't be taken out either. He planned to hide them all in that corner and only take the spirit replenishing herb with him when he left the tomb. "Let's go." The Empress has been resurrected and emerged from the tomb. This world is about to change drastically. We must inform the family as soon as possible." Long Ziyan's expression changed, and she grabbed Long Zhuan, who was still deep in thought, and ran towards the Tomb Raiders' tunnel. Although it should still be some time before dawn, all the Tomb Raiders were running out like madmen, as if some unknown changes had occurred in various parts of the ancient tomb. Long Zhuan hadn't run more than a few steps when he heard a dense sound of footsteps coming from one of the tomb passages. Looking to the side, he saw Long Bao and Long Yan running frantically ahead, with a group of desiccated corpses chasing after them, looking terrifying. Zombies, Long Zhuan was shocked. Not zombies, but a kind of non-zombie worm that can control the movement of corpses. These corpses all came from the burial pit, which is considered dangerous. Logically, these things only come out and move around during the day. Why are they out early? There should still be some time before dawn. Long Ziyan frowned. Hearing this, Long Zhuan's heart sank. Could it be that the danger that only appears during the day has appeared early? Long Ziyan released a grave robber from the insect breeding bag. The grave robber held a huge ball of earth in its hand. After Long Yan and the other person ran out of the tomb passage, the grave robber threw the huge ball of earth directly into the passage. The tomb passage was narrow, and such a large ball of earth crushed everything in its path, leaving no room to dodge. So the ball of earth, like a giant bowling ball, crushed the mummies in front of it in pieces, finally getting stuck in one section, preventing the horde of corpses behind from pouring in through this passage. Long Zhuan was shocked. Even a genius as strong as Long Ziyan had to refine such a low-grade goo worm? We can't stay in the tomb any longer, let's go. After the four met up, they didn't have time to catch up and immediately ran towards the Tomb Raiders' tunnel. Along the way, there were screams everywhere. The dangers that seemed to only appear during the day all appeared ahead of time. The Tomb Raiders of all races who had entered the tomb were all running for their lives, and the entire ancient tomb was in chaos. When Long Zhuan saw someone inexplicably lose their head, his heart sank. The dream butterfly goo from the medicinal garden had even escaped its range. This was a huge problem. Once it emerged, very few people in the entire tomb would survive. Oh no! The dream butterfly goo has escaped too. Run! Long Zhuan exclaimed, actually a deliberate warning to the other three. Long Ziyan's pupils constricted. Clearly, she was also extremely wary of this creature and had no way to deal with it. This is terrible. Let's go. The group sped towards the tomb's entrance. Everyone in the tomb was running towards the passage, and Long Zhuan encountered more and more people. But the dream butterfly goo was indiscriminately slaughtering those entering the tomb. People running behind him were dying in droves. The dream butterfly goo killed chickens like chickens, and no one could resist it. Faced with this bizarre and unsolvable creature, everyone turned pale and ran frantically forward, as if they had four legs. Just as everyone had reached the tomb's entrance and were showing smiles of relief, a scene that shattered their spirits unfolded. Ahead, some self-serving bastard had left a row of explosive tags in the tunnel. With a deafening roar, the tunnel collapsed, suffocating everyone inside. Those trapped were completely dumbfounded, staring at the blocked entrance, their composure shattered. Damn it! Who the hell did this? I curse their ancestors for 8 generations, this is so utterly despicable. Who did this? This self-serving bastard is incredibly immoral. Who is it? Which son of a bitch did this? This is so damn despicable. Don't let me find out which bastard did this. Everyone was furious, cursing and swearing at each other with the most vile language imaginable. Long Zhuan was also enraged. He hadn't been running at the front, and his attention had been focused on the dream butterfly goo, so he hadn't noticed who had done it. But even though he didn't know who had planned to kill everyone with the scheme, it didn't stop him from smearing the culprit. Suddenly, Long Zhuan cursed, damn it! That Lei clan patriarch is utterly inhuman. He possessed a family genius and broke into the tomb against the rules. Fearing exposure, he actually planned to kill everyone in the tomb. What a cruel heart! Long Zhuan seized the opportunity to expose this, hoping these people would complain to the Spirit Sea Stage Goo cultivator and his family after they left. If this caused chaos, all the better, so that Long Lai, a newbie at the early Spirit Sea Stage, could leave safely. Even though he had fabricated the whole story, so what? The Lei clan patriarch had indeed possessed a family genius, that was an indisputable fact, undeniable. Once investigated, the whole thing would be confirmed. Everyone would naturally assume he planned to kill everyone to hide his entry into the tomb, leaving him with no way to explain himself and only solidifying the truth. However, to Long Zhuan's surprise, his fabricated slander turned out to be true by sheer coincidence. He had stumbled upon it by accident. It was the Lei clan patriarch who had caused the tomb to collapse. Helpless, he hadn't managed to kill Long Zhuan in the tomb, and fearing his actions would be exposed, he had no choice but to go all the way and slaughter everyone in the tomb. It was a coincidence that Long Zhuan's words came true. As expected, everyone's angry gazes turned to the Lei clan Gu cultivators. A few with weaker constitutions showed guilty expressions. This only confirmed the suspicion. Damn it! It really was you bastards who did it. Dai, a Shi clan Gu cultivator, enraged, stabbed a Lei clan Gu cultivator in the back without warning. The other Gu cultivators were already on the verge of collapse, facing death themselves. They had no reason left and vented their anger on the Lei clan Gu cultivators. The cave instantly erupted in chaos and screams, blood flowing everywhere. The dream butterfly Gu continued their indiscriminate slaughter, headless corpses falling to the ground intermittently, turning the tomb into a river of blood. But the entrance to the cave was now blocked, and running back was a dead end. They had no other choice but to attack the Lei clan's Gu cultivators like madmen, prepared to take one down with them even in death. As for who would be killed by the dream butterfly Gu, that was left to fate. There was no way to defend against it. It was Long Ziyan who first came up with a solution. She released her earthworm again. The earthworm immediately began to devour gulps of soil, quickly carving a small pit in the blocked passage. Long Yan and Long Bao's eyes lit up. That's right, earthworms eat soil, and their mouths have a huge space that can store large amounts of soil. An earthworm can carve a passage in a very short time. So they also released their earthworms, standing alongside Long Ziyan's, rapidly consuming the soil in front of them. The appearance of the three giant dung beetles drew everyone's attention. Seeing how quickly these creatures dug, soon creating a long passage, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes regaining their vitality. With this, they were saved. Many people smiled with relief, thankful that the Long clan possessed such a Gu worm. However, the appearance of this Gu worm also attracted the attention of the Feng clan Gu cultivators. When did the Long clan develop such a terrifying and unique Gu worm? The surviving Feng clan Gu cultivators exchanged glances, their expressions grave. Finally, with the help of three grave diggers clearing the way, the blocked passage ahead was quickly cleared. The long-awaited fresh air rushed in through the passage, and everyone was overjoyed, rushing forward like madmen. The four people in Long Zhuan's group responsible for clearing the way naturally ran at the front, so they were the safest. Meanwhile, the dream butterfly Gu behind them continued their relentless pursuit, heads rolling in droves, Gu cultivators of various races dying in droves. At this point, there weren't many Gu cultivators left to survive. Long Zhuan didn't have time to count them, but he roughly estimated that there couldn't possibly be more than 30. This tomb raiding operation resulted in heavy losses for all the tribes involved. Of the more than 700 people who went in, less than 30 survived, a loss rate higher than in previous tomb raiding operations. Chapter 100 Treasure Comparison. When the group emerged from the tomb, they were all panting heavily, desperately breathing in the fresh air. Their tense nerves finally relaxed, and everyone felt an urge to cry. The journey had been incredibly dangerous, they still couldn't believe they had survived. The dream butterfly Gu had chased them here but ultimately failed to reach the surface and retreated. Long Bao, still worried, ordered the tomb raiders to throw out a pile of earth and balls to completely seal the tunnel before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. His back was soaked with cold sweat. What happened? How come so few people came out alive? The Spirit Sea stage Gu cultivators from various clans greeted them with grim faces. Long Lai also ran over, counted the group, and his face darkened when he saw that only 4 members of the Long clan had survived. The other clan leaders also looked grim. Each clan had only managed to get 3 or 4 people out, which was practically a total annihilation. The clan leaders all inquired about what had happened in the tomb. Thus, Long Zhuan's fabricated lie finally took effect. The surviving Gu cultivators from various races pointed and whispered angrily in the direction of the Lei clan's camp, accusing them of their crimes and claiming that even if something drastic had happened inside the tomb, so many people wouldn't have died if they hadn't blown up the tomb raiding tunnel. All the leading Gu cultivators' faces darkened, and they all glared furiously at the Lei clan's Gu cultivators. "You must give us an explanation. Who is that boy? Is he the Goo King you infiltrated? Dare you let us check him out? Arguments quickly erupted from the other side, and the Lei clan patriarch, seeing his scheme exposed, still feigned innocence, acting like a not even innocent young boy, his eyes filled with bewilderment. His acting was truly impressive. However, no matter how much he pretended, it was useless. The more he refused to allow an inspection, the more it proved his guilty conscience. He couldn't keep up the act any longer. If they had only believed him 90% before, seeing the Lei clan's leading Goo cultivators' repeated excuses and refusal to allow an inspection, they were now completely convinced, and everyone was furious. The enraged Spirit Sea stage Goo cultivators, including those from the Goo and Fen clans, made no mention of the fact that they too had sent the Goo King avatar inside. They feigned victimhood, genuinely believing their Goo King avatars were dead in the tomb, leaving no evidence, and anticipating a good show. However, after arguing for a long time, the crowd ultimately didn't fight. They decided to finish the bet first. Their continued focus on the 7 high-grade rare Goo greatly disappointed Long Zhuan. He walked behind Long Lai and whispered, "Empress Yao Guang seems to have resurrected. I suspect she's already escaped, but I don't know when. Did you see a golden shadow fly out just now?" He scanned the ancient tomb but found no suspicious progress. Progress doesn't lie, so his deduction was that the Empress had escaped and wasn't in the tomb. Upon hearing this, Long Lai's pupils contracted, completely startled by Long Zhuan's words. He said uncertainly, "Really? I didn't notice. I was watching those 7 high-grade rare Goo. Maybe the golden shadow flew out? I don't know." Long Zhuan's face darkened. He knew this Long Lai was unreliable. He didn't even know if anyone had escaped from the tomb. So what could he possibly know? Long Lai changed the subject, saying, "The dead cannot be brought back to life. How could she easily come back to life unless she was never dead at all? Whether she's dead or not, that's not our concern. Let the family's higher-ups worry about it. The most important thing right now is to finish the bet. You didn't have many survivors anyway, the bet will be over soon. What did you bring out of the ancient tomb? Take it out quickly." Long Lai was still thinking about the bet at this moment. Helpless, Long Zhuan first scanned the area with his heavenly eye, finding nothing suspicious. Slightly relieved, he casually replied, "I'll be the last one, you check the others first." Long Zhuan planned to see what methods the clans used to check for any hidden secrets before making his own decision. At the same time, he quietly returned the recording Goo containing evidence of the ancient Phoenix clan's crimes to Long Lai, without letting anyone notice his actions. "I don't want this credit going to someone else," Long Zhuan said via soul transmission before turning and leaving. Long Lai was somewhat confused, but he could easily guess that something extraordinary had been recorded. He pondered this. Since only a few people had survived, while Long Zhuan and Long Lai were secretly conversing, the other clans had already finished inventorying their loot from the ancient tomb. Only the Long clan remained untouched, so a group of Spirit Sea stage Goo cultivators approached. Many looked terribly pale, as if their mothers had died. Long Lai, hurry up, what are you dawdling for? I advise you to admit defeat quickly. My clan brought out 180 spirit-boosting grasses from the tomb, which is already the highest harvest in the entire event. The Goo clan has 175 spirit-boosting grasses, ranking second. Now we're waiting for you. Hurry up and show your treasures." As expected, the one speaking was Feng Yu, the Goo cultivator leading the Feng clan who was always at odds with the Long clan. Long Zhuan glanced at the man, thinking that as expected, the 2 ancestors had indeed handed over all their treasures to others to bring out. He wasn't surprised. These spirit-boosting grasses were obtained by the Feng clan ancestor from killing all the Goo cultivators present, so he had already anticipated this quantity. Upon hearing this, Long Lai's expression immediately changed. 180 spirit-boosting grasses. How did they obtain them? Although spirit-boosting grass is a first-grade spiritual medicine, it is definitely not worth the value of a first-grade spiritual medicine. The value of this thing is enough to bankrupt a Goo cultivator at the peak of the spirit gathering stage. The tomb had been almost completely looted. The most valuable item was probably the spirit-boosting grass. 180 spirit-boosting grasses. My God. Long Lai's heart skipped a beat, his face instantly falling, a bad premonition rising within him. His earlier confidence was gone, he was utterly deflated, and had little hope of victory. He could only place all his hopes on Long Ziyan. He immediately turned to Long Ziyan and hurriedly asked, "Ziyan, what did you find in the ancient tomb?" He looked at her expectantly, like she was grasping at a lifeline. his eyes burning with fervor. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Long Zion stood motionless, her expression complex, not one of embarrassment, but rather a slight blush. As if she had thought of something. In less than half a day, she had spent some time in the herb garden, and after leaving, she had been relentlessly pursued by the Lakeland's Gu cultivators. After finally escaping their pursuit, she spent 3 hours with her junior brother in a small cave, and the remaining time spent in the sleeping quarters yielded nothing. So her trip yielded nothing, absolutely nothing. She was destined to disappoint Long Lai, and unable to bear looking into his expectant eyes, she turned her head away. Long Lai had ultimately trusted the wrong person. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Could it be? My young lady. What do you mean by turning your head away? This could kill someone. Long Lai's face paled, and he clutched his trembling heart, feeling a sense of utter despair. Ha ha ha. If I'm not mistaken. You didn't get anything, did you? I wondered what kind of genius could make Long Lai so confident in making such a bet, so arrogant. I thought there was some extraordinary genius in the team, and this is it? Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Long Lai's face darkened, a last glimmer of hope remaining in his heart. He pointed at Long Bao and said, You. Lay out all your spoils from the ancient tomb. Long Bao's expression froze. He slowly walked forward, took out a pile of junk from his storage bag, and placed it on the ground. Long Lai's face darkened even more. Most of it was worthless antiques, along with clothing worn by the corpses in the burial pit and some weapons. Due to their age, the weapons were pitted and unusable. Although they were worth some money, they were far inferior to the spirit-boosting grass, incomparable to 180 spirit-boosting grasses. Long Zhuan, at this moment, looked strangely at Long Bao's buttocks. In his vision, Long Bao's buttocks were actually showing progress. Good heavens, did he stuff one of the treasures up his ass? That's too bizarre. This guy's ruthless. Stuffing treasures up one's ass to evade a search is one method, and a pretty good one at that, though it's uncertain if it will succeed. He was genuinely curious now. What method did his family use to determine if someone entering a tomb was hiding something? Could they even find the treasure he had hidden so deeply? He revealed a look of curiosity. Just as Long Zhuan was filled with anticipation, he saw Long Lai take out something that looked incredibly familiar to him, and his pupils immediately contracted. In Long Lai's palm was a golden toad. He recognized the toad very well. Good heavens, wasn't this the Jin clan's unique goo worm, the honesty goo? His family was incredibly resourceful. Actually borrowing the Jin clan's honesty goo. Wasn't Long Bao doomed now? He glanced at Long Bao with pity, silently mourning for him. Long Bao. Do you have any hidden treasures? Long Lai asked Long Bao, holding the honesty goo in his palm. The honesty goo stared intently at him. Long Bao's expression froze, cold sweat broke out, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to meet the honesty goo's gaze, but he could only bite the bullet and say, no. That's all. As soon as he finished speaking, the honesty goo's eyes flashed wildly, blindingly bright. The honesty goo revealed its angry eyes and pounced to devour this dishonest fellow. Calm down. Calm down, Long Lai quickly intervened, pulling the honesty goo away and turning to look at Long Bao, his face darkening. You, Long Bao. How dare you hide treasures? Seize him and search him thoroughly. 2 Dragon Clan enforcers at the marrow cleansing stage immediately pounced on him with ferocious faces, dragging him away. Long Bao kept shouting, how despicable. Why didn't you say you had the honesty goo sooner? If you had taken it out earlier, none of this would have happened. You just wouldn't say. Long Bao's shouts faded into the distance. Long Lai sneered, why didn't I say so earlier? If I had said so earlier, who would have dared to commit this crime? He just wouldn't have said it sooner. Seeing this, Long Yan trembled in fright, hurriedly opened his mouth, pulled a rope from inside, and the necklace was ripped out of his stomach. Long Zhuan's eyebrows twitched. Good heavens, these people are truly talented. To hide treasures, they'll stop at nothing. He was truly impressed. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.